Ready to start? Okay, we're on the record. Good morning, everyone. Judge Eleanor Stein has joined us for today's session. Are there any plenary matters before we begin? Okay, hearing none. If Con Edison could call the first witness.
Okay, Dan Rosenblum, Con Edison. We have the Steam Infrastructure Operations Panel. Do you have any corrections to your testimony?
They've already been entered into the record, no additional ones.
The panel is available for cross.
Can I have you gentlemen stand, please? Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And you adopt your pre-filed testimony as your sworn testimony in these proceedings?
I do.
Thank you.
Okay. Is the union here today?
Yes.
I have you as first on my list. We have you down for 30 minutes approximately.
I hope you're so much shorter. Good morning. My name is Sidney Calvin. I am General Counsel for Utility Workers Local 1-2. And I do have some questions for the panel this morning. Documents which the company has produced indicate that for the year 2012, Steam Operations had 420 weekly employees and 224 management employees. Is that correct?
Repeat those numbers again, please.
420 weekly employees, 224 management employees.
Your Honor, David Warner from Con Edison. Perhaps you could refer them to the document they're referring to?
It
You
is
have to use a mic at the
attached
top.
to the union's testimony as exhibit number 4. It was produced, I'm not sure if it's a response to a question from the staff or the city, as question number 31.
That's correct.
Is that an average for calendar year 2012, or is that a snapshot from a certain date?
So these slots, whether they're union or management, is a moving slots, right? There's people always with attrition, there's people taking other jobs, so it's moving. That number was a year end.
The December 31, 2012 number?
Yep.
Why do you need more than one manager for each 2 weekly employees?
So you can't look at that totally as union to management relationship. The span of control has to do with some of the management positions are supervisory, and some are technical in nature and engineering. So every management person doesn't necessarily have a union employee reporting to them. So you can't look at that in regard to the split of reporting from management to union.
How many of those are engineers who do not have any union employees under their supervision?
They don't have that number available.
Do you have any sort of breakdown of the management number?
No, sir.
I just want to further add that it's not only engineers, it could be analysts, environmental specialists, computer specialists, added to the non-supervisory role.
Please turn to page 37 of your rebuttal testimony if you can. As you see that at lines 8 to 20, you state that new technology programs run by management are partially responsible for an increase in management employees?
Page 37 of rebuttal, is that right?
Yes.
37. Which specific line?
Line 18 to 20?
Okay, so what's the question, sir?
No.
What are the new technology programs?
The steam distribution as a result of the steam incident action plan.
I can't, can you speak up, please?
In steam distribution, as a result of the steam incident action plan, and the 41st and Lex incident, we implemented new technologies on the distribution system, remote monitoring of our structures and our traps. So these new programs are some of the technical programs that require management to be able.
And why is that done by management? Is it by targeting unit employees?
The monitoring of these,
Yes.
these were projects that needed to be implemented. So some of these were project managers and analysts that would interpret the data and provide corrections and improvements as we continue to implement the system.
Right, so the management is there to put the new technology in place? Is that it? Is that what you're saying?
The union is also used to install the infrastructure as well.
You also state that another reason for this increase is contractor oversight. Can you please explain that?
Contractor oversight is that's a group that's assigned to administer contractors that would be working for steam operations.
Has that increased in steam operations?
The contractor,
Yes.
you saw the oversight.
Oh,
From what period?
from, let's say, end of year 2010 to end of year 2012?
No, in the distribution side, we have not had any increase in contractor activity.
And
We have added additional oversight.
you have added oversight?
Yes, both on the management and union side.
And from end of year 2012 to date, have you added any contractors since then?
Well, contractors is a relative term. We don't hire individual contractors. We have a term contract to do a certain type of service. So the number of contractors will fluctuate depending on the work that is assigned to them.
All right, so you have a term contract and the number of contract employees that are used to fluctuate, is that what you're saying?
The number of contract employees will fluctuate, yes.
How many contract employees are regularly working on the Edison steam operations?
As we stated in our testimony, we do not track the number of contractors working for us. However, we did provide a list of the type of contractor services that we provide.
Don't you get billed by these contractors?
Yes, sir. It's a process, obviously, that is associated with the work that specific contractors do. The contract specifics associated with that job. What we're saying is we don't tabulate all contractor work together in a sum number.
But you do have that information for each contractor, do you not?
No, for each job, we have that information.
So if you have two contractors working on the same job, you don't know how many workers are from one contractor and how many workers are from another?
For a specific job, we would, sir. You asked if we have a number of contractors in aggregate. We don't have an aggregate list.
You can't add the numbers together?
There's many, many jobs. There's no benefit to us to add those numbers together.
There's no benefit to Con Edison or to the ratepayers to know how many contractors are being paid on jobs?
I didn't say we didn't know who was getting paid. I said there was no benefit to us to know whether it was a number 12 or 10 or 30 in a month. Each job is tracked by contractor oversight, and you look at that and make sure that the bills are appropriate for the invoice.
Oh, and we had asked a question during discovery about the contractors, not contractor employees, but contractors who are being paid for 12 consecutive months. And we were told that you don't track that information either. Is that accurate?
Your Honor, before they, could we at least get a reference to the question that we're referring to in this question?
I don't think we need to have a reference at this point.
I think it's very important to have a reference if you'd like them to address the question.
Can the panel address the question without looking at the particular interrogatory?
I'll take an attempt. Contracts that we use are to provide a task. So we're not paying contractors on an individual basis. We're hiring a contractor to perform a job. So we don't dictate the number of contractors that are required to be reported each day to perform a job. We're hiring a firm to perform a project or a task, and they will determine the employees that they need to perform that task based on the schedule that we provide them. So the contractor will determine the number of employees that they need on any given day rather than a company. We're not paying the contractors individually, we're paying the firm that we hired to perform the work.
Well, the question, though, dealt with the contractor firms, not the contractor employees, that are being paid for 12 consecutive months. Do you have that information or not?
We're not paying individuals on a 12-month consecutive basis.
We're not asking about individuals, we're asking about contractor companies.
We're paying for the work that is performed.
You have
a
documentation.
unit price contract. If they perform a certain number of units, they bid on a price, and they will get paid for the amount of work they perform, not based on the employee's price.
Do you have documentation of payments to contractor companies month to month? It's not that difficult a question.
That was not put into our testimony that we provided how much we paid to contractors on a month-to-month basis.
I realize that. There was an interrogatory, and your answer was that you do not track that information. I was wondering if you have documentation of the names of contract companies that you pay each and every month.
I do not have that information.
Does Con Edison have that information?
I do not know whether they have it for every contract on a month-to-month basis. Okay.
All right. Let's take a time out for a second. I want to see if I understand what's going on here. You have an entity that puts in a bid and is awarded a contract by Con Edison. That entity then hires subcontractors to do the work. Okay, so when you guys are talking about contractors in this discussion, are you talking about the subcontractor companies that are doing the work, or are you talking about the entity that signed the contract with Con Edison as being the contractor?
Our initial question, Your Honor, deals with the contractors, whose names are on the contract with Con Edison, and who
Okay.
are to be paid under that contract with Con
Okay,
Edison.
so let's say there's 10 contracts that Con Edison has signed. I'm assuming that you keep track of how much you pay on those contracts, and that you have that information available on some kind of a periodic basis. Is that correct?
Yeah, I will have it on the job that they're performing, how much gets paid each month by job,
Right.
and how much will get paid for that particular contract.
And I'm assuming also that you may not know how much of that money is ending up in the hands of individual subcontractors, because that's not your problem.
That's correct.
Does that help clarify things?
It helps to clarify, but I still don't understand why we don't have information as to what contractors, to whom Con Edison has been making payments for 12 consecutive months.
Well, I think if the question was, for every contract, do you have the numbers by contract, the answer would be yes. Is that right? They don't have it organized by, one contractor might have 3 contracts. They don't have it divided up by contractor. They have it divided up by contract job, is what you're saying.
Yes.
And that information you have and could provide if it wasn't already provided.
Certainly has not been provided, Your Honor.
Okay. Is that something you want provided?
We'd like to see that, yes.
Okay, so for what period of time do you want it?
I believe we asked from January 2012 to date.
On a monthly basis, is that?
That would be good.
Okay, does the panel understand the request?
The request is for a contractor that we have on site for a 12-month period, how much that contract was paid by Con Edison.
No, I think your request was for, did you start in January
Yeah, I just,
of 2012 or 2013?
2012.
All right, so for calendar year 2012, on a monthly basis, a list of all your contracts and how much you paid on a monthly basis on those contracts.
And continuing to date in 2013, Your Honor, if you could.
Okay.
Yes, yes.
Good. Does the panel understand the request?
Ron, can you just repeat it one more time?
Okay, beginning January 2012, on a monthly basis until the most recent data you have, a list of all the contracts you have and how much you paid per month on each contract.
To each contract.
No, it's by contract. Okay,
So
so
if you
if,
have 3 contractors on a contract, it would be separated out by contract.
The contract is awarded to one firm.
okay, do you now understand the request?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, if you could please provide that for the record, and we will reserve exhibit number 808 for identification for that document. If you could provide it electronically to all parties.
Your Honor, just so we can clarify, I believe the union is asking for construction contracts and contracts that are relevant to the type of work that the union does. There are security contracts for providing security at some of our buildings. There are facilities maintenance in terms of house cleaning and other things which are not union responsibility. So I'm assuming that we are not referring to contracts that are not relevant to issues that the union has put into this case.
Well, let's ask, what was the intent of the original interrogatory?
It is for all contracts, Your Honor. We don't want Con Ed to determine what is relevant and what is not relevant.
All right, then the request is for all contracts.
And Your Honor, that, if we could, although this is a team panel, can we have the same request for gas and electric?
I'm willing
Or should I make those requests?
I'm willing to say yes, but if it becomes too burdensome, then I want the company and the union to get on the phone with the judges and work out any differences.
Certainly, Your Honor.
Okay.
If you turn to page 38 of the rebuttal testimony. On page 38, you state that AP5 Schedule 3 is not a staffing plan. Has Con Edison ever put out or put together a staffing plan for STEAM for 2014 or for any future year?
As we identified in our testimony, when we look at our O&M cost, one of the items that we look at is manpower. And we look to see what that would be with regard to when we put our budgets together. It's not a manpower plan, but it's an input to our budget development.
So is this exhibit that was produced is your input into your budget development?
I think we can look at AP5, but I think, of course, one of them it said drafts, and another one said that it was not a plan. Make that statement.
I'm having trouble hearing.
We said we developed those projections, for lack of a better word, associated with when we develop our budget for the upcoming year. It's not a staffing plan. It's an input to the development of our O&M budget.
Then is it fair to say that is Con Edison's projection for developing this budget?
It's the input, yes. But it's a number, as I said earlier, that moves on many things. It moves on nutrition. It moves on personnel moving from organization to organization. And it also moves based on if a position has to be filled, how long it takes to fill that position. So there's many inputs to it, and it's not a hard number.
But it is what you're shooting for.
So each facility has what we refer to as a budgeted and an actual. And I guess you could say that that's what we put out, what it looks at. Yes. So if STEAM at the end of the year has a target of 616 employees, that may be where we end up, but it's not a hard number. It moves. Sometimes we may be above it a little bit, sometimes we may be below it a little bit, both on the management side or the unit side. Then I forget.
Isn't it true that during the lockout a year ago, there were several jobs in STEAM which were not handled or were not handled completely by management or by contractors?
What specific job do you refer to?
I'm not referring to any specific job.
In the testimony, I saw nothing from the union that identified staffing levels had any impact on performance within STEAM operations.
I'm asking you the question. I'm making it now.
And you would have to be specific to what job you believe was.
Your Honor, we're going to object to that question. It's overly broad, vague. You just answered the question.
I'm not sure how it's broad or vague. We're talking about less than 300 employees.
It's a huge department to have the union come in and say, and make claims about a job without identifying the job and the specifics that surround it is really sort of unfair to the panel, and it doesn't help in developing the record in this case.
The panel should know whether some work went undone because they didn't have enough people, and they should be able to answer this question. It's not that difficult a question.
Your Honor,
So I'm going to allow the question.
in terms of asking the answer, he did say that he was unaware.
I didn't hear that part. I heard a different answer related to the union's testimony.
So I specifically could not identify what some work might not have done. But within STEAM operations, obviously, we were able to man all our facilities, including East River, 74th Street complex, all that goes under that, and 59th Street and STEAM distribution by management employees, and we're able to continue with continuity of service.
It isn't true that once the lockout was over, union crews had to be dispatched to jobs which managers and or contractors were not able to complete during the lockout.
We always have work. We never have a zero balance on it. There's nothing left on the plate. So the fact
Please turn to page 41 of the rebuttal testimony. And read their answers at lines 7 through 17.
The answer starting on line 7.
Yes.
You asked me to read that aloud.
Not necessarily loud. You could all just read it yourself. In what way are documentation requirements relaxed during emergencies?
So in regards to the relaxation of paperwork, the documentation in emergencies, contractors that are brought in are not assigned these the work that is performed by the union. So I think this answer is tying in the mutual aid assistance. In STEAM, we don't have mutual aid that was used, so the relaxation that may have applied to mutual aid workers is not applicable to STEAM operation.
And with regard to contractors?
With contractors, the documentation that they provide is really not particular. They're really just providing their manpower sheets, the documents that are provided by our oversight people of the contract. So the work that's performed is overseen by Connex and employees, and that documentation is provided for the contractor for payment purposes. The contractors are not submitting documentation on what they perform.
So the contractors do not provide information about what work they perform?
They keep track of what work they are performing, and then it's reviewed with the oversight personnel for verification.
And then
once it's approved, then they'll submit an invoice for payment.
Are the oversight personnel at the scene of the work, or are they back in an office?
No, they're overseeing the work that's being performed.
They're overseeing the work at the work site?
At the work site, yes.
Are those management employees or bargaining unit employees?
Union employees and management employees.
So steam operations did not do follow-up inspections with regard to Sandy, as indicated in your answer?
Of course, we did follow up. We did, after Sandy occurred, we did assessments to our facilities to determine what equipment had to be addressed. That was a combination of both union and management, employees, and engineering.
In your answer, you state that following the work by contractors and you also refer to mutual assistance workers, as with all major storms, the company follows up with an inspection process.
As I stated, after Sandy, each system in the plant was walked down by plant personnel and engineering to determine equipment affected, and develop a plan to get that equipment back into service.
But is there a follow-up to the work done by the contractors to double check what they did?
When we had contractor support during Sandy, that work received the same level of oversight and verification that the job was done correctly as it would have had it been a non-Sandy, post-non-Sandy. We made no difference.
Do any of you sit on the union management contracting out committee?
No. No.
Have any of you ever attended any of the contracting out committee meetings?
No.
Do you have any idea as to what, if anything, Con Edison has done as a result of that committee to record and maintain detailed records regarding its use of contractors?
No, I'm not aware.
I have nothing further.
Thank you. New York City, I have you down for 30 minutes.
Good morning, panel. My name is Jay Goodman with Couch White. I'm here on behalf of the City of New York. Panel, can you tell me when your initial testimony was prepared?
I believe it was subject to check, initially prepared over the summer, and then modifications were made over the course of the balance of the year.
On page 8 of your rebuttal testimony, lines 10 to 12, the panel states that after additional review of the cost estimates for each storm hardening project, the cost estimates and schedules were refined. Is that correct?
That's correct.
However, although the cost estimates were refined, there is no change in the total amount of capital projected for storm hardening projects. Is that correct?
That's correct. The bottom line on there.
So despite, if the initial testimony was prepared in the summer and then subject to modifications, presumably the storm hardening piece of your initial testimony was developed sometime in the late fall and winter of 2012. So from that point through the filing of rebuttal testimony, approximately 6-7 months later, although you refined the cost estimates of the projects, there was no change to the total capital dollars allocated to the storm hardening program.
That's correct.
Also on page 8, lines 13 to 14 of the rebuttal testimony still, the panel states that projects with updated detailed cost estimates and schedules included. There are then a series of bullet points running through the top of page 10 that itemize some of the changes in project costs. The changes identified on those pages, are those the only changes in costs that were, the only revised cost estimates that were made for the storm hardening projects in the rebuttal testimony?
The estimates are described in testimony in the updated white paper. List out scopes of work for the immediate storm hardening and the final storm hardening project. Update testimony reflects the more detailed estimates that reflected from the field walks during the inspections afterwards and looking at equipment and work we had to do.
Aside from the cost changes that are specified on pages 8 to 10 of your rebuttal testimony, are there other changes or other changes made to the storm hardening project cost estimates as reflected in the rebuttal testimony? Or are they fully identified on pages 8?
Again, so the update testimony in conjunction with the white papers that provide the detail of the specifics of the projects, they reflect the latest estimates.
And those white papers are, the revised white papers are contained in Exhibit SOP 6, is that correct?
That's correct.
And the initial white papers with the initial cost estimates are contained in Exhibit SOP 1, is that correct?
That's correct.
Does the panel agree that if you compare the storm hardening project white papers as revised in SOP 6 to the initial white papers as provided in SOP 1, that the total cost estimate for each project, for each station, does not change from direct to remote?
The total number on the bottom for each of the stations that are reflected is the same number.
Turning back to the rebuttal testimony. Page 8, line 15, 74th Street project, the company says the total cost is now decreasing by $17 million. Page 9, the next bullet says total cost of that project is increasing by $5 million, and there are several other changes through page 10. The total cost changes identified on those pages is a decrease of $21 million. Where is that decrease reflected in the storm hardening project budget? Provided in the exhibits?
Yes, let me just provide you with some more information. So there was updated testimony that was submitted on the record. The projects that are listed there are just high-level descriptions, and the added wording is schedules include but are not limited to the description here. So that's what the updated portion says. And the detailed white paper has the description of the project itself and the scope. So let me just step back a minute and describe the project itself. So the concept of the steam stations is to provide protection for storm. And there is a preventive depth concept here, and that preventive depth is part of the outer perimeter of the station itself. It's a steel and communication.
If I could interrupt for a moment, I understand the purpose of storm hardening projects. I'm just trying to focus on the cost estimates.
Understood. So what I was trying to get to is that in the interior of the station, in the lower areas, there are a couple of options to protect our equipment. One is to raise the equipment, and one is to build protective moats around it. So if you go into the white paper, you'll see that the estimate for that change varied somewhat a little bit. But as we went through our walkthroughs and designs, we looked for the best available repair approach to
the white papers are SOP 6. When you refer to white paper, you mean the projects and cost estimates as set forth in SOP 6, correct?
Your Honor, may
Yeah, let the panelist finish whatever he's going to say before you cut it, okay?
I apologize, Your Honor. The
Whether he goes off topic or not, just let him keep talking.
And Your Honor, excuse me, may I interject one point? Just to make it perfectly clear, there are a couple corrections to the testimony that I think we should be clear about. On page 8, line 13, we had a correction adding but are not limited to after included. On page 8, line 19, add including installation of additional nodes before 8.0 unit. Just to make sure
Thank you.
we're on the same page here.
Thanks.
Okay.
These are the corrections we're listening to.
Thank you. All right, let's get back on track. Let the witness answer. Take a deep breath and then ask the next question. Please proceed.
So on page 8, with that addition, not included in the reduction in numbers, raising of equipment in the area of the plant is slow. So it's not a reduction, it's just, it's an inclusion. It was originally 22 million, and currently the plan for that active and passive protection for the lower area is about 17 million. What did change is the cost of protection on our tunnel protection, and that went up after we did some more detailed review.
To make sure I'm following that correctly, are you saying that there was a change in the total? What was the total change in the cost estimate for the project at 74th Street in total?
In total, it's the same number for the project itself. For 74th Street, it is $38,500,000 over the previous period on 14, 15, 16. There was immediate work that's included in that was completed in 13.
And on the description on the bottom of page 8 of your rebuttal, where there's a different decrease of $17 million in the estimated cost, where is that reflected in the white paper?
So if you were to refer to the white paper, SRP 625, 37th page, there's a series of projects, line items listed there that describe both mobiles and raising of electrical equipment. And if you were to look at that in comparison to the original 22 million, you'll see that the combination of those two have changed from 22 million to 15 million. Again, it's a combination of approaches to protect our equipment, either mobile or raising the electrical equipment. And that was developed from the initial estimate, as we wanted to look for the most cost-effective way to protect.
I have a couple questions regarding the prioritization analysis of the storm hardening project. I'd like to direct the panel's attention to its response to City 74, which was included as page 4 of the city's gas main infrastructure panel to the one. I have a copy that I can hand to you. A copy for the panel to refer to.
Does the city have a couple extra copies, please?
I have one additional copy. It was included as an exhibit.
It's an exhibit, you guys should already have it.
On page 2, the panel states that, given the timing of the storm, all storm-related projects and programs for 2013 were approved outside of the optimization model. When the panel states, given the timing of the storm, does it mean the timing of the storm with respect to the preparation of the rate filing?
So what we're referring to here is the immediate hardening projects. The storm taken right after the impact of Sandy. Since then, we have prioritized the infrastructure project for the Sandy response, storm hardening, and the capital optimization.
Okay, focusing on those immediate storm hardening projects. Can the panel explain, given the timing of the storm, timing with respect to what event? Was it with respect to the rate filing that those immediate projects were not run through the optimization model?
It was with respect to the rate file. However, they've been subsequently updated in the filing. One of the attachments.
Do you mean the update included an analysis of the immediate storm hardening projects under the optimization model?
Correct. The storm hardening projects have been optimized in the optimization.
For 2013, the immediate storm hardening project?
For 2013 and 14. And subsequent to that.
If I could just interject for a moment, would you mind just explaining exactly what the 74th Street facility consists of? What's there?
So the 74th Street is one of the steam generating stations that we have. It has 3 high-pressure boilers, 6 package boilers, and 2 gas turbines. So the facilities that we're talking about, 74th Street has that, Ravenswood has 4 boilers, 60th Street has 6 boilers, 59th Street has 5 boilers, and then East River has the ERP units, plus units 6 and 7, and the South Steam Station. So our system is made up of 5 locations that have various components in each location.
And 74th Street has both gas and steam?
It has gas turbines
Yes.
that can feed the electrical system and also provide flat start capability. And the boilers only produce steam output that goes to the steam system.
Thank you.
Panel, a moment ago you testified that after the initial rate filing, the immediate storm hardening project for implementation in 2013 were run through the capital optimization model. Can you tell me where in the record that information is presented, either the fact that that was done or some summary or description of the analysis itself?
GPS number 104, question about how it was prioritized and how the optimization system worked. And the attachment GPS 13 has 104A. The capital work that's planned for the next several years for the United States hardening projects listed. So they're relative value to the rest of the projects.
That was DPS 104, is that correct? I have a minute to reference that. And you said the other document was an attachment to DPS 104?
Correct. DPS 104A.
Now, page 17, or actually pages 13 through 17 of your rebuttal testimony, you address staff's proposed reductions to the emergency budget capital budget. Isn't it correct that the company is testifying, the panel is testifying that the emergent work program budget reductions that were proposed by staff would interfere with operation of the capital optimization process?
That's correct, that's our update.
And the company shifted some emergent work, dollars allocated for emergent work program from emergent work to the store fighting program, is that correct?
That's correct. Shift the dollars, impact on people.
Was there analysis done that with respect to the amount of dollars that were shifted, that the remaining budget would be sufficient so as to not interfere with the operation of the capital optimization process?
That's by definition why we need emergent work. Right now in 13, we are down to minimal funds for emergent type work that comes up. So projects, emergent equipment that fails that we have to repair would interfere this year on those particular projects. We would have to use the optimization system and defer an important job that we already had planned for this year to allow for the emergent work that we need to run the plant operation.
Did you able to use the optimization model or some of the prioritization analysis to determine how much of the emergent work dollars shifted to storm hardening?
We used the optimization model to come up with the projects that were shifted for the storm hardening work, including work. And we made those shifts and we planned in the update.
Now, I have one last question, or series of questions. We turn to page 22 of the rebuttal testimony. Starting at line 9, the panel testifies that assuming all of the assumptions underlying the company's other programs come out as anticipated, and there are emergent projects to address, some projects may be deferred in order for the company to stay in the budget. Likely or often does it actually happen that all of the assumptions underlying other programs actually come out as anticipated?
Can I ask you to speak on
How likely is it, how often does it actually happen that all of the assumptions underlying the company's other programs actually come out as anticipated?
Obviously, many things change in a given program. Dollars, of course, scope of work, type of equipment that comes up with problems. That's what we're referring to. So we list our projects. We try to stay to that list, but things do change. But we manage to allocate a set of funds for a given reason. That's what we're trying to do.
Things change, things come up, priorities may be shifted, the company has discretion to reprioritize, accelerate, or defer projects, and that's done routinely, right?
If there's equipment failures or things emerge, that's why we have to adjust our program. That's why how the optimization program works.
The description of how the optimization program works, doesn't that describe there will be changes with respect to the assumptions underlying other programs?
Yes, what happens is things do emerge, if you will. Things do change, projects change, the hours associated with projects do change. That's why we have to use the optimization program to help us focus on the priority projects within the guidance.
And it's those periodic updates or changes that you expect, along with optimization model that's used to determine to some extent how much of the emergent work budget is used versus deferral. Or there's a certain amount of discretion in management of the budget is what the parents say. Is that correct? And the expectation is that whatever the budget is, you're going to manage your program to that budget.
We manage to cover it.
I have nothing further.
DPS staff for approximately 10 minutes.
Your Honor, usually DPS staff goes last.
Oh, I'm sorry, yes, you do have 5 minutes.
I sent you an email last night requesting a earlier.
Oh, no, well, 5 minutes is just an estimate.
Stuart Glass for Assemblywoman Paul. Can I direct your attention to SOP 5?
Hold on, we're trying to close this. We have it.
If you look, it seems to be that it's broken down into 4 groupings. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Can I draw your attention to the first grouping? Can you provide some clarification? It says electric plant in service, and it says steam production plant, but the total for that first grouping says total steam production. What is that first grouping supposed to represent?
Just give me a second, I gotta review it, the font is take time. Okay, can you repeat the question now?
Yes, what is that grouping supposed to represent?
Electric plant in service, steam production plant, total steam production. Subject to check that is my belief that that is the book force and the accumulated depreciation for the gas turbines at the Hudson Avenue generating station.
Can you speak up? I'm having a little trouble hearing.
Under the exhibit SOP 5, Hudson Avenue Station, for electric plant and service steam production plant. Under those sets of descriptions, under the total steam production, that represents the book cost, the accumulated depreciation, as well as the net book value of the electric gas turbines at the Hudson Avenue generating station.
And which system is that currently listed in?
That is listed under the electric system, as those gas turbines are electric only.
We can go to the second set on other production and total other production. Do you see that?
I do, I'm just studying it.
That's okay. What does that represent?
I believe subject to check, that also represents other electric-related production equipment at Hudson Avenue that may still be on the books.
Now, that says fuel holders, producers, and access. Would that be referring to what I think is referred to as Hudson Avenue Annex?
In May, I don't see any denotation to Hudson Avenue Annex in this breakdown, but this could be the portion of the fuel for the gas turbines. There's a kerosene tank there, among other items, obviously subject to check. It may well, it may also be affiliated with Unit 10 and 100, also known as Hudson Avenue.
You're dropping off.
It may also be associated with Unit 10 and 100, also known as the Hudson Avenue Annex.
Is it-
Subject to check, I couldn't tell you this.
You are indicating that you are transferring approximately, attempting to transfer approximately $93 million from the steam system to the electric system, which is reflected in your fourth item. Is that correct?
Yes.
Does that fourth item include the Hudson Avenue Annex?
My understanding is that the Hudson Avenue Annex is already in electric. So the $92 million does not include Hudson Avenue Annex.
When was that transferred to electric?
That unit was always in electric. That was in electric.
And maybe I have a misunderstanding of what's being referred to as Hudson Avenue Annex. The area where the fuel oil tank farm is located, is that considered Hudson Avenue Annex, or does that have a separate designation?
The fuel oil tank farm is not the Hudson Avenue Annex.
But you are transferring the fuel oil tank farm to electric. Is that part of the $93 million?
I believe it is subject to check.
And aren't there all, and that has a storage capacity of roughly 2.7 million gallons. Do you accept that subject to check?
But currently, the kerosene tank that provides fuel for the gas turbines is 100,000 gallons.
But there was an investment grade cost study done in 2007 for the Hudson Avenue, and it referenced some of the material that was located at that facility. And one of the areas, accepted subject to check, was fuel oil tank farm with a storage capacity of 2.75 million gallons. Do you accept that?
Those tanks were associated with when we burned number 6 oil at Hudson Avenue. Those are number 6 tanks.
I understand it. I understand that and accept that. But those tanks, physical tanks, whether they're being used now or not, are being part of the transfer of that $93 million.
Again, as I answered before, I do believe that the tank farms are currently in steam. They would be transferred to electric.
And
That's
this,
number 6 fuel oil, not the kerosene, just to be clear. Because the kerosene are already in electric because it supports the gas turbines.
I'm talking about the number 6 fuel. There are also two 258-gallon dump tanks located on the north side of the units. Is that correct?
258-gallon dump tanks.
That was also referenced in the investment grade cost study in 2007.
So those are tanks utilized after the gas turbines run to drain the fuel system.
And those are also being transferred to,
Those should be in electric because they're for the gas turbines, which are electric only.
now what is the annex unit?
The annex unit in Hudson Avenue is a unit that was came into service in 1951, produced about 60 megawatts, and also produced steam. Babcock Wilcox boiler, Westinghouse turbine generator.
And you say that's already been transferred to electric?
That was always in electric.
Thank you.
I will clarify though, but for a few minor shared components such as the track floor for the main steam send out and the mineralization plant, obviously because those were used for steam production.
Do you have an estimate for the cost to remove the fuel oil tank farms, referring to the ones that held the 2.7 million gallons of number 6 fuel oil?
We do.
Can't hear you.
We do have an estimate for removal of the tank farms.
And how much is that?
We don't know at this point. We don't have the information in front of us.
Could we leave a blank in the transcript for that information to be supplied?
If you'd like, we will.
Drawing your attention back to SOP 5, in the last grouping, number 4, there's an indication that for the identified items, or as you refer to them as count numbers, are intended to be retired. Is that correct?
Which items?
The last group is steam plant and service. I think it's 9714, 9716, 9718, and 9720.
So what's your question in regards to those 4 accounts, please?
Those are all to be retired, is that correct?
Those happen.
Do you have a cost estimate to remove that equipment, broken down by each of the separate account numbers?
I don't have a current cost estimate that to take any of those structures down and clean and remediate that were reflected as a whole composite.
But you do agree that when you attempt to transfer these items to the electric system, the cost will be greater than the $93 million that you're showing in net, because there are also costs that you have not mentioned in your testimony to remove or remediate areas.
The company doesn't have a total number for the cost to remove and remediate those, so I could not tell you if that number is greater than the $93 million.
Well, the $93 million doesn't include remediation.
The $93 million is as it states, the net book value of those specific assets that come to that.
So you would concede that the cost of the electric system of the transfer of Hudson Avenue is greater and maybe substantially greater than the $93 million that you project.
I can't tell you what the cost is to remediate and remove those structures. So if I don't have that number, I can't tell you if it's greater than $93,957,000.
You have had experience in removing equipment before, haven't you?
Yes.
And there is a cost to do that, isn't there?
Yes. I would further add though that, you know, you should not, you know, you have to look at the other value of the Hudson Avenue station. And you have to recognize that those boiler assets represented in the, steam assets represented in the $93,957,000 book value did serve electricity only for many, many years prior to the steam system and thereafter when it was a combination steam electric unit. And over 85% of the heat input and fuel burned at the Hudson Avenue generating station served electric. Only 15% of the heat input served steam. So those values, while that equipment, while it may have been is currently in steam, electric customers got a tremendous benefit over the life. And any remediation or any deterioration of those structures, what was a lot of it was due to serving electric.
What is the useful life of some of the items that would have been, let's say, in group 9716?
That would depend on the design basis of the boiler and the operating basis of the boiler. The boiler could have a 30-year life, it could have an 80-year life. It depends on the operating conditions of that equipment and the design basis. It could be built for 50 years, it could be built for 30 years, it could be built for 100 years. And it's also reflective of the maintenance and upkeep of the operator and how well they take care of it.
Can you provide a list of the cost, at least, of the equipment that's been installed in the last 20 years at Hudson Avenue?
No.
You have no idea of what you've spent in the last 20
No,
years?
you asked me, could I provide a list? I don't want to provide you a list. I don't want homework.
Wanting to and being able to are two different things. Your Honor, I would respectfully request that we get, and I'm not trying to burden them, but at least for the last 20 years.
Your Honor, that would be a burden.
Excuse me, Your Honor.
Wait. I'm going to deny the request. Most of these questions have been in the form of discovery questions and should have been handled months ago. So we're only going to go so far. There's not enough time for them to be going out and doing studies for other parties and preparing for their briefs at the same time. So you're just going to have to live with the record as best you can build it today.
Understood. I'll now direct your attention to 74th Street. You indicated in your testimony that you reallocated the rents that are being paid by the electric system at 74th Street. You recall that?
Yes.
Do you know if just one second. If an electric substation has been constructed at 74th Street,
So you wanted to know what?
whether an electric substation was constructed at 74th Street?
So an electric substation has not been constructed at 74th Street. A project for a substation was evaluated and based on the load growth profile that the project has been pushed out.
Pushed out, do you know when it was pushed out to?
We don't have a date here to take.
Would it be a problem for you to just provide that date in the transcript if you would like?
Yes.
Your Honor?
Can you just give us an approximate date now?
Subject to check off the top of my head, we believe it's around 2022 or 2023.
That's perfectly informative, thank you.
Thank you very much. When you recalculated the rents paid by the electric system to the steam system in 74th Street, were you still assuming that the space vacated by the retirement of the steam turbine generator set at 74th Street was still going to be used for that substation, the whole space?
The footprint of the substation was considered in that calculation as part of the electric component of the calculation.
The original, when it was originally transferred, or the original request was made for the rents to be collected, the whole space vacated by the prior retirement of the steam turbine generator was allocated to the electric system for the calculation of rents. Are you saying there's been a new calculation since then?
We revised the calculation as required by a commission order, and that's what we did. And the space of the substation has not changed since the last case, and so that number was the same calculation.
I'd now like to go to have some questions that I need a little clarification for. If we could go to your original testimony, starting on page 44. Let me back up before we go into that. Will the retirement of Hudson Avenue require additional production from your other plants? Steam production from your other plants?
That would vary from year to year based on the sales forecast, but the steam at Hudson Avenue has been picked up, by other units. But really, there was no need, and we base our planning criteria on the peak demand, not on the sales forecast.
Just a minute. On page 14 of your direct testimony, you talk about, starting around line 3, that the evaluation led to changes in the operating criteria that made possible better utilization of the company's cogeneration facilities and less of the oil-fired generation. Do you see that?
I see it.
Does that mean that you're going to be producing more steam at the cogeneration facilities?
Yes.
And what are the cogeneration facilities that you're referring to there?
Cogeneration facilities are East River 1 and 2, East River 660, BMYCP 1 and 2.
You don't happen to have a breakdown of how much percentage increase you expect in each of those facilities?
Not off the top of my head, I don't have a discrete number, no.
Do you have an estimate specifically for her?
Yep.
What is that number?
Typically, our cogen breakdown would be about 55%. We'd be going up to maybe 60%.
page 111 of your original testimony, starting on line 8. Until you get there.
Sorry, can you just give me the page number and the line again?
Yes, certainly. Page 111, starting on line 8. I'm mainly concerned about lines 8 through 16.
Sorry, what's the question?
You refer here that each service department is charged with the energy that it receives from another company department. And you say this element of expense accounts for the electricity used by the steam-only generating stations in order to operate auxiliary equipment. Do you see that?
So that's the electrical supply, as you stated, to run our steam, our auxiliaries. And in our O&M testimony, we have an increase of $1.8 million from the $79 million. in
At
80.
ERP, just to try to keep it simple, there are basically two sets of burners, is that correct? The front set, and then there's, I think the back set is called the HER6, is that correct?
ERP has a combustion turbine that has a combustor on the front end, and that's to make electricity. And then there's fuel on the back end in the duct where the heat recovery steam generator is that fires natural gas for steam production.
What we're both referring to is the front generator. Is that the cost of electricity for that? Do you know how that is broken down or who that is charged to?
I believe it's netted out off of the electric.
So the full amount that's to run that?
Subject to check, I can't answer for sure. But I mean, generally speaking, you have an electric generator, and it produces gross, and then it has net auxiliary, and it can be netted out for the electricity used to make electricity on that combustion turbine. Can't say for sure. I don't have the high tension line, light power map or printed in my head.
Just a few more questions. Just give me a second. Starting on page 43. Just so I understand which unit we're talking about. At line 18, you were talking about the replacement of the HER6 10 and 20. I assume that is referring to ERP? At ERP, is that correct?
Yes.
And you then referred to replacement of East River units 1 and 2 HERSIG. Is that still referring to ERP?
What page and what line, sir?
The next page, starting on line 6.
replacement of the East River Units 1 and 2 Verzic drain header. East River 1 and 2 is also known as East River 1-10 and 2-20, also known as ERP, East River Repowering Project.
Okay, it's just a little confusing. It's one place it's referred to as 10 and 20, one is 1 and 2, or just 1 and I assume those two items are being paid 100% by steam system. Is that correct?
It is requested in the Steam Infrastructure Operations Panel, which is covered by Steam.
Now on page 46, you refer to utilization on line 11 to make it easier. You refer to a utilization of main gas supply at East River Units 1 and 2. That's still ERP, is that correct?
Yes.
Was there a question you asked
Yes,
if that was
I-
related to ERP?
I thought you just asked if that was related to ERP. I'm sorry.
Yes,
I'm
I
waiting
did.
for you.
I did, and I'm
So,
waiting for an answer.
It's been a while, so I'm going to go back to page,
That's okay.
I'm going back to page 44 or 46. 46, line 11, your question was, is that item, when we refer to East River Units 1 and 2, is that ERP?
Yes.
Yes.
So if you're, let me see if I understand you right. You're saying that the main gas supply to Earth is metered through a common station. So how do you know how much gas has been used by the front unit and how much has been used by the HRSGs?
Subject to check, I believe there's a separate line that tees off that one would go to the combustor section of the combustion turbine, and a second line that then goes over to the duct burners and the heat recovery steam generator. And on those separate lines that would be in parallel would be individual meters for the natural gas.
But you state, starting on line 6, you state on 14, modifications will be made to utilize metering to individual units by means of piping change into separate meters. Having only a common meter station limits the ability to provide real-time performance indications for each unit. So it would appear to me that if you already have some sub-meters, which is what your answer appears to have stated, that this wouldn't be an issue that you needed to address.
So this is, there are separate meters between the CTs and the ducts. This is a separate meter between unit 10 and 20.
Up again, so.
There are individual meters between the combustion turbines and the ducts. This is to separate out the gas for unit 10 and unit 20 combustion turbines, unit 10 and unit 20 duct turbines.
Now, are the duct burners the same as the HRSGs, or am I confused?
The duct burners are the combustion mechanism to affect heat exchange in the heat recovery steam generators.
I thought you said that there was separate metering, but now you're saying that you need to create separate metering for the duct burners, which are part of the HRSG. So I'm confused.
Okay. So,
Anything you could do to
Yeah.
help me would be appreciated.
sure. So as I said before, the CTs have their set of meters, and the duct
When you
burners,
say CT,
the combustion turbines for East River and Edison has a gas meter. And the duct burners for East River 1020 has a gas meter. Now we're breaking it out between Unit 10 CTs for the CT meter and Unit 20.
that explains it. Thank you very much. Just give me one more minute. Just one last question, simple one. On page 72, starting on line 18, how is the cost for those access platforms being allocated? Or are they?
Steam capital.
I'm sorry, are any of those costs being allocated to the electric system?
If it's in the steam infrastructure, then it'll be part of steam capital.
No further questions. Thank you very much.
Okay, we're going to go off the record for a minute. I want to address a procedural matter. Mr. Glass, we checked our in-tray and we did not receive a communication from you requesting.
That's the only one, and I did send it twice last night. I sent it to you and all the other judges and all parties last night. I can't get access to my AOL account. I will forward it again to you. Not yet.
And neither of the judges got it. The last communication we have from you is withdrawing across for a steam fuel
I
plant.
know I sent it last night, and I got a few messages back on my system showing that I had a problem with it, so I resent it to Mark, Richter, and to yourself.
Your Honor, we did receive it.
Okay, all right. I didn't, it's not my in-tray. So your other cross is all going to be in the 5-minute range for the other witnesses?
And for most.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, let's go back on the record. Staff, we've gotten you down for 10 minutes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Guy Mazza for Department of Public Service staff. Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning.
I'd first like to direct your attention to the projects with updated detailed cost estimates, which begins on page 8 of your rebuttal testimony. And in your discussions with the gentleman from New York City, you cited SOP 6, or you confirmed that SOP 6 contains the details of the estimates. Is that correct? These projects, the 4 that are listed, have gone up or down, 2 up, 2 down, significantly from the estimates in the initial testimony. The question is, what is your level of confidence that you have in the revised cost estimates for the rate year and for the total project?
We've had the ability since the initial testimony to do extensive walk downs with our engineering staff, working with our estimating department. So a level of confidence that it's increased.
I'm sorry, hard to hear you. Maybe
Sorry.
bring the microphone closer. Is it turned on?
Since the initial update, we've spent a lot of time on the projects themselves. We've done detailed through walks with our engineering staff, developed the estimates and the concepts. We've looked for some alternatives too that might be more cost beneficial. Refine the cost, cut out the scope. All these order of magnitudes, so we have that level of confidence on it. As projects develop and detailed engineering, more details will become available for us, but this is a pretty high level of confidence for us.
Would you just, if you could quantify a little bit more high level of confidence? Do you expect these to change appreciably in the future, or?
Not appreciably. What we refer to here is that projects typically have a contingency assigned to them, so we have an appropriate amount of contingency for what level of detail we have right now. That gives us the confidence that within that margin, we'll maintain the project cost.
All right. On the first project that you talked about on page 8, it's on 74th Street. When you first put that together, that estimate together, what was your level of confidence at that point?
Higher, we have a higher contingency assigned to it, 40 or 60%, but now we're up 30%.
When you say now you're at 30%?
I couldn't hear that last part. You're going to have to speak much closer to the microphone. If you can't hear it in your ears, if you can't hear the sound coming back to you, that means you're not talking loud enough.
Just press it once and tap it.
No, now tap.
Tap the mic.
That's
Press
off.
it again.
Is that better?
No.
No.
How's that?
It's still not all that loud.
Is this better?
Yes.
Okay.
My question was, and I would appreciate it if you would restate your answer, but my question was, you obviously had some level of confidence when this estimate was first prepared, and now you have a different level of confidence. Could you tell me what it was initially, and again, what it is now?
Initially, with the original scope of the project developed immediately after Sandy, we had about a 40 to 60% level of confidence in the contingency value. Now that's down to 30%.
Would you explain to me why you have a lower level of confidence now? Or
So
the number you're using?
let me explain what I meant by
Yes.
contingency. Is a variable assigned to a project that when you don't know what a lot of the scope or the detail of the scope. So a higher number means you have less detail. So now we have a lower number. We've detailed out. We've measured conduit lengths. We've looked out. We've measured how many walls we had to build, how far they had to go, how many pumps, and how the electrical hookup would be with that. We have that, all of that detail will be listed out in an order of magnitude.
So rephrased, you might have a level of confidence of 70% if you have a contingency of 30%.
Correct, you could say that.
Would you please turn to page 22 of your rebuttal testimony? One of your proposals is that the annual replacement of the traps be eliminated. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And could you tell me what the reason is for the current requirement that the traps be replaced annually?
The replacement of the traps, steam distribution system in the streets is a requirement that change under the zoning water.
So would it be fair to say that the basis of the requirement is that the traps proactively, their operability be proactively ensured by annual replacements?
That was the initial intent, was to ensure that they're operable, and that they would be checked for debris. There's also another recommendation to come up with a feasibility study to determine how it can be situated to capture traps. And that's another recommendation to go under trap capture rate.
Right. So if you eliminate the annual trap replacement, wouldn't the company be placed in a position of waiting until the traps fail before they're replaced, rather than being proactive in ensuring their operability?
We are going, we're saying that we would check the traps on an annual basis, because we're only checking the traps right now. The traps are being removed, even though there's a useful life left in the traps. And based on the new assemblies that have been installed, we're not finding any evidence of debris that will be the traps. So the debris is being captured before it gets to the traps.
Yes, that you talk about, or we're having trouble doing
Yeah.
I understand that. However, doesn't this mean that the traps could go 2 or 3 years or more without being replaced?
They could go as long as they hit.
And at that point, again, once they fail, then you can replace it.
The trap failed by being in an open position, so it would still function most times. It doesn't fail in a closed position. In addition, we've done the traps on our system. There's no about trap assembly, there's 2 traps.
I know this is inconvenient, but maybe if you could pass the working microphone to whoever's speaking, it would be easy. And it wasn't working now?
That is your honor.
Yeah, don't touch that button ever again.
You're the electrical engineer.
Okay, thank you. Could we move now to page 28? Beginning on line 14. And here you say staff was provided information on the units that were inoperable after superstorm standard. Only 13% of the units that were installed. First, let me ask, how long did it take to restore the traps after superstorm standard?
It wasn't the traps, it was the RTU units, the remote monitoring system.
And how long did it take to restore those?
To restore the
To restore the operability of the RMS units?
they were completed, so they could check sometime around April, May.
Rather add, just regardless of the RMS, the traps still perform their safety function regardless of that electrical.
And are all of the RMS units now restored to service?
All the RMS units that were damaged during Sandy were returned to service.
Now, in your rebuttal testimony, you say only 13% of the units that were installed. Now, is 13% of these units an insubstantial number to you?
No, that was in response to the testimony that said a large number of units were damaged during Sandy. I just wanted to clarify.
But it is 13% of the total.
There are 13% of the units that were in service prior to Sandy were damaged.
And on the next page, you say When there is a threat for severe flooding events related to the coastal storms, the steam mains associated with these devices will be preemptively isolated in advance of the flooding condition. What percent of this 13% would be in areas that were isolated in response to flooding conditions, in accordance with your testimony on the next page?
On the testimony.
The line I just read you.
Oh, okay. I don't have I know there was 69 units that were damaged. There's a question how many of those were in areas that were flooded or that were already
Well,
isolated?
you appear to be specifying here that, well, let me read further. While hardening the units for severe flooding conditions is an effort we are now pursuing, the RMS is not designed to operate and report when subjected to severe flooding events, such as those exhibited during Superstorm Sandy. When there is a threat for severe flooding events related to the coastal storms, the steam mains associated with these devices will be preemptively isolated in advance of the flooding conditions. So my question is, what percent of the 13% were in areas that will be preemptively isolated in accordance with this statement?
I don't have the exact number, but a large percent of the 13% would have been in areas that the mains would have been isolated preemptively.
But there were areas that were unexpectedly flooded, which affected the RMS units. Is that not correct?
I don't know if it was flooding that made the units inoperable. We had loss of power in some of them. We didn't track the areas that we didn't anticipate to be flooded. We have preemptively isolated certain sections and then ended up dropping a larger section of Manhattan, in lower Manhattan, that was not flooded.
Isn't it true, though, that no matter how well you plan to isolate an area, other areas may unexpectedly have flooding, which may affect RMS units? Which are not currently...
If the steam main is in service, we will get notification of a flooding condition on the RMS. So we will respond to the alarms that we get off the RMS and take actions on the mains. So in many of these, we didn't go and maintain the water levels to keep the units running because the mains were already out of service.
But it wouldn't be preemptively done, as you stated. It would be in response to an alarm, as you just indicated.
Yes.
Further down on that page, I'm sorry, further down on page 8, 28, line 19. You say staff also acknowledged and improved reliability and performance in the RMS during the field audit you conducted in October 2012. Are you familiar with a letter of March 18, 2013 to Mr. Samil Skokla, Vice President, Steam Operations, which accompanied the 2012 record audit and 2012 field audit report?
I'm familiar with the audit.
Okay. With your indulgence, Your Honor, I'd like to distribute copies of this and have it marked for identification. It's a one-page letter dated March 18, 2013, which I just described, accompanied by a two-page Steam Operations 2012 record audit and a two-page 2012 Steam Operations field audit.
That'll be marked Exhibit 809 for identification.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, did you give this number yet?
Yes, I did. It's Exhibit 809.
If I may refer your attention to the last 2 lines of the first paragraph in the letter. And somebody just read those, starting with further.
Give me a page number.
The letter, on the letter,
On the cover letter.
on the cover letter, beginning with the word further, which is in the second to the last sentence of the first paragraph.
In addition, further improvements in the remote monitoring system reliability will need to be explored if the company plans to depend on this technology in the future.
And similarly, page 2 of the 2012 record order, if you would just go to the top of that page and read the last sentence in the initial paragraph on that, on the top of that page.
However, during Sandy, many of the RMS devices failed due to the fourth order, so CBNY will have to further explore options to improve reliability.
And based on those sentences, it appears to give a different impression than what you've indicated in your testimony. Is that not correct?
No, let me read the sentence that precedes the one that I just read,
You may.
or the whole paragraph. An additional concern regarding RMS system was raised during the 2011 field audit. A large percentage of the RMS data center units were not communicating properly with dispatch computer systems. This concern was addressed by a new design of the RMS sending unit, which has proven to perform at a higher reliability rate.
So, whereas it is granted, acknowledged in that sentence that there's improved performance, the next sentence fully clarifies that intent. Is that not correct? The intent of the previous sentence, or the meaning of the previous sentence, which is not the impression that is left by just citing that the sentence you have cited in your testimony. Yes. Staff has nothing further, Your Honor.
Thank you. Any redirect?
Yes, Chairman.
All right, we're going to go back on the record. We're going to put a time limit on consultations. It's taking too long.
We appreciate your indulgence, Your Honor. We do have some redirect to this panel.
Okay, please proceed.
Panel, you were asked questions earlier by counsel for New York City in terms of the projected capital expenditures for the company's STEAM program. And there was some discussion about you first developing your aggregate spend in 2013 and continuing on through the balance of the year. And at one point, you may have indicated that the aggregate capital spend did not change. Am I correct that with respect to the storm hardening projects for calendar years 2014, 2015, and 2016, the company's testimony in this case reflected an incremental spend on top of the underlying capital budget for other projects that you had begun working with in the summer of 2012?
That's correct.
Earlier, you were asked some questions about some additional capital expenditures relating to the East River units, and you indicated that those capital expenditures would be going into steam rate base as part of steam capital expenditures You were also asked some questions about how those costs might be allocated. Am I correct that pursuant to a commission-approved methodology, some portion of those costs would be allocated to electric customers through an interdepartmental rent?
That is correct.
You were also asked some questions earlier about some additional metering at the East River 1 and 2 stations. Can you just clarify your response with respect to the additional metering that is projected to be installed?
Yes, with regards to the gas metering, we are separating the gas to East River CT1 and CT2. The gas metering to East River duct 20 and duct 10 have already been separated.
You were also asked some questions by staff counsel with respect to a staff audit that was conducted with respect to remote monitoring units. Can you please further explain your understanding of that audit and the basis for your testimony and how the company plans to respond to those concerns on a going forward basis?
Yeah, so to clarify what I said, the audit was conducted prior to Sandy under a normal operating conditions, and my understanding was that staff acknowledged that the items that were mentioned in the previous order about improving the reliability of RMS needed to be addressed. The company embarked on making those improvements with a new manufacturer, and based on their audit in 2012, there was an improvement in the RMS reliability. The staff also acknowledged through an interrogatory that there were units that were damaged, and by damage they do not report back to us during Sandy. And these units, a large percentage of those were in areas where flooding existed, and we preemptively isolated those mains. Going forward, what the proposal that we have is, we know when RMS is not reported back to us, and when those situations would exist, we would revert back to the inspection process that we currently have of inspecting the traps on the frequency of 6 times a year when an RMS unit is no longer reporting. So, hope that explains.
That completes our redirect, Your Honor.
Go ahead, Mr. Mazza.
Do we have a moment, Your Honor?
Your Honor,
Yes.
your class, I have one concern with one of the questions that was asked.
All right, Mr. Glass, go ahead, because staff's not here. Go ahead.
There was a question asked, and I'd rather direct it to you, Your Honor, first. There was a question asked by Con Edison on redirect concerning items being allocated. And when I went through them, I was trying to identify which items were being allocated and which weren't. And the way the question on redirect came out, it sounds like everything's being allocated. So I'm a little bit at a loss.
I'll ask the witness to clarify the costs that are being allocated by the additional capital expenditures associated with the East River 1 and 2 units. Is that correct?
Everything is, all of the capital associated with East River 1 and 2 is being allocated as prescribed by the commission.
So something that's being done purely on the earth side, it's your position that it's being allocated between steam and electric?
I believe that is the case, but you can go back and check the previous allocation method that was ordered by the commission.
It really doesn't help the transcript in that regard.
Mr. Mazza?
We have nothing further, Your Honor.
Okay.
Your Honor, I would appreciate a moment to ask a follow-up question. Yeah, but regarding the question about the storm hardening investments, just to be clear, the total budget, if you will, for the storm hardening program is approximately $100 million, correct?
That's correct.
As the panel was revising the project scopes and cost estimates for those projects between the initial and rebuttal testimony, was the panel limited in any way to keeping the budget to $100 million as opposed to going above $100 million for the total program?
No, we were not limited.
And was the panel limited in any way to work scope or budget modifications that would reduce the total program cost below $100 million?
We were not required to go below. We're working on the estimates that approximately percent of the range.
Council President.
Okay, I think we're going to excuse these witnesses. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you, Your Honor.
UIU, you have the next witness.
Your Honors, my name is Saul Rickberg.
Quiet, please. We're on the record.
I'm Saul Rickberg, representing the Utility Intervention Unit of the New York State Department of State. And if you recall, our witness, Ben Johnson.
Mr. Johnson, will you please stand and raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And do you adopt your pre-filed testimony as your sworn testimony in these proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Dr. Johnson, do you have any corrections to your testimony?
There's some typos. There's only one or two that are significant enough to be worth mentioning. The top of each page, it should say rebuttal testimony of Ben Johnson rather than what it does say. And the same error appeared at the very end, on page 21, at line 4. The question should ask, does this conclude your rebuttal testimony?
Thank you. Dr. Johnson is available for cross-examination.
Thank you. Environmental Defense Fund.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Johnson, my name is James Tripp. I'm counsel for the Environmental Defense Fund. I just have a few questions about your rebuttal at pages, I think, 40 to 44, to the testimony of Paul Cinovella. At page 42, starting at line 7, you say that his recommendation regarding the company conducting a study that looks at climate impacts and includes sort of an economic benefit cost analysis. It's similar to what you're proposing, but less specific. And how do you see your proposal as being more specific? And if I can sort of add to that question, at line 10, you say that Mr. Cinovella fails to specify how or when the company should develop this analysis. And I'm wondering what your own folks are about that.
Let me take that in two pieces. As to specificity, and it wasn't meant to be a criticism necessarily, but it just wasn't clear what criteria Mr. Cinovella had in mind. But if you go, for example, to page 14 of my rebuttal testimony, at lines 24 and 25, talk about it needing to be rigorous and objective. I think those are very specific criteria we'd like to see in the order from this case, requiring that the process, not only there be an economic cost benefit analysis, but that it be rigorous and objective, not subjective. Similarly, at page 8, at lines 9 and 10, we say that we believe the process should be more detailed in addition to being objective and rigorous. I also mentioned there the idea that it be transparent, and that's basically saying it's not good enough to have what we'll often see in these processes where you see the bottom line conclusion and somebody says, well, we considered all these things, and it's very difficult for other parties to find out the specific assumptions, the specific calculations, the specific mechanics that were used. And so we think that's very important that it be a transparent process. Ideally, what we'd like to see happen is during the course of this year, there's already a collaborative setup. In the ideal scenario, there'll be substantial resources invested in that collaborative to actually develop a computer model that all the parties would have opportunity to see the development of that, have input into the development of it, and as much as possible, the model would be capable of accommodating all of the concerns of the city of New York, as well as UIU and staff and the other parties, the environmental groups that have shown an interest in this. There's no reason we can't have something in which there's an actual model that Con Ed or the city, to the extent they're willing to help fund the development of the model, that's great, that Con Ed is comfortable with and has confidence in, but which allows other parties to change assumptions if they disagree with the probability, for example, of a certain sea level rise or a certain scenario. It's just a matter of changing assumptions, and all the parties can talk to the commission later about the fact that we have concerns that, although the model is the same model we all agreed with, they're setting a different probability on certain scenarios, for example. So in terms of specifics, there's also additional specifics in my testimony. For example, and this is very important, call attention to it, thank you. At page 22, we talked about, as an economist, I know what I mean by an economic cost benefit analysis. It's a term of art and it's a well understood process. It's essentially comparing economic cost to economic benefits. And the benefits I discuss in a fair amount of detail here at page 22, starting about line 5. But more specifically, a properly done study is maximizing the net present value of the entire stream of probable future benefits to customers. So each year, under each scenario, you have an estimated benefit of engaging in the activity, the investment we're talking about, a particular project, and you adjust that for the probability that that benefit will arise. These are very small probabilities in most cases because we're dealing with unusual storm events that only rarely happen. But there could be other benefits as well. The same investment might increase reliability on a day-to-day basis. So you'd want a model that allows you to consider the things that benefit from the project in addition to the storm benefits. But the idea is it's a very specific criteria that's quite different than simply saying, well, in engineering judgment, we felt this was a good idea. We think this particular substation is important. You have a basis for deciding that particular substation is prioritized because you know which customers are served off that substation. You know the probability that those customers will get benefit from a more reliable handling of that substation.
On that same page 42, you state that this benefit cost analysis should be developed before spending $100 million on this effort. At least it's my impression that Con Edison has, since Sandy, spent hundreds of millions of dollars on hardening projects. Is that your understanding?
I'm not the best witness to ask the exact total. I haven't focused on that specifically, particularly the 2013 plans of what they're spending. Certainly tens of millions they are spending. And we're not necessarily criticizing them for immediately trying to respond. If in their judgment there are certain items that are clearly needed and there's no question in their mind that they're going to be beneficial, we're not necessarily second guessing those 2013 expenditures. But what we are saying is as we move into 2014 and particularly beyond, there's plenty of time to make sure we're making the right decisions about which projects to be investing in and the specific designs to be using. There's no excuse for just assuming that regardless of what you spend, it's all going to be worthwhile.
At the bottom of page 41 and 42, and top 42, you refer to Mr. Sonoella's testimony that this comprehensive climate adaptation plan should look at more than just hardening, but that resiliency includes looking at distributed resources, microgrids, and so on. My question to you is, you quote that testimony and then you don't seem to say anything further about it. But I'm wondering in terms of your own thoughts of the kind of further analysis that you're suggesting, whether it should include the kinds of things that Mr. Sonoella is referring to as well as traditional hardening kind of projects.
I think there's some potential there. And ideally, the planning process that we're talking about would allow for the potential of investments made by other parties besides Con Ed, but which are getting rate treatments that cost other customers to make it feasible. So we're talking about distributed generation. And if someone believed that increased distributed generation would improve resiliency, I think they should have that opportunity to make that case. And ideally, the modeling process would provide a way to deal with that. Because the premise, as I understand his testimony, is that the customers who are providing their own generation would have the ability to come back on with power more quickly as a result of having that, and that potentially some of that power is benefiting other customers and providing, strengthening the ability to maintain power or bring it back more quickly. I have not personally studied. I would suspect there's a certain scale problem. If you have too little distributed generation in and of itself, it might not be enough to actually energize the grid. You think back to the whole problem with when you have blackouts and the difficulties of getting the system back up again. Everybody's lights are turned on and they're trying to immediately suck out the last little bit of electricity you're finally able to pump in. So you have a certain minimum scale. And that would be a concern in my mind that would have to be looked at. But in principle, I have no objection to the idea that diversifying energy sources could be a source of resilience, and to the extent policies in terms of net generation or other types of policies, net building, other types of policies might encourage that, and there's a cost to the other customers of encouraging it. Ideally, you have a framework that allows you to look at that and consider under what scenarios would there be net benefits to the other customers to help justifying their partially funding that through net billing or other mechanisms that might exist or be accepted by this commission.
Thank you very much. I have no further questions.
Thank you. Con Edison for 15 minutes.
Good morning, Your Honors. Good morning, Mr. Johnson. My name is Martin Heslin. I represent Con Edison.
Good morning.
Mr. Johnson, would you turn to your rebuttal testimony? That will be the topic of my questions. And go to page 5, line 8.
Yes.
And specifically, you have the phrase, exploring many subtle and arcane aspects of the analytical process. I take it that the analytical process refers to the cost-benefit analysis that you're proposing here.
Yes.
Would you describe what those subtle and arcane aspects of the cost-benefit process are as they would pertain to the cost-benefit analysis you're proposing for Con Edison's storm hardening resiliency programs?
Well, I wouldn't attempt to do an exhaustive discussion, but let me start with the basics. The economists are talking about cost-benefit analysis. They're generally talking about the total of consumer surplus and producer surplus. In the case of a company, a competitive company or an unregulated company, the profit maximization process, which has been studied by economists for well over 100 years and is well understood, basically involves an attempt to maximize producer surplus for profit in excess of the cost of equity. When we're dealing with something like the Corps of Army Engineers attempts to build levees or to build dams or other types of projects, they had this problem of, well, what are they trying to maximize? How should they go about deciding? And in particular, they were under pressure saying, well, they had all these different people in different states around the country wanting a project built in their area. And Congress was attempting to deflect some of that to professional judgment and not some of the political process of who's got the votes. And they were trying to say, well, we want to get our money to go as far as possible. And while there may have been some politics involved in making sure that certain states got at least some of the funding, even within that state, you had pressure, well, which particular projects do you move forward? So they've developed a process that focuses on, in essence, consumer surplus, which is the excess benefit to society, even though it's not a profit per se. It's the same basic principle. So that's the starting point. We're dealing with maximizing the sum of consumer and producer surplus. In the case of storm hardening, the basic relevance is we're talking about power is in fact worth more than the price we charge customers for. If we had an unregulated monopolist who was able to extract the maximum possible price, there's no doubt that Con Ed, if that was allowed to do that, would charge higher rates than they are actually charging. So power is worth more than what people pay for it, and the absence of that power is a loss to them, that they are used to having power that helps make their business function and allows their family to do the things they do. So you're measuring, in essence, on a per kWh basis, the benefit of allowing the power to be there rather than not be there, times the number of hours in which that power is or is not available, times the probability that you're actually going to have the effect you're talking about of actually maintaining electricity or bringing it back quickly versus slowly. So that's the basic premise of what we're dealing with. Now where it gets more subtle and difficult, and potentially one of the controversial areas would, for example, be, well, what discount rate do you use? Con Ed has a relatively low-risk operation with relatively favorable cost of capital. It's able to borrow at low interest rates. Some customers are paying much higher interest rates. For a typical residential customer in the Bronx, their effective cost rate might be 15% or some number like that they have to borrow on a credit card. And so their discount rate potentially is very different than Con Ed. And so in terms of potential controversy is, well, what's the right discount rate to use? And for certain scenarios, it may make a big difference. So that's an example. As I said, I'm not going to attempt in one quick answer to give you an exhaustive list, but there are very well understood basic issues that would have to be dealt with.
I appreciate one more.
Sure. The question of probabilities is clearly one that you have to deal with, and in a straightforward manner. In essence, you take a series of scenarios that you believe are relevant and assign probabilities to them. And so there would be room for debate as to whether or not, for example, the environmental witnesses brought in different scenarios talking about rapid ice melt and other concerns, but those are just a small percentage chance that scenario will come into play. So each scenario would need to be assigned probabilities to the extent there's a discussion or not reached consensus. The system ideally is very straightforward. You just assign different probabilities. We believe person A, party A, says we don't believe this ice melt scenario is a very high probability. We give it 1/10 to 1% chance. somebody else thinks it's a 3% probability, that's tremendous difference, but it may or may not have a tremendous difference in the bottom line. Obviously, 1/10 of 1% versus 3% mathematically is a big difference. They're both small probabilities. It may not matter a lot in terms of the final decision whether project's worth pursuing.
Thank you. On page 14, lines 23 to 26, there you state that the following. In order to protect the interests of customers, the process should be focused on a rigorous, objective, resiliency risk assessment and associated cost-benefit analysis, rather than a more open and subjective discussion of priorities. So you prefer not to have, you prefer to avoid subjective discussions.
To the extent it's feasible, I think it's more productive to, particularly if the commission is going to have to resolve disputes. Let's say, for example, in this collaborative process, at the end of it, there's still some disagreement amongst the city and you and the environmental groups or Con Ed. Some parties disagree as to what's the optimal amount of money to spend. To my mind, it'd be much better for the commission to have to resolve that, not by saying I'm going to pick a number in the middle of this range or flip a coin or who I like best or who seems to feel most strongly that their number's right. Be able to say, oh, I understand what the differences are. There was a difference in, say, discount rates applied to customers and potential benefits 40 years from now. And for those customers, there's not a lot of benefit there because it's so far out in the future. The discount rate is so high, they'd be better off having that money today in their pocket, not being sent to Con Ed so that they can pay down their credit card bills. To give you a simple example of the kind of thing. The commission can resolve that. They just have to make a decision whether they think the appropriate discount rate is 4% or 8% or 14%, much more easily than to just pick a number and say we think it ought to be 100 million or 200 million or 30 million. So that's why I believe that creating a structured process with a hopefully non-controversially, well understood, everybody's agreed this is the basic mechanics of how we're doing it, and we're debating in terms of assumptions, we're debating in terms of probabilities, things of that sort. I just think it's a more structured process, and it will be more objective, less subjective, and make it easier for the commission to resolve.
Now on page 13 of your testimony, specifically lines 11 and 12, you provide a few examples of, quote, important issues that need to be properly handled in a cost-benefit analysis. You see that?
Yes.
Right. And one of those examples on page 13, lines 16 through 22, is the loss of service to a hospital that runs a generator for emergency power during the electric service outage. You see that discussion?
Yes.
Would the cost-benefit analysis that you're proposing quantify the economic loss from that hospital's loss of power?
Yes, ideally it would. You would have a methodology in which you would assign a probability to the various events and a value to the benefit of avoiding the outage. And I think this is a good example in the sense that in a hospital it's self-evident that it's more important than, say, the typical store down the street. Okay? That having a store be closed for 2 days is not as catastrophic event as having a hospital shut down. You can all visualize the problem of, we're going to have people dying, or we're going to be medevacing them out at incredible expense. It's clear that a hospital is something you want to maintain power on, and that's why they have backup generators. But the problem with backup generators is, that's your last line of defense. If the power doesn't come back on, eventually that backup generator may fail itself or run out of fuel, if you also lost natural gas and you had a backup source of fuel, I'm not sure what you do in New York. But the point is, even the most obvious examples of a high priority situation can be quantified. You can sit there and say, well, how valuable is power to that hospital? What is the alternative if they completely lose power? And the really key thing there is it gets to, losing power for an hour or two is not nearly as serious for a hospital as losing it for several days. Because the first hour or two, they have backup generators intended to handle that kind of common, short, brief interruption. But a 7-day interruption, it may not be capable of handling, or they'd be running real risk that sometime in that 7 days they're nervous that those generators are going to keep running properly. Hopefully they will. Hopefully they're well engineered and they could go for months. But my point being, that's something you want to study and objectively analyze.
I know you're not an expert in the design of hospital backup generation, but did you give any consideration to the potential that a hospital would not back up its entire usage with its generators?
I hadn't thought much about that, but it's certainly a possibility. If they're anticipating relatively short duration problems, they allow their administrators to, after certain parts of the building to not be fully backed up. The more days that go by, the more that would not be sufficient, and then we'd have a problem. Again, that's the kind of thing that hopefully Con Ed would be aware of. Certainly the city, to the extent the city has contacts with the hospital, it would be a relatively straightforward matter to find out for each hospital what is their situation, what design criteria have they been using, and is it adequate to deal with actual scenarios that we've all agreed are reported. And again, at the beginning of the process, you have certain scenarios that there's concern about rising sea levels, for example, which in turn means potential additional flooding. For those scenarios, if they have a potential impact on the hospitals, tying it all together is the whole idea of trying to objectively look at these factors and think it through carefully.
And so once we determined those considerations that you just discussed for each particular hospital that may be affected by the particular power outage scenario that we're looking at, would the cost-benefit quantification be different depending upon whether the hospital's emergency system supplies all or some portion of the electric requirements and for the number of days that it's capable of doing so?
Yes, to the extent they are already spending money on backup generators, then there's obviously high value of maintaining continuous power, and they are concerned about it, so they're already creating some safety margin of having their own generators. That's clearly a cost they're already spending. The potential benefit is the benefit of not losing, basically what can Con Ed do on its part of the equation to help further assure them, so the actual benefit is less than if they did not have backup generators.
Are there non-economic impacts from the loss of electric service to a hospital?
Maybe, but nothing comes to mind. As economists, we tend to convert everything into economic terms, so maybe I'm just having a blind spot at the moment. But most, we talk about, people being sick or talk about them dying. We tend to convert that into money terms. If we're talking about should we have, safety standards for highways, economists tend to talk about, well, we ought to quantify that. What does it cost to improve the safety of highways? Compare that to the people's lives who are saved, and make some estimate to quantify the value of life. It's emotionally very difficult for other people to deal with, but objectively, it is something that economists tend to do, and we think it should be done more of. So the point is, most benefits we think of are economic benefits ultimately. The difference is you're attempting to put them into monetary terms. But there may be some benefits that are not economic, and do you think we could give you some examples? I think about that.
You mentioned excuse me for getting too close to the mic. You mentioned earlier the potential for an evacuation of a hospital. Can you quantify the economic impacts of that?
Well, obviously it'd be very costly.
How about the impacts on the patients who are being evacuated?
Again, it would be very costly. Conceptually, the idea is you're looking at what is the out-of-pocket cost of evacuating them, which would be the cost of bringing in helicopters or whatever means of transportation were available. course, you'd want to consider the risk that people who are critically ill, their condition would deteriorate in the course of the move. So all of that can be evaluated, and it should be pretty self-evident that you'd like to avoid it. Now, at some point, you sit there and say, well, you still go through the exercise of calculating it, and if you concluded that the only people in this particular neighborhood, the only customers in this neighborhood who have a high enough economic benefit to justify continued power, and the rest of the neighborhood is just not worth it to them, it may be the best answer is to beef up the backup generators of that hospital, to have additional redundancy built into that system there at the spot, rather than upgrade the entire section of the Con Ed system for the benefit of that one hospital. I'm not trying to prejudge the outcome of that analysis. I think a rigorous analysis will still point you in the right direction, even if the answer isn't what you expect at the beginning.
Will, in the collaborative and the development and inputs into the model that we've spoken of, will we need to have the hospitals at the table?
I don't think there's any problem with their having input if they care to, but it's not necessary. Particularly the city, I would think, would be willing and interested. From the signs I've seen, their testimony seems very concerned about this. Just contact the hospital administrators and talk to them. They would, I would think, have plenty of existing lines of communication with the hospitals. So they'd be the ideal party to help deal with that and try to get information from them about what their loads are. Obviously, Con Ed would know to some degree their side of the picture for each hospital, what the peak demand is, what the average demand is, and so on. But as far as the backup generator specs and those kinds of questions that you're asking, I would hope the hospitals would be willing to cooperate. To the extent some of them aren't, then you use a proxy of another hospital. There are going to be at least a couple hospitals in town who care about this and are willing to take the time it takes to look it up and figure out what their current, what the answers are. And then you can try to estimate on a per bed basis or other basis if necessary. There may also be, and I don't know the specifics, there may be records available in terms of Department of Health or some other agency may maintain inspections and other records that will allow you to generalize from one or two specific hospitals you looked at closely, and they're able to generalize out fairly efficiently.
So on lines 19 and 20, you say the longer the outage lasts, the greater the risk of losing the emergency generators with a corresponding catastrophic escalation of the impact. The cost-benefit analysis that you propose will provide different probabilities and cost impacts of this catastrophic escalation?
Yes, ideally that's what you're doing. In other words, rather than just having an engineer look at the question of, for example, should we make this transformer submersible, as an example, so where it's waterproof. You're saying, okay, that's a great idea, it might be worth considering. Let's evaluate how much benefit is there. Is that one component being waterproof sufficient to ensure that power will be continuously available to that hospital? Or is that just one component and there's some others we've overlooked that are going to fail into the same scenario? That if you have that much water to cause the transformer to fail, other components are also going to fail. And those components might be critical. So, but assuming not, then you say, okay, we've got this project, this is the critical component, we want to make sure this is waterproof, or at least we think that's a project worth evaluating. Then we look at, okay, what's it cost to do that? And that's the cost side. And the benefit side is, well, which customers are receiving power from that transformer? In this case, it might just be a single hospital. And so, okay, for that hospital, our intuition is their power is very valuable. And chances are this project is going to make the cut. This would be a good transformer to make waterproof. But the idea is to have a process for which you go through and say we're estimating power is worth a certain amount to hospitals immediately, even in the first 5 minutes of loss of power. There's some value. It costs them the money to crank up a backup generator life, and they'd like to avoid that. But beyond that, the more hours that pass, the higher the value of avoiding continuing to run those backup generators, the more they would like to have power restored. And you have an objective criteria and a sort of a framework for analyzing that, rather than just relying on intuition.
If you would turn to page 17, lines 2 to 6. There, you state, as I read it, that it may be prohibitively expensive to harden the system against damage from any conceivable future storm event, and thus it may make more sense to concentrate on making the system resilient.
Yeah.
Now, are you saying that hardening should not be undertaken? Let me take a step back. You've distinguished between hardening and resiliency.
Yeah.
And I'm using your definition of hardening here. Hardening to the sense of improving the capability of a piece of equipment to resist failure.
Yes.
Okay. So are you saying that hardening should not be undertaken unless the component can be hardened against damage from any conceivable future storm event?
No, of course not.
Okay. So what are you saying then is regarding the test for hardening in lines 2 through 6?
Well, first, I think there were a couple points I was trying to make, and I'll double check the context. But first, I was just trying to draw a distinction between resilience and hardening. I don't know that there's any major dispute amongst the parties on that issue. I'm not saying there necessarily is, but I felt it wasn't a distinction that was laid out as clearly, certainly not in Con Ed's presentation, as I thought might be beneficial for the commission, that you can think of hardening as a sub-piece of resilience, and that there could be cases in which resilience is achieved through non-capital investment items, such as better training. I thought that was a point, good example we can give, or through inventory items and having a design or a plan and training to be able to rapidly replace items that fail, rather than trying to strengthen all those items. That may be more cost effective to have an inventory of replacements available for as needed. If a tree falls on some item, or some wind-blown damage knocks down a particular item, rather than trying to make every single item of that type throughout the entire system capable of withstanding a car, or parts of a car smashing into it and destroying it. You can't think of every possible scenario, so that you say you're worried about it, so you handle it hard by something like an inventory. I was just trying to give this distinction between simply thinking in terms of hardening the item versus other options, such as backup inventories or better training, that might be part of a broader, more holistic view of the issue.
So, using the example of a Category 5 hurricane, what are the winds there, 150 miles an hour? Right. Storm surge, tremendous storm surge. The fact that Con Edison couldn't harden a piece of equipment to withstand that, would that mean that no hardening should be done at all with regard to that equipment for a lesser type storm?
It all comes down to probabilities. If the probabilities of the lesser storms are significant enough, it may be worthwhile to harden to that lesser standard. But again, back to the important principle of having an objective process is it would be very unfortunate after spending a lot of money to harden to, say, a Category 2 windstorm event, and you have a Category 3 windstorm, for have the public angry at Con Ed and angry at this commission for why didn't you protect against that. To me, it'd be much better to be able to say, because we looked at the probabilities, and Category 3 events are rarer than Category 2. It was cost effective to protect up to Category 2. And for events beyond Category 2, we had additional plans. And our plan was not hardening. Our plan was to try to more rapidly bring the system up, and it's working as planned. We're really sorry you've lost power for 48 hours, but it could have been 5 days if we hadn't engaged in training and other things we've done. So the principle is the same. The idea is trying to not only make better decisions, but very carefully document those decisions so that the public will understand that they're interested in protecting throughout this process.
Part of your rebuttal testimony addresses the direct testimony of the New York City Policy Panel. So
Yes.
you're familiar with that testimony in preparing your rebuttal, obviously. So you saw there on page 37 of the New York City Policy Panel that one of Con Edison's transmission stations serves 11 hospitals, 3 wastewater treatment plants, and 3,060 residential high-rise buildings. I don't know if you have the testimony in front of you. Would you accept that subject to check that that's accurate, an accurate statement? Page 37, if you have it.
Yeah, I don't have it with me. I've got a quote on page 19, and one of the numbers you said doesn't match, so either I have a typo or maybe you just misread one of those numbers.
Primary approach to this.
Okay. Have it, and it was a different example. Okay.
So 11 hospitals, 3 wastewater treatment plants, and 3,060 residential high-rises served by 1 transmission station. Now, I want to ask you, in that scenario of facilities served, can you envision the case of a 25-story residential apartment building losing electric service as a result of damage caused to Con Edison's transmission station by a storm?
Yes, it is conceivable.
And can you envision a lack of water service to that high-rise apartment building?
Yes, it would be rather very, very difficult conditions for the people in that building.
And you can envision then a lack of elevator service in that building and a lack of air conditioning in the apartments of that building.
Yes.
And can you envision elderly or handicapped people who can't leave that building because the elevator doesn't work?
Yes.
Now, on page 22 of your testimony, would you look at lines 10 through 14?
Yes.
There you say, the immediate goal is to maximize the net present value of the stream of probable future benefits to customers as a result of greater system resiliency, net of the cost of achieving that increase in resiliency. In turn, this will help maximize the benefits to society as a whole. You see that testimony?
Yes.
In that sentence, does resiliency includes potential storm hardening, as you've defined it in your testimony?
Yes.
Is it your position that storm hardening or resiliency work at that transmission station that we talked about is not warranted unless the present net value of the stream of probable future benefits to customers as a result of storm hardening exceeds the cost of achieving that storm hardening?
Yes.
Now, getting back to that high-rise building with the stranded elderly and handicapped, would you explain how their plight will be captured in the, quote, net present value of the stream of probable future benefits to customers as a result of greater system resiliency?
Basically, there's clearly benefit to them of having the elevators work. You quantify that. There's benefits to having water. You quantify that. And then ideally, you look at the best way of achieving that reliability. In most cases, the best way is simply for Con Ed's facilities to work as planned and to survive the storm or to come back as quickly as possible. But it is conceivable that the increase in the electric bill will be so severe that they'd be better off installing an emergency generator, just like hospitals do. There is some upper limit on how much benefit you can achieve through Con Ed, and at minimum, that upper limit starts being brought into question when you could simply provide an entire backup generator that doesn't currently exist. The point is, we can't get emotional about this and simply say, oh, this would be absolutely terrible, and we'll spend whatever it takes. If we have that attitude, what we may do is achieve a very, very reliable system that no one can afford, and those people are not able to feed themselves, or they're not able to do any of the things that makes life enjoyable for them on an ordinary basis because their electric bill has gone so high. So the point is, we have to be aware of the fact that this is an objective process that has to be done. And we have to analyze what the choices are. We shouldn't just let emotion by picking examples like that or visualize that person being tracked and say, oh, because of that, no matter what it takes, open up the checkbook and write however many billions of dollars worth of checks we have to write. Because at some point that would put such a burden on the city of New York and the people living in the city of New York that their day-to-day existence will be harmed, businesses may be put out of business because they're not able to compete with competing states. There is a burden of excessive costs. Now, we're not saying that your plan and the projects you put forward today are at that point, but there is a concern here that if we're not objective about it, we could have year after year after year of 200 million, 200 million, 300 million, and just keeps on going until we've reached a point where the rates are so high that there's an adverse impact because, in essence, we failed to start thinking it through in the first place and actually trying to make a decision.
Would you go to page 44 of your testimony? There on lines 7 through 30, you mentioned the testimony of Environmental Defense Fund witness Centoletta, and his citation to a United States Department of Energy report. It finds that the cost of an 8-hour outage on a summer afternoon in 2008 dollars would be $10.70 for the average residential customer. Do you see that?
Yes.
Now, you do state that you're not familiar with that study, and it's obviously not specific to Con Edison's service area, correct?
Yes.
Nonetheless, you state, nonetheless, the numbers in that study illustrate some important points, and particularly that, quote, economic benefits attributable to a more resilient system are capable of being quantified. Close quote. You see that? So your proposed cost-benefit analysis would develop a cost of an outage to a average residential customer?
I haven't prejudged that question of whether calculating it on an average basis would be useful exercise or not. If it were, it would, for example, the average high-rise customer probably has greater impact than the average low-rise for the simple reason you gave, which is water and elevator service are dependent on electricity. So there's an additional concern that might not apply to someone at a lower elevation building. So whether or not the average that averages the high-rise and the low-rise is the best way to do it, I don't know. But what is interesting about this example is that this is not something that no one's ever tried before, or something that is simply incapable of being done. This Department of Energy attempted to estimate some values, and they recognized that maybe the average customer isn't the most relevant thing. They looked at some distinctions, and they drew the distinctions they drew between residential, commercial, industrial, small and large. They found some pretty significant differences. To some degree, that could be simply a function of the additional kilowatt hours that those larger customers are using, but it could also be that there's additional factors, in particular loss of business to a commercial customer who shut down, yet they still have to pay their employees, potentially or reduce their workforce if they can't afford to pay their employees and employees get upset. So one way or another, there's consequences for the commercial customer that may be greater than for the residential customer.
So you might have several different cost benefits, one for a residential customer of one type, one for a residential customer of another type, one for a commercial business, etc.
Yes, I think it's intuitive. Let's take the alternative that's been presented in this proceeding and start with the gross city product. Simply look at the total turnover or economic activity of the city, use that as some basis, which I questioned in my testimony. But if you break that down, it's intuitive. There are certain parts of the city's economic engine that are of greater value and critical importance than others. So having downtown area around us here shut down is an embarrassment from a public relations point of view. And there's tremendous wealth involved at New York Stock Exchange. There's investment bankers. There's a lot of people here who, if they're without power for pretty long and get fed up, and the next time say, I just can't move the city, it's just not reliable enough, I need to move the city, it's up on higher ground, that's pretty catastrophic in the long term. So I think it's legitimate to recognize that even though they may pay the same rate as the local deli or whatever, their value to them may be higher, and that this, what we call consumer surplus, may be significantly greater for them. And for purposes of analyzing this, it may be perfectly legitimate to invest more in resiliency and hardening and other types of projects like we're talking about for certain critical customers, and recognize that some other customers, it isn't as valuable to them, and we're not going to spend as much, because if they were asked, they couldn't afford and would not choose to pay for the same level of reliability that an investment banker might be willing to pay for. And ultimately, ideally, if you've gone through that process, you'd also find a way in the rate design to pass through some of those added reliability costs directly to the customers who you targeted. But that's a different issue for a different day. For now, the moment is to recognize, yes, there are differences between customers, and we should be objective about this and recognize that some customers would be willing to pay for a very high level of resilience. Others may not be able to afford it and may not be willing to pay for quite as high a level of resilience.
No, you say we should be objective about that. Do you envision that there'll be different opinions about the value of service to particular types of customers among the people in that collaborative?
Yes.
Now, UIU, Utility Intervention Unit, is a representative of residential customers and I believe particularly low-income residential customers. Would you agree with that?
I'm not familiar enough with the specifics. I do know that they represent residential and small commercial customers. I agree.
And would UIU propose a higher or a lower value for the surplus value of electric service to customers? They tend to propose a higher or lower value.
I've not discussed that with them, and I have no idea. I don't think they have any reason to come into it with a preconceived notion. I think objectively, the benefits to a small commercial customer will typically be greater than to residential, but it is somewhat a time-sensitive issue. Think of it this way: if you lose, a typical residential customer loses power for an hour or two, it's not long enough for their freezer to everything to melt. The economic impact on them is not as severe. Whereas a business that's shut down for that same 2-hour period, it might be pretty significant to them. They basically are losing all their revenue during that 2-hour period when they have all their costs, especially if they don't know how long the power is out, so they can't send anybody home. So objectively, you could sit there that constituency, if you will, of UIUs might put greater value on avoiding that 2-hour loss than the other part of their constituency with the residential. But the principles are still the same. We need to actually try to come to grips with these issues rather than just dealing with it emotionally and say, well, let's just spend whatever we can take. Because the fact is, if you go down that path, if you say we're going to spend regardless of whether it's beneficial or not, if nothing else, I would say you may choose the wrong projects and prioritize the wrong ones.
Earlier, when we were discussing the hospital on the generator, you contrasted the outage of that hospital for 2 days with the outage to a commercial business in the same neighborhood. And you said it's obviously much more important to the hospital 2 days outage than the commercial business. And just now you said that a 2-hour outage to the commercial business could be very significant because of sending people home or loss of foods or food spoilage. I think you just used the example again. And are you not pointing out then that they're achieving objectivity with regard to the surplus value of electric service, even to a particular class of customers, is difficult?
I would accept and agree that there will be some difficulties. But I would suggest, and let me give you a simple analogy, that we're dealing with something here that fundamentally we don't go down this path of objectively discussing these things in a transparent manner using a modeling approach. We'll be making a mistake. And the analogy I would draw to would be rate of return. For well over 100 years, it's been established that we get a better result in deciding on rate of return. If we go through the difficult process, admittedly still has some subjectivity, having witnesses analyze data and present theories and discuss why they think an 8% return is better than an 11% return. We had a purely political process in which all that happened is the commission would pick any number from 1 to 100, and just based on who seems to be more persuasive, I really think a 20% return makes sense. No, I think a 2% return makes sense. I don't think we'd get as good a result. Eventually, yes, there'd be a feedback effect. If you try to give them 20% returns, eventually the rates would be so high people would be moving out of the city. And conversely, if you gave 2% returns, they'd be so low the company would have trouble raising capital. But we're actually debating in a very narrow range. And the reason we're doing that is because everybody has agreed that we need to be objective about this. And there's still room for debate, but that debate is very structured and very limited to the actual relevant issues of how do I interpret this piece of data out of the stock market, or how do I interpret that change in interest rates. I think it's analogous to what we're asking Con Ed to accept, and we're asking the city, the other parties. We're not saying that resiliency is unimportant. We're not saying that more money shouldn't be spent on it. Perhaps more money should be spent. But we think before we spend hundreds of millions of dollars, we need an objective process to choose the projects carefully and to decide how much more we should spend.
Another factor that we've discussed that's an input to the model is the probability of events.
Yes.
Would you turn to page 34, lines 7 through 11 of your testimony?
I'm with you.
There you say, starting on line 8, on line 7, you point out that equipment located in a 100-year storm zone has roughly a 26% chance of experiencing a 100-year storm over a 30-year life of that equipment, over a 30-year period.
Yes.
And then you state the following beginning on line 8. Thus, if the economic span of the equipment in question is 30 years, there's just a 26% chance that the equipment will be subjected to a 100-year storm event even once during the entire time it is part of Con Edison's system.
Yes.
Now, assuming that Con Edison's, a piece of Con Edison's equipment is critical for maintaining service to that high-rise we discussed before, and that equipment is located in the 100-year zone, 100-year flood zone.
Yes.
How does your proposed cost-benefit analysis reflect that 26% chance?
Basically, what you're looking at is probabilities times the benefit. So if the benefit is high enough, then even a 26% probability, you may decide as well to pursue it. But you're not only looking at the 100-year storm event if you're doing it correctly. You also look at a 50-year, a 30-year, a 10-year storm events, 5-year storm events, things that happen frequently. Those have much higher probabilities. And so some of the improvements may be warranted even by a 5-year or 10-year storm event. So then we're only looking at the additional improvement to get it up to being able to handle the 100-year event, the additional probability of that more severe event. And that's, presumably, Con Ed was going through some sort of design process over the last 50 years, deciding how to design the system. Nobody's come in here and said Con Ed did it all wrong just because Sandy came. Sandy came through, we had the 100-year event. We had that rare thing. Hopefully, there was at least some concern about those kinds of rare events. But hopefully, you're already designing for more routine things that we experience all the time. The key is that we just had that event, and it's neither correct to, as some people might say, well, we just got through one. It'll be another 100 years before we have to deal with another one. Let's just not worry about it. I think that would be very unwise. But it would also be very unwise to say that, well, we just had one last year. We might have one 3 years from now, and that we're just designed against that. No, there is a chance, maybe about 3% chance we'll have one in the next 30 years, and there is a pretty significant chance we'll have one in the next 30 years. But there really should be an objective analysis that actually looks at the added costs of adding greater resilience or greater hardening and compare that to the probability that it'll be of any benefit.
So will the weighting of the 26% factor affect the quote, net present value of the stream of probable future benefits to customers as a result of hardening that piece of equipment?
Yes, the two main things that are going to come into play is this discount rate, which is basically saying if the probable event isn't for years out into the future, once you discount it back, it may not be worth hardening against that event. And if the event is unlikely to happen, it may not be worth it. Of course, it may, but it may not be. And that's where the math becomes so helpful. It helps you make that decision. Again, it's the same principle the Army Corps of Engineers. They're looking at a dam, for example, and trying to decide how big to build the dam, and whether to build it, looking at that stream of power that would be able to be produced by that dam over the next 100 years as a major part of the stream. But then they also started considering recreational benefits of creating a reservoir. And when they did that objectively, they ended up realizing, well, we really should build more dams and bigger dams because there's additional benefits, and this power is really going to be pretty valuable, even though it's for many, many years in the future. So in and of itself, you shouldn't be frightened by this and thinking, well, no projects will ever make it through the analytical process. I don't think so. I think some projects will, but it's hard to predict in advance which ones will.
And would there be a difference in net present value if that 26% chance were a 66% chance?
It might change the outcome. It may be that even at a 10% probability, this particular project serving this particular hospital or this particular substation, makes it under any assumed risk scenario. But it could also be a borderline one, and so the decision as to what the probabilities are will become critical.
At that point, where it's a close call, do you think the outcome would warrant a subjective discussion of priorities?
I think it would behoove the commission, and the commission would be better served by having a discussion by the parties, try to work out as many differences as they can, try to get into common ground as much as they can, and then present the commission the remaining issues in a structured way that's saying, if you change the discount rate from A to B, that's the range of discussion, it's the proper discount rate, and these 12 projects shift from cost-effective to not cost-effective based on that one decision. And for example, if you change the probabilities of certain climatic issues going out 10, 20, 30 years and what the consequences of those scenarios are from, let's say, the most extreme to the least extreme version of global climate change. Here's what it does. There are certain projects that have no impact whatsoever. There's other projects that swing. And then the commission can then decide either that they believe on balance that there's one discount rate is superior to the other, or that the one scenario is clearly preferable to the other. Or they may conclude, no, this is something we want to study further. In the meanwhile, concentrate all your money on the projects that are no-brainers, that everybody agrees are non-controversial, and we'll come back to study this some more and try to see whether a second swing at it you guys, parties, can try to narrow this range of disputes some more so that the commission has less of a burden having ultimately resolve it. But again, that's ultimately their job, and if necessary, they will resolve it by choosing whichever scenarios or whichever assumptions they believe has been most persuasively presented by the the parties who advocated.
Have you ever participated in a cost-benefit study analyzing the benefits of storm hardening and resiliency?
No.
No further questions.
Let me ask, if a substation's already been flooded, isn't it obvious you need to do something about it without doing some big fancy model?
I'm not sure it's obvious, okay? And in part, I'm not sure it's obvious what they should do, okay? There's different alternatives for how to avoid the problem in the future, and different likelihoods of different approaches being beneficial. So, for example, if you build a moat around it versus make it submersible, there's still a certain probability that the moat will fail. So this objective approach, I think, would have benefits even with the most obvious projects. But I also don't want to seem like I'm disagreeing with the principle that there may be, and probably are, some projects that are so clearly beneficial that they don't need to wait for a detailed analysis.
How do we weed those projects out?
Well, ideally, the company would have come forward and made it clear which ones they believe are the non-controversial ones. And it is possible through the collaborative process they could flag some and say, these ones we were absolutely convinced by any analysis they're worth pursuing. Or alternatively, they simply will move forward with the ones they're absolutely confident. Again, UIU is not primarily focusing on the question of whether they're spending too much money in 2014. The real concern here is if we don't set up a proper analysis process, then by 2015 and 16 and 17, they're really running a risk of spending more than we should. So it's very important to set the principle right and allow enough time to develop that analytical process before we keep spending. To some degree, the concern has been escalated even for 2014 because the city is coming in and saying Con Ed isn't spending enough. And to that degree, I think it is a legitimate concern even for 2014. We're obviously dealing with projects that Con Ed didn't think were clearly needed, or they would have proposed them. So there are apparently additional projects that are maybe worth pursuing in 2014, or may not.
The next party is New York City, and we're going to be down for 45 minutes.
Let me just add a couple of quick questions in here. Are you aware of any models that have been developed in other states or in other countries, specifically to look at climate change impacts and not necessarily even in the utility cities, for example, that have used the particular complexities of climate models, which are very well-developed models, and try to apply this kind of use to them?
I have not studied that question. I don't know whether there are others. For some projects like levees and the like, that not necessarily from the utility context, it's very possible that the Corps of Army Engineers may be using, because again, they've been a path breaker in this whole area of cost-benefit analysis. It's very possible that for, say, New Orleans or other areas where they've been dealing with it, they already have a leg up, that there's modeling methods and techniques that can be borrowed. I have not looked into that specifically. What I do know is that the climatic models are a problem alone, but out of that comes certain probabilities of certain events. And so we don't necessarily have to delve deeply into the inner workings of those models. It's sufficient to know that coming out of them, there is still a certain level of probability or uncertainty amongst all these scenarios. And you can take the probabilities associated with those scenarios and feed them into a process of saying, okay, how does that relate to building a levee, or how does of a certain height versus a different height, versus one that will not fail under any circumstances versus one that might fail under some circumstances. And so you can take those probabilities and apply it back to specific issues that the parties are interested in, ideas of particular projects or investments that are being discussed.
So, I'm not sure that the Army Corps of Engineers levy building record is necessarily the one you want to rely on, but you would go to the, New York is fortunate to have local and regional climate change studies that are very well developed in terms of observed effects, historical effects, and the projections and forecasts.
Yes.
So you would go. You might suggest that we would simply lift those predictions from those studies and feed them into a model that we develop that would use that as one of the sets of input.
Yes, you have before you in evidence examples of different scenarios, the same witness presenting more than one scenario. And so you can easily visualize those as inputs into a model that then says what would be the risks of Con Ed, this particular piece of equipment, this particular substation, or this particular transformer, whatever the thing is you want to analyze that they're proposing to improve or to change. What are the risks that it will be affected and how they relate back to these scenarios? To the extent the benefits are the same under all the climatic scenarios, because there's the nature of the equipment, as long as you're going to the expense of changing it out, you're changing it out in a certain way, and it really doesn't matter whether sea level rises 2 inches or 20 inches. There will be some projects like that. There may be others where it's critically different. That, the existing equipment is at a certain elevation, and that if you really believe that the water's not going to rise more than a certain number of inches, it's not a concern. And if you're concerned and it might rise more than that, then it is worth doing. Those are the ones you'd want to slow down and look at very carefully and ultimately make a decision whether to invest in it now or invest it in a few years and wait until maybe some of that uncertainty about those scenarios narrows as more evidence accumulates.
Of course, one of the characteristics of the climate change models is that short-term uncertainties narrow, long-term uncertainties don't necessarily narrow, and increasing data and understanding of the feedback effects of climate impacts tends to make the predictions tend to get more drastic as they get more developed. So they change rapidly, and they kind of require an approach to this data that understands we're in a state of constant reassessment.
Yes.
So
I'm trying to recognize.
Build that in. How do you build that in?
Well, I think there's several ways you can do that. The first thing to keep in mind, you've got these probabilities, you also have the discount factor. And so in economic terms, the phenomena that are highly probable to happen within the next 5 or 10 years are much more likely to be cost effective than phenomena that are less likely to happen and won't happen for many years in the future. Again, I don't want you to get the wrong impression. There can be some projects that, despite the very, very small probability and the fact that that probably may not arise for many years, are still worth doing because they're so catastrophic that even a 0.5% chance 20 years from now is worth solving that particular problem. But in other cases, it may not be worth it. That you say you really don't want to take the money out of the economy now and people's pockets, things they can do with it, in order to build against a risk that under all scenarios is likely to not happen for many, many years in the future, and therefore is discounted back to a relatively low value. You'd be better off, think of it this way, you'd be better off investing that money and trying to technically solve the problem better, figure out a better way to solve the problem than to immediately rush out with today's technology. It's not to say that this remote risk, particularly some of these scenarios where we're talking about the 2050s and 2070s, those are very important, but you may be better off spending money in R&D and thinking about technology and solutions rather than just immediately doing the very limited things we're capable of doing today.
Okay, New York City.
Just before you get started, I probably do have 45 minutes, maybe a little bit longer, and I'm wondering whether I really wouldn't want to break in the middle of my cross if I can avoid it. Is it better to take a lunch break now, or do you want to wait until 2 o'clock or after 2 o'clock?
I'd like to get through this witness, and then we'll take a lunch break.
Okay. Just to be clear, then, I don't want to be rushed because people want to take a lunch. Well, everybody else has had their opportunity, so.
We're not going to rush you.
Good afternoon, Dr. Johnson. My name is Kevin Lang. I'm an attorney for the city of New York. I plan on asking a couple questions today, and I would appreciate, if you don't understand the question, please let me know. If you understand if you answer the question, we're going to assume that you understood it, okay?
Okay.
And I would also appreciate that if I'm asking specific questions, that you try to answer the question I've asked and not provide other information. And I'd like to first start to understand exactly who you are and what you are, because you didn't actually provide any of that to us in this case. As I understand it, you're an economist by training, correct?
Yes.
You've primarily, since at least 1977, mostly been an expert witness, right? You've testified in 400 proceedings. You've testified over 250 times. Is that correct?
Yes, I've been a consultant, and a large proportion of that consulting work has ultimately involved expert testimony.
Do you have any engineering background?
No.
Have you ever designed utility systems?
No.
You ever operated utility systems?
No.
Now, in your, I did a little research on you, and according to your website, you say that if cost studies, economic impact studies, or other studies are at issue, we conduct in-depth evaluations of the methods, assumptions, and inputs used in those studies, and if necessary, prepare an alternative study. Are you familiar with that from your website?
I haven't looked at it in years, but it sounds familiar.
Did you conduct any studies in this case on these issues of storm hardening and resilience?
Not of the magnitude and depth that was implied by that reference on the website.
Well, when you say not of that magnitude and depth, did you conduct a superficial study?
That's one of those kind of catch-22 terminology. I think that I did more than simply skim through the testimony. I looked at it closely, but the testimony I'm providing is responding to certain concerns, and it wasn't necessary, or nor was I asked to conduct a formal study of any kind.
So even though your website says you conduct in-depth evaluations, you didn't really do that in this case, did you?
There are occasions when we do. Depending on the subject area.
Well, again, I'm talking this
varies
case.
widely from the case in which you do a relatively limited analysis to one in which you spend months digging very deeply, because that's what's needed and that's what the client asks us to do.
Did you do an in-depth evaluation in this case of either Con Edison storm hardening proposals or the variants that were proposed by the city or other parties?
Not the depth that I think is needed before moving forward with some of these projects. And certainly wouldn't use our limited analysis as by any means a benchmark to judge what's really needed before okaying projects in the tens and hundreds of millions of dollars of investment.
Earlier, Mr. Heslin asked you some questions about page 44 of your testimony. And there, on page 44, you talked about a DOE study.
I quoted another witness who mentions a study.
You remark on line 23, don't you, that you are not familiar with this study?
Yes.
Did you make any attempt to go find the study?
No.
Did you review the study at all?
Had no need to.
So when you say on your website that if other studies are at issue and you conduct in-depth evaluations of the methods, assumptions, and inputs used in those studies, you didn't do that in this case, did you?
Your Honor, I'd like to object to this line of questioning. It's what appears on Mr. Johnson's website is what he's capable of his firm conducting, the work his firm is conducting, is able to do is not relevant to his testimony in this that he presented, where he talked about the type of model or study that should be done during the course of the collaborative. It's not relevant, Your Honor.
I would submit, Your Honor, it's very relevant.
I think the witness is doing just fine answering the questions, and I will say, Mr. Lyman, it's getting a little repetitive. So I hope you're not going to do that for the rest of the 45 minutes that you have. I hope you have some more substantive topics.
I have a lot more, Your Honor. I'm just getting started.
But I'm going to let the witness answer the question.
I don't want to ramble, and I'd like to give the question again to make sure I stay on point.
Is it consistent with how you approach analyses that you don't even look at the underlying study and you simply just draw conclusions based on what you've read in somebody else's testimony?
No, and I think there's nothing about this little section of my testimony that in any way implies that.
I guess this would follow up a little bit on what Judge Stein was asking, but have you conducted any evaluations of the impacts of climate change? Specifically, and I'll break it down for you, studies impacts of flooding.
Dr. Reading of my firm has done quite a bit of work for a consortium out of, I think it's, forgotten whether it's Portland or Seattle, but anyway, Pacific Northwest. There's a group of academics who have done quite a bit of work in the area of climate change, and Dr. Reading, as my partner, has done a fair amount of work for them and working with them over the years, less recently. But I have not personally done any work on climate change.
Did you accidentally shut off your microphone just now?
I did.
Just, there you go.
Sorry about that.
Did Dr. Redding prepare your testimony?
No.
Have you done any studies on the effects of wind damage?
No.
How about salt deposition?
No.
Earlier, you spoke at some length about what the Army Corps of Engineers does and how they determine the height of levees. Have you done work for the Army Corps of Engineers?
No.
Have you done work specifically on the design of levees?
No.
Have you done any critical analysis of levee heights?
No.
The assignment that you have here, you've said in response to a question from Mr. Heslin that you're not too familiar, in fact, with what the Utility Intervention Unit does. Are you familiar with who they represent?
Yes.
What is your understanding of who they represent?
My understanding is they represent residential and small commercial customers.
And is your testimony focused on advocating for their interests or just generally what ConEd should be doing and what the Commission should be directed to do?
Probably a little bit of both, in the sense that the issues that they are concerned about help determine who they hire and what issues they focus on in proceeding. To that degree, the concern about the investments in storm hardening and focusing my attention on that is influenced undoubtedly by the fact that they represent customers who are going to have to pay for these investments in a way that Con Ed would not have that shared concern because they'll get a return and earn profits off those investments. But other than that, no. My own personal analysis is exactly the same here as it would have been if I'd been representing large industrial customers, as my firm does from time to time, or the AERP, as our firm has in the past, or representing a staff of a commission. I don't think there's anything different about the approach I took or the focus on the benefits of being analytical or using an economic benefit analysis approach. I really don't think there's anything different here than I would have done if working in any of those other clients that I work for from time to time.
Sir, when we started this, I asked if you could please limit yourself to answering my questions. The judges don't like it when attorneys cut off witnesses. This is an administrative hearing. I have a penchant for doing that, but I'm trying to bite my tongue here. But I would really appreciate it if you could just answer the question, which you did with your very first sentence.
Well, all right. Well, we also don't like it when the attorneys lecture the witnesses.
Oh, Judge.
Okay. Now, I've read this testimony. It's classic testimony from an economist. It says all the things I would expect an economist to say, It doesn't say anything that I wouldn't expect an economist to say. So I don't know how productive this line of cross is going to be, but I hope you have something as to the substance of what he says that you're going to get to shortly.
Well, Your Honor, I'm not sure how I should take your statement, because we're entitled to build a record for the commission here. And if you're saying that you've already developed your opinions on this witness's testimony, perhaps you could share them with us, so that if necessary...
What I'm saying, Mr. Lang, is I don't see much relevance in your continuing in this line to the record that we're building for the commission. So if you have something substantive you want to get to,
Your Honor.
you should get to it.
Well, I believe I'm allowed to build a record, and I'm allowed to try to create the record that I believe is appropriate for the commission. So, Dr. Johnson, were you asked in this case to do any in-depth evaluation of any of the storm hardening projects?
No.
Turning to some of the statements that you've made about the city, you stated in response to a question from Mr. Heslin that the city's position is that Con Ed is not spending enough money in 2014. Could you please point me to where in the city's testimony the city says that?
Well, I have not worded it in a way that pleases you. I'm sorry, but that is my impression, that they are concerned about making sure enough money is spent. And they set forward some budget numbers that are larger than Con Ed's. And again, we are not necessarily saying that their numbers are too high. We're simply saying the numbers are large enough that they merit much more careful analysis before commitments.
On page 3, line 2 of your testimony, you claim that the city's position is there is a sudden urgent need to make these investments as quickly as possible. Where did the city make that statement, sir?
That isn't what my testimony says.
Well, your testimony says, nor has the city made a persuasive case that there is a sudden urgent need to make these investments. So that suggests, how do you interpret what you stated there?
Neither the city nor any other party has made a persuasive case that there is a sudden urgent need. To the extent the city would stipulate that there is no sudden or urgent need to make the investments as quickly as possible, then there's no further room for dispute. To the extent you're not willing to stipulate to that, then I think it's a reasonable concern that one might infer from the testimony that there is some great urgency. And if one inferred that, perhaps one might infer that that urgency is so great we should start writing the checks even before we study what we're spending money on. And to the extent that is perhaps the thrust of some of the parties' testimony, I was trying to quietly and carefully caution against that without pointing fingers. That we're sympathetic to the concern that we need to spend the right amount on this, but we're also very concerned that we don't want to spend the wrong amount or on the wrong things.
Well, I guess I'm kind of struggling because you're attributing positions to parties, and if you look on, again, page 3, lines, I guess your sentence starts on line 11 going to line 15. No witnesses have identified problems that are so severe they must be immediately rectified on an emergency basis. You're raising an issue that no one in this case has raised. And I guess my question is, are you trying to create an issue so that you can respond to it? I mean, that's not the issue in this case, correct?
Well, there's several issues. At the time I wrote this testimony, there was a concern beyond simply the 2013-2014 timeframe. There was a possibility of other parties wanting to agree to a rate plan that involved multiple years and budgeted hundreds of millions of dollars on a negotiated basis. To the extent that was a concern, UIU felt it was appropriate to hire me to come in and speak about the city's testimony, to write this rebuttal, so that there was a clear explanation. If UIU had been unwilling to agree to a stipulation to hundreds of millions of dollars on a budgeted basis for the next 3 years, there was a clear clear record and explanation of why they were uncomfortable with doing that. Now, that hasn't come to pass. We are dealing with a single year, but it doesn't move the testimony. I think the issues are still the same. It takes time for the commission to issue orders, and orders in this proceeding that, to the extent the commission is willing to do so, that agrees with some of these points and requires in the future that there be an objective basis for choosing the projects and deciding on the budget. I think that's a worthwhile guidance for the commission to issue an order of that type.
Is it fair to say that the first portion of your rebuttal testimony is rebutting the statements made by city witness John Stewart?
Yes.
So if you turn to page 7, lines 5 and 6 of your testimony, could you tell me where Mr. Stewart suggested or recommended to the commission that it proceed on a rushed, poorly planned basis?
I haven't said he did.
Well, you just said this is the rebuttal of Mr. Stewart's testimony, did you not?
This section of my testimony is responding specifically to his testimony, but the same theme is brought forward and several witnesses and several other witnesses from the city as well as from other parties in terms of concerns about climate change, concerns about storms being more severe in the future than they were in the past. And it's not like we're disagreeing those concerns are legitimate concerns. And the thrust of the testimony is we shouldn't be emotional about this. We shouldn't react to a storm event that happened to be a very, very unusual, severe storm event. It's fresh in everyone's mind. And suddenly start authorizing very, very large budgets for storm hardening and resiliency without first just take the time to study it carefully.
So if I could go back to my question, you did somewhere in that response acknowledge that this was rebuttal to Mr. Stewart, but I guess you brought it to say the city. So could you please point to me where the city has suggested that we proceed on a rushed, poorly planned basis?
I think that hopefully this company, the city, the company, all the parties could stipulate that doing something on a rushed and poorly planned basis would not be wise. On the other hand, where we seem to have a difference is whether, for example, the company should be spending an additional $79 million or an additional $87 million or an additional $94 million. I'm reading from my testimony, page 6, lines 5 and 6. So this tripling of the budget is a concern because there isn't an analytical basis for why are we tripling it? Why are we not doubling it? Why are we not increasing it 100-fold? Why triple? Without an objective basis, the concern is we set a precedent and the customers may not be able to afford a 10-fold increase in these amounts. They may not even want to spend the money for a tripling. So that's the concern.
So going back to my question now, what you're saying is you can't point to anywhere in the city's testimony where we say that we should proceed on a rushed, poorly planned basis, correct?
What I can point
Yes
to,
or no, sir?
I have not said that the company, the city, believes we should do things in a poorly planned way. But what I am very gently suggesting is that demanding a tripling of the budget without a plan, without an objective criteria for why tripling is also a mistake.
Do you know, sir, what you cited to on page 6, the gas storm hardening proposal? Do you know what it relates to?
I don't recall it at the moment, but I have a citation in JDS 2.
Well, would you like to look at that so you can refresh your recollection?
Sure. If you'd like to bring me a copy, I'd be happy to.
So could you please provide your witness the judge's ruling before the case is that the party should have the information in front of them?
Well, I don't have that with me. And I don't have the exhibits, I don't have John Stewart's exhibits with me. But I assume you have a copy?
Mary, can I borrow your copy of Stewart's testimony so we can do it quickly? Well, while we're pulling JDS 2, which we'll show you in a minute, did you look at the staff's gas and steam infrastructure panel's testimony?
Yes.
Did you look at the city's gas and steam infrastructure testimony?
Yes.
Are you aware that the city's panel suggested expediting the replacement of bare steel mains. Bare steel mains in flood-prone areas.
I don't recall.
Are you aware of the safety risks of bare steel mains and the leakage related to them?
I recall the testimony, and I recall there were multiple benefits for some of these projects, including safety benefits. But I do not specifically recall about bare steel mains.
Are you aware of the guidance from federal regulators saying that bare steel mains and cast iron mains should be eliminated from company gas systems as quickly as possible?
I'm not familiar in detail with those regulations or the exact language of how they're worded.
Are you aware that the city's gas system infrastructure panel went into those details to explain why they believe there should be a quicker program for those replacements?
To some degree, yes.
So when you say that the city is recommending this without any basis, in fact, the city did provide a basis, didn't they?
They provide a basis, but that basis is not as objective or as comprehensive as I think would be desirable. Reference to things like safety are significant and will sway the reader when you get the person, well, given safety concerns, maybe we should do this. But that raises the question in my mind, well, if the safety risks are that severe, why hasn't Con Ed already done it? There must have been some economic constraint or some concern about the feasibility of replacing them already, or they would have already been replaced. So again, as an economist, my attitude is, well, we want to look at it carefully.
So if, well, you've stated, sir, that you've done work for a number of regulatory commissions.
Yes.
Isn't it true, sir, that the rules and the procedures of regulatory commissions can change over time?
Yes.
And if a regulator directs Con Edison to do something different prospectively than they've done historically, should the company's response be, well, I don't need to obey that unless I do a cost-benefit analysis?
No, but hopefully benefits and costs were weighed at least to some degree in the process of arriving at a new regulation. The more that has been done, then the more that becomes sort of, there is a process that is accomplishing what I'm talking about. With storm hardening in particular, we're dealing with something that's a little different than, say, for example, the regulations that require that the transmission system be large enough to handle peak load and that it not fail under peak conditions. There's regulations and an expectation, and the engineers have been doing it for years, and they know what they need to do. Because, in essence, someone has figured out that a catastrophic failure of the transmission system is not worth risking, that you want to go ahead and build in the necessary margin of safety. The principle is the same. When we're dealing with storm hardening and resiliency, we're dealing with new expenditures being proposed that are over and above the ordinary course of business. And given the magnitudes we're dealing with, I think taking a moment, slow down, the moment being, relatively speaking, 6 months, whatever it takes, to carefully look at this and set up criteria and basis is still a sound recommendation. To the extent, as I said earlier, some of these projects perhaps have safety benefits or other benefits that make them appropriate to immediately spend money on, even before that study, then that's fine. But the point is, there's other projects that don't have those sort of obvious, non-controversial characteristics to them.
Your Honor, may I plead to you, we don't need a 15-minute explanation when I'm asking simple questions. Could you please direct the witness to try to limit his remarks?
You know, I've found his remarks to be extremely professional and on topic. So I really, as much as I want to go to lunch like anybody else, what concerns me more is the line of questioning as to how relevant it really is. A lot of the characterizations of what he said in his testimony don't strike me as ringing true when I read the words based on some of the questions you've asked. So again, I'm hoping you're going to get into more substance. Now, some of your more recent questions have been more substantive, but this is just the nature of cross-examination.
Well, no, actually, Your Honor, the nature of cross-examination is for the witness to answer the questions, not to go on at length.
No, but he gets to embellish a little bit, and when you ask a question, you have run that risk. And It's all part of the process.
Isn't it true, sir, turning to page 11 of your testimony, and this can be a yes or no, that the city is not recommending that we use GDP to establish priorities, but rather a 5-part test that the city put forth in its testimony should be used to identify which projects should be undertaken and according to what priority?
Yes, they are proposing a multi-step process, and that process does not put sufficient focus on bottoms-up analysis of economic benefits, but it is a good step in the right direction.
Turning to page 18 of your testimony, you note at lines 8 through 10, you talk about uncertainty and planning for the worst case. Is it your view the government should not plan appropriately for severe events that could affect their populace?
No. My position, I think, is pretty clear, which is you neither ignore the event nor you act as though it's a certainty. You apply an appropriate probability and keep that risk or uncertainty in mind as you go about the decision-making process.
Turning to pages 21 and 22 of your testimony, is it your view, sir, that one of the appropriate alternatives is to do nothing to increase the resiliency and to harden Con Edison's utility systems?
No.
Are you aware, sir, that in fact the city's electric infrastructure panel recommended that the PSC, require Con Edison's System Design Task Force to identify and evaluate all reasonable alternatives and potential solutions to strengthen its electric system, to determine the costs and benefits of each option, and proceed with the alternative that cost effectively and best achieves the company's goals, while at the same time addressing resiliency? Would you accept subject to check, sir, that the city's electric infrastructure panel stated that on page 9, lines 10 through 15 of their testimony?
Yes, and so in one sense, BYU and the city are not that far apart. The glass is half full. The subtle difference is, and it's critical from my perspective as an economist, is at the end of that sentence that you quoted, is the criteria seems to be the company's goals. Well, the company's goals are a little ambiguous, but presumably those goals could include get as big a rate base as possible so they can grow earnings per share as much as possible. And that would be the kind of blank check that would be very unfortunate. So I hope that's not what the city had in mind. And that's why we're suggesting a different criteria in terms of the flow of benefits to customers who are going to be paying these costs. And the problem with the city's analysis is, from my perspective, it did not adequately consider the actual benefits to customers, and rather it appears to be focused on the idea of design criteria, engineering rules of thumb. And I don't think those are adequate to deal with the issues we're talking about. We don't have a situation like design for transmission system where it's sufficient to say peak, plus a margin for safety.
I want to make sure, are you done?
Yeah.
Turning to page 11 of your testimony, lines 15 to 18, where you make reference from to a baseline and then an analysis. Did you do this study, or are you just suggesting someone else should do this study?
Page 11, what was the line?
Lines 15 to 17.
I'm suggesting there is an opportunity there to evaluate a lessons learned analysis to use certain engineering term from.
But that's not an analysis that you're presenting to the commission for their consideration in this case, correct?
No.
On page 12, lines 4 through 8, Why didn't you do this study of these potential economic benefits of the projects?
First of all, I don't think all of the needed projects have been identified. We're talking about, in many cases, just broad brush categories of projects rather than actual specific projects. But beyond that, there's also a resource constraint. The UIU does not have the resources that Con Ed has to analyze individual construction projects. I don't think it's practical or realistic to ask their agency to do that kind of work. It is reasonable for them to provide input, to comment, to make suggestions, to the extent Con Ed is willing to work with the agencies, or the agencies, including UIU, the DPS staff, can provide useful input. But at least a significant part of the construction planning process has traditionally been done by Con Ed and realistically needs to be done by Con Ed.
That leads me into my next area, sir. You stated in your responses to Mr. Heslin, you stated in your testimony that there should be this process where all parties, including the UIU, would provide input and develop the design standards that Con Edison should use. You just stated in response to your last question that the UIU doesn't possess these engineering skills. My question to you is, have you ever seen a utility that basically does design standards by committee in the way that you're proposing? Yes or no? I don't need an explanation.
That's not what I'm proposing.
Isn't it true, sir, that you suggested that there be this process where everybody provides input and Con Ed takes all of that input into how it does its design standards?
The problem is you're assuming the goal is a design standard, and I don't believe that's really the case. I think we're talking about a budgeting process, capital budgeting process, and trying to improve that capital budgeting process.
Do you believe that Con Ed should not have design standards?
I believe design standards can be useful, but that's much more of a micro issue than the macro issue of how much money that should be spent or which projects should be approved. I don't want to, if you accept by talking more, I can give an example of that rate if you want.
No, thank you. When we talk about the cost-benefit analysis, you had given the example earlier of the Army Corps using a cost-benefit analysis when it's developing its levy program. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes.
Is it your understanding, sir, that the Army Corps uses cost-benefit to determine the height of a wall?
I don't know specifically. I do know that they do cost-benefit analyses to prioritize projects, and to the, I think I was being asked in a hypothetical, I was saying it's possible that they have done studies and applied them specifically to levy budgets, but I don't know that they have or have not. I'm just saying if they had, because that was the question I was asked, that may be some momentum or some work product already out there that would be available to be reviewed.
Attached to the city's gas and steam infrastructure panel's testimony is Exhibit GSIP-2, was a document that's issued called the Engineering and Design of Retaining and Flood Walls that was issued by the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. Would you accept, subject to check, sir, that there is no reference to cost-benefit analysis in that document other than on page 5-11 that's specific to the liquefaction failure in wet areas?
I don't know.
So you wouldn't accept it subject to check?
I don't offhand see a reason. I mean, if you hand me the document, I'd be happy to look at it.
Well, I will hand you so that you will look at what was introduced into this case and ask if you can show me anywhere in this document, at least the part that we've introduced, where in designing flood walls it makes reference to cost-benefit analysis.
to be more in the nature of guidelines for engineering a project once the project's been approved, whereas the Army tends to use cost-benefit analysis to decide which projects should be approved. There should be some overlap. Back to your question about heights, if they were talking about raising levees because there's concern with climate change that pre-existing heights are no longer adequate, I would anticipate that Army would look at choosing, as long as they're going to spend that money, based on probabilities and benefits of trying to be certain that the raised levees are going to withstand future conditions. This document seems to be more narrowly focused on, given that we're trying to protect adjacent land, and that's an assumption, then these are some design criteria.
Yes or no, sir?
I would expect to see, and I did not see, a reference to cost-benefit analysis in this particular document.
Yes or no, sir? Do you know what the Army Corps does, or are you just anticipating or assuming what you think they do?
I know that the Army Corps is a pioneer in the area of economic cost-benefit analysis. But as specific questions you're asking, I do not know personal knowledge.
Turning to page 5 of your testimony. Lines 1 through 10. Is it fair to say, sir, yes or no, and you don't need to explain it, but that you're advocating for a purely economic approach as opposed to an engineering approach? Just I'll leave it at that you're advocating for an economic approach?
Yes.
In doing so, do you value the impacts on individuals?
Yes.
Do you value the impacts on critical facilities specifically?
Yes.
Are those objectively determined numbers or subjectively determined?
We try to be as objective as we can, but there is necessarily judgment involved. I don't want to give the wrong impression. I think the rate of return analogy is an excellent one. It is a much more objective process because we play by certain rules, and the parties advocate within a range of theoretical constructs, and the debate tends to be narrowed to a debate over the specific assumptions, data, and the like. But I think we all know that there is some subjective judgment involved, and that the witnesses tend to bring to the process some opinions and some judgments that are there for the commission to weigh in making a final decision.
Turning to page 22 of your testimony, you make reference starting at line 18 of the key planning decisions and what they're based on. Is it your testimony, sir, again, yes or no, that engineering consideration should be ignored?
Sorry, but very beginning, on page 22.
Page 22, starting at line 18, you see a sentence that starts all of the key?
Yes. And the question is?
Is it your testimony, sir, that engineering consideration should be ignored?
No, engineering considerations ideally happen after you've decided whether to approve a project. If you're going to build a bridge or not build a bridge, that is a decision made by the Port Authority, whoever the agency would be. And hopefully they make a wise decision. Once they've decided to build it, then the engineers obviously need to design it so that it holds up and doesn't collapse.
So in determining whether to storm harden a substation, you wouldn't do any engineering analysis to determine whether that substation should even be storm hardened? You should simply look at the cost-benefit analysis of doing so?
Engineers, I don't want to give the wrong impression, engineers can play multiple roles. They obviously can present you with alternative designs and estimates of what these alternatives would cost, and then as a capital budgeting analysis, you decide, do I want a 100-year bridge or a 50-year bridge or a 300-year bridge? Again, just trying to pick out of this and think of some other examples. Same principles here. You can have engineering alternatives with estimates of what the cost is, but ultimately the decision-making process of whether to move forward with a particular project, I believe, should be based upon a weighing of the costs and benefits in an objective way.
Turning to page 7, yeah, it's right there. No, let's turn to page 7, lines 10 to 11. You express concern about projects that could be designed or built in a suboptimal manner. Do you see that?
Yes.
Is it your testimony, sir, that the UIU should be involved in designing projects to ensure they are not designed or built in a suboptimal manner?
I think UIU's role has been quite appropriate in this case, raising some concerns to the commission and hopefully to the company. Hopefully the company is open to these concerns. I certainly haven't seen them fighting back and saying, we're totally off the mark here. But we're raising concerns. We're not suggesting that UIU should go in and start designing the projects.
Is the optimal manner based on an economic or an engineering analysis?
Well, ideally, it's a combination of the two. Go back to the analogy. The engineers, given a criteria, will design the optimal project to meet a criteria. But if you give them the wrong criteria, they still end up with the wrong result. So if you tell them to build to a certain storm event, and that storm event is not adequate to handle actual risks that are facing, then you may have a beautifully engineered project that fails.
Is it your testimony, sir, that the determination of what is optimal should be determined by the Public Service Commission?
Preferably, the company takes primary and full responsibility for designing. But given the nature of the situation where customers are going to ultimately pay for the capital budget, and given that the company receives a profit, the larger that capital budget, I think it's appropriate for this commission to have a role in overseeing those budgets and ensuring that they're not excessively large nor excessively small. At the moment, the concern is more that perhaps they've been too small in the past and need to be larger in the future, but there's a real concern maybe they're going to be too large in the future. So I think that role of overseeing that process, trying to ensure that the company is objective and analytical about it, is a classic role of regulators.
Is it your understanding, yes or no, sir, that there are a number of different storm hardening projects proposed in this case?
Yes.
Is it your testimony that the Public Service Commission should prioritize which projects go first?
Preferably not. Preferably, this commission's role is more of giving guidance to the company and suggesting that there is a need to be careful about not spending too much or too little and to prioritize appropriately. And to some degree, in this case, it's sort of disappointing that there's been a lot less information provided about justifying individual projects than could have been provided. But that's not UIU's primary concern. The real concern is going forward. If this continues at this level of basically reliance on engineering judgment alone to make decisions about hundreds of millions of dollars, I think it would be a mistake. And I would hope that the Commission would agree with UIU's concerns.
Turning to page 37 of your testimony, you are critical of the proposal to expedite the replacement of leak-prone pipe. If something is unsafe, but it's very costly to replace it, is it your view, sir, that the economics should weigh out over safety?
I view that safety can be quantified, that the risk of an accident is something that needs to be objectively measured and concerned. It's basically the same principle I alluded to with the highway. You have design standards, ideally, that you would be considering how many more deaths would you be able to save if you make the highway even safer. It's the same principle. It's something that economists are not always happy with. I'll admit that. But sometimes government agencies just go ahead and build projects without evaluating risks. But if you're asking my opinion is you should consider safety in economic terms, particularly when you're dealing with something the company is saying it's going to take 90 years to do this. I look at that and say, well, surely they're not expecting a lot of deaths over the next 90 years, or they wouldn't wait so long. So we must be talking about relatively small risk, serious enough that we want to improve the system, but not so severe that it all has to be done in the next year or two.
Those are all, what you just stated, sir, those were assumptions on your part, correct?
It's an interpretation of the fact that we have a debate about putting a 90-year timeline and a 20-year timeline. And I'm saying, I don't know as an economist how to resolve 20 versus 90 years unless I've got some data. Give me some data that talks about probabilities, what the consequences are of something bad happening. Then I'd be able to say whether maybe 20 years is better, maybe it really should be 10 years, or maybe 40 years is optimal. Give you some data, and a simple enough structure is available to start analyzing these projects, and you can make a decision how much of your capital budget should go into this particular project versus something else.
Moving to page 15 of your testimony. Are you aware, sir, that the city has a different definition of the term resiliency than what you are using? Yes or no?
I hadn't noticed. If they do, I was not aware of it.
On page 15, line 14, you make reference to wires will not be ripped from the poles due to windborne debris or fallen trees. To your knowledge, sir, are wires capable of holding up fallen trees? Have you ever seen that happen? Yes or no?
I suppose it would depend, but no, I have not seen a tree fall on a wire and have the wire still hold the tree.
Turning to line 16 to 17, do you agree that the design should be based on a number of parameters rather than a single storm?
In general, yes.
Turning to page 33 of your testimony, you express a number of criticisms of a design standard of 1 in 100 years plus 3 feet, correct?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question. Can I hear it again?
Sure. On page 33 of your testimony, you are critical of the 1 in 100 year design standard, correct? Yes or no?
No.
You believe that is an appropriate standard, yes or no?
Nothing inappropriate about using it as one of several considerations.
Are you aware that the New York City Building Code requires new buildings to be built to a design standard of 1 in 100 years plus a freeboard?
I'm not familiar with the city's building code enough to confirm that one way or the other.
Well, I will show you what is included as the city's climate risk panel, Exhibit 3. Do you see at the top of the first paragraph, sir, where it says that effective immediately relating to the level above the base flood elevation to which new, substantially damaged or substantially improved buildings that are located in areas of special flood hazard must be designed or constructed?
I see that language.
Is it your testimony, sir, that Con Ed should instead conduct a cost-benefit analysis as to what standards it should design to?
I think it would be a mistake for Con Edison to adopt this standard of build to withstand a 1 in 100 year flood event come what may, regardless of cost, regardless of which customers are affected, regardless of what benefit would or would not exist, merely because an emergency rule has been adopted by the city of New York with a somewhat analogous standard, not precisely the same. I just think that would be a mistake. I think there's some benefits of having multiple people thinking about tough issues, and to the extent this commission agrees with you, I think we need to weigh the costs and benefits rather than just mandate, spend whatever it takes to meet a 1 in 100 storm event.
Your Honor, if to have a document marked. We were up to 810.
Could you describe the document to the record when you get near a microphone, please?
Absolutely. Your Honor, this is a document that was published by the Federal Emergency Management Agency dated April 30th, 2013, regarding guidance for use of best available data to implement federal flood risk reduction standards for areas impacted by Hurricane Sandy.
Okay, this will be marked Exhibit 810 for identification.
Thank you. Sir, are you familiar with the Federal Emergency Management Agency?
Yes.
Do you understand that their role, it's right there. I would ask you, sir, to turn to page 2 of the doc. Well, first let me ask you, are you familiar that FEMA is involved in defining design standards for construction as it relates to flooding?
Yes.
And do you know, sir, whether in defining those design standards, FEMA looks at cost-benefit analyses? Do you know, yes or no?
I don't know.
Would you accept, subject to check, sir, that in this document, which has now been marked as 810, that there is no reference to cost-benefit analyses in discussing the design standards that shall be used for areas impacted by Hurricane Sandy? If you want, you can take a minute and look through it.
I'll accept that.
Okay. Is it your view, then, that FEMA is in error by creating design standards that do not reflect cost-benefit analyses?
It's not necessarily what I would do, but then again, I haven't gone through all the analytical processes they went through to make a decision to issue this memo. To the extent it may be a reasonable decision for them, given their concerns, that does not negate anything I've said as to what this commission would do, given its concerns. I would note 2 things as good examples of why I would be very hesitant to simply jump in here and say, well, these guys just issued this commission, we don't need to do anything on it, we don't need to do anything, just adopt this. First, I noticed they're saying 1 foot, the city's saying 3 feet. There's a difference. Why? I don't know. It potentially could make a difference. I also noticed that it's limited to commercial structures only. Does that suggest that we should not do any storm hardening and resiliency for parts of the system that benefit residential customers? I would hope not. But it appears that, for whatever reason, FEMA has decided to issue a standard of 1 foot and apply it to only commercial structures, and it's limited to certain situations which are triggered by certain federal projects.
When you do the probability analyses and the cost-benefit analyses that you talked about, how do you measure and quantify the benefits of, for example, a 3-foot retaining wall around the substation versus a 5-foot retaining wall around the substation?
Basically, what you want to do is take that decision back to the question of what are the probabilities that either the 3 or the 5 foot wall will be breached. So to the extent there's a certain probability that you'll breach a 3 foot wall but not a 5 foot wall, you need to decide how much more does it cost to build a 5 foot wall than a 3, and that added cost is then compared to the added benefit of withstanding those storm events that would have exceeded or breached the 3 foot wall. That's the basic mental process you go through.
Is that a subjective analysis or an objective analysis?
I think that, as I said before, I think it's primarily objective. There may be some judgment involved, but it's primarily an objective process. You have probabilities of 5 and 3 foot events, 4 foot events, 8 foot events, 20 foot events. These different events, you've got probabilities that can be analyzed in sort of a general way based on these scenarios, and you apply them specifically to particular areas. If the equipment in question is already 10 feet above sea level, so an extra 3 feet is only protecting you in certain storm events that exceed that 10-foot level. That's a different situation than if you're already at 2 feet sea level and the 3 foot is all you've got in terms of protection. The probabilities of needing at least a 3 foot wall are a lot higher in a very low floodplain area, than in a higher area.
Can I just break in here for 1 second? I just want to follow up for a second. Don't you also have to include in that calculus the consequences should that event take place? So not only the probability of it taking place, but also the consequences should it take place? Isn't that part of the formula?
Absolutely. That's the heart of it. And when we talk about benefits, the benefits are the benefit of protecting against the adverse event. So in this case, what we're talking about is protecting against water damage to equipment, which in turn causes certain customers to lose power for a certain period of time. That loss of power and how many customers and for how long is the heart of the benefit. And then the probabilities are simply applied against that scenario. And to the extent we're talking about like a 3 versus 5 foot wall, the 5 foot wall may be sufficient to protect against that loss of power with, say, a 99% probability for the next 70 years, whereas the 3 foot wall might only be an 80% probability. In that case, it'd be very likely that you want to go to the higher wall. But in some other situation, it may be very, very little difference between a 3 and 5 foot wall, and you decide if it's adequate. In each case, the benefit we're talking about is the benefit of continuous power or rapidly consumed power to a specific group of customers that actually value having power from that.
Now you're talking about the probability of, let's say, a certain level of protection being affected. Earlier we were talking about the probability of certain events occurring, say the so-called 100-year storm, which of course can come every year. There have been 3 in the last 5 years. So when you're looking at the probability of a 100-year storm or a 500-year storm, you have to also take into consideration the consequences of the system of that storm, of that event. Should that event occur, what are the consequences? And don't you weigh that against the cost?
Yes, I think where maybe some of the disconnect is that some of the subtleties that I'm concerned about, and perhaps trying to make sure I keep a clear record, is trade-offs between different alternatives. You've got 2 different projects. One may be sufficient to protect against, I'll keep it simple, one may be sufficient to protect against a 100-year event, and the other one is also sufficient to protect against a 500-year event. And you're trying to determine, is it worth the added expense, assuming 500 is more expensive, to invest in that. And so that probability of having the 500-year event compared to the 100-year event is at the margin a critical thing. So it all comes down to this marginal analysis, and it's on multiple dimensions. Basically because you're going to have choices. For example, you can raise the entire substation up, or you can build it all around it, to keep a simple example. And in choosing that, raising it up pretty much guarantees, if you raise it up high enough, you guarantee you're not going to have a problem with flooding. Whereas a wall, you have to worry about a certain probability of failure. You spent all the money to build the wall, it still wasn't good enough. kind of what happened in New Orleans from all sorts of neighborhoods. They built a wall around the city and allowed the city to be sitting below sea level, but the wall wasn't big enough and it wasn't strong enough, and so it breached. So all that money that they had originally spent really came to naught, at least in that one event. Now, when they're doing it again, they're presumably building a whole lot stronger, bigger, better wall that hopefully will last. That's the point, is it's not just a question of do I build a wall or not, it's also a question of do I build a wall or do I do maybe raise the equipment, how tall the wall, how strong the wall.
Sir, turn to page 40 of your testimony, please. Yes or no, please. Is it correct that you have not done a study to determine the probability of more frequent or more severe windstorms?
No, I have not.
Is it true that you have not done a study of the probability of rising average sea levels and warmer ambient temperatures?
I have not.
Turning to page 14 of your testimony. You say that at lines 24 to 26, you talk about this rigorous process. Should it look at all issues, all types of hardening at the same time? For example, the hardening of a substation and the hardening of the 120 to 208 volt switches and transformers that serve small communities, small groups of customers. Should those analyses be done at the same time? Yes or no?
I don't understand the question. What do you mean by
Well,
at the same time?
You say that there needs to be this cost-benefit analysis. And we've talked about cost-benefit analysis of substations. But there's transmission equipment and there's distribution equipment. Some serves many customers, some serves few customers. Should all of those analyses, I'm not talking about the substance of them, but is it your view that every program should be analyzed at the same time?
Really, a lot of words, but you haven't clarified the question. Maybe I can explain where the confusion is, or try again.
Let me try again. Do you believe, sir, that it is important to prioritize which projects come first?
Yes.
Okay. With respect to the analysis that you talked about, you said that in looking at the benefits, it's benefits to customers, correct?
Yes.
So if you have a transmission substation that does not serve any customers, would you then have zero benefits?
I think you would then not have a substation. Substations serve customers. Now, they may not be directly connected. It may be, for example, a step-up substation that's function is to raise voltage from one part of the system to another in order to save money when transporting that electricity across the state, across the city. But it still benefits customers.
So your view is it could be indirect benefits.
With a customer who doesn't have power because that step-up substation fails, it's a pretty direct benefit when it's there and a pretty direct lack of benefit when it fails. So I don't know that this word direct is that useful.
Well, then let me ask it this way. Are you familiar with the design of Edison's electric transmission and distribution system?
Only in general terms. I have not studied it in detail.
In that case, we can move on. Turn to page 4 of your testimony, please.
24?
Page 4?
4.
At line 17, you make reference to traditional capital budgeting techniques. Do you see that reference?
Yes.
Is it your view that for Con Edison's regular capital expenditures that are at issue in this case, we do not need to do a cost-benefit analysis?
I would anticipate that for the typical project, like they have their projections are indicating that low growth will require an upgrade of the system in order to handle the low growth. That the engineering decision that narrows things down and says, okay, given that I need to upgrade this system, let me decide between upgrading in 2 or 3 different ways, which approach I want to use, which technology I want to use, things like that, where they're basically minimizing the cost given a need to upgrade the system. That sort of engineering analysis implicitly is carrying many of the same basic ideas of cost-benefit analysis, except it's already got the criteria of you will need low growth. So that core decision is already met. The difference here with the storm hardening is we're actually struggling with that initial question of, do we upgrade the system to handle extreme events that have not previously been handled? And if so, which parts of the system are most important to upgrade, how quickly, etc.
Are you aware, sir, and again, I don't need an explanation, but are you aware that many of the storm hardening programs on the electric side that kind of is proposed are simply expansions of reliability programs that they've undertaken for years?
I'm aware of the fact that many of the benefits can be achieved through simply the ordinary course of events of the ordinary upgrading the system. As you retire old equipment, replace it with newer equipment. You can, in fact, get some of these benefits just by being patient.
So that wasn't my question. Are you aware that the specific storm hardening projects that Con Ed is proposing in this case are projects that the company has been doing for years, and these are simply continuations of existing projects?
I'm not sure how to answer that as a yes or no.
It is yes. Do you know, have you looked at the Con Ed capital projects?
Yes.
Have you compared them to the projects that Con Ed has proposed in prior rate cases?
Yes. Only in the general sense. I've not gone back to look at the prior rate cases. I can look at the list and say, well, I'm sure other projects of a somewhat similar nature would have existed. And I'm aware of the fact there's some controversy about whether it's proper to classify as storm hardening something that maybe would have been done for other reasons anyway. And there's some controversy about how do you handle the fact that maybe a project that has multiple benefits, one of the benefits is storm hardening, you put that in the storm hardening budget, so there's some concerns about that. I'm aware of that controversy.
Let's take one example. The 400-volt submersible transformers. Con Ed has been installing them now for at least 3 years. It's an existing project. The company previously called it a reliability project. It now calls it a storm hardening project. Were you aware that that is a project the company had been undertaking for years before this case?
I can't personally attest to it. I haven't seen the actual transformers installed, but that is my understanding that they have been installing better, more flood-resistant transformers.
And to be clear, the UIU is not challenging the reliability-related capital expenditures in this case, yes or no?
I think it's fair to say that UIU's concerns are stated in my testimony. And I don't know that challenging is the proper term to apply to any of it. It's a concern about a process. It's a concern about making sure we don't set up an inappropriate process that can be very costly for customers. And that concern is heightened by the magnitudes we're dealing with. And the fact that we're dealing with something that's outside of the ordinary way that Con Ed has done business for 100 years. We're talking about dealing with greater resilience, greater hardening of the system than what they had done in the past.
So when we look at your cost-benefit analysis, you actually testified earlier that everything can be converted to economic terms, and you also noted that there are some areas of the city that could justify a higher level of expenditures. If you have 2 buildings, one of which is, they're both high-rise buildings, one of which is full of apartments that are worth millions of dollars apiece, and one of which is subsidized low-income housing. Would you do a different cost-benefit analysis based on the value of those two different high-rises?
The analysis would be very similar regardless.
Do you believe that the benefits would be the same in both cases? The economic benefits?
It's likely that the consumer surplus to the upper income residential customers is greater per kilowatt hour. The way you could think of it as if you had an auction and said, how much are you willing to pay for power, that those folks could outbid low income folks and would keep on bidding and be willing to pay 40, 50, 60, 70 cents a kilowatt hour, $1.50 a kilowatt hour if it came to that in order to enjoy that beautiful apartment in Manhattan. That's objective fact now. As a policy matter, we don't charge them the dollar per kilowatt hour that they would be willing to pay, nor do we charge the low-income person the full amount that they would be willing to pay. Objectively, because of what economists call an income effect, people with higher incomes can pay more.
So from your cost-benefit analysis, if you were looking at the hardening of those two buildings, you would apply a greater benefit to the one with the more expensive apartments, correct?
What we're really talking about is that the higher income individuals would probably get greater benefit and be willing to pay higher rates. The lower income customers are probably not getting as much benefit, and it's very unfair to burden them with higher rates so that those folks in the upper income area can have that power. That is part of the problem we're dealing with here, is that we're asking to put a burden on all customers, including ones who really can't afford it, to make sure the power keeps flowing in the nice parts of Manhattan. And I understand that, and we're not necessarily complaining about that, but we are saying let's be objective about this. And if the amounts get large enough, it may become a rate design issue at some point. I alluded to that to the investment bank. I'm sure extremely reliable power is a very important thing. And if we decide to upgrade the system, it may come upon saying that you pay a little extra to help contribute to that greater reliability rather than burdening the folks in Queens or Bronx. Rather than the way the system would tend normally to do it, all just gets averaged out.
Well, sir, your rate design testimony was actually a different piece of testimony. It's not even discussed at all in this testimony. We'll talk about that later.
You're asking me about upper and lower income, and this is a very delicate issue. I do understand that, and that's why I used an auction mechanism to visualize that. Realistically, it's true that those upper income people want reliable power and are willing to pay for it. The problem is that lower income folks may not be able to afford to pay for that level of reliability that the upper income folks want. So there becomes a conundrum in how you deal with it. One possible solution, if the numbers get very large and the burden on the system and the rates are getting very high, is potentially through rate design if it comes to that.
So you're saying that when you do a cost-benefit analysis of storm hardening projects, you should now factor into that cost-benefit analysis rate design, yes or no?
Not at all. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying thinking ahead down the road.
Well, I don't want you to think ahead, sir. I'd like you to focus on the questions that I'm asking.
Your Honor, I'm wondering if we could maybe focus more on...
Look, here's the way this works, okay? We have an expert witness who's here to give his opinions, all right? You ask him a question, he has to answer it. He's not a hostile witness. Even if the question is hostile, he's not a hostile witness, okay? So he's not been ordered to answer yes or no. And his job is to give the truth and the whole truth. And the whole truth means that he goes into other considerations to give his expert opinion as to what you should think about in response to whatever question you ask. Okay, so he's allowed to say whatever he wants. You ask a question, you get to ask whatever you want. He gets to answer the question, say whatever he wants. That's the way it works. So let's just keep going, all right? If you've got more questions, ask them. He'll give his answers, and we'll move on to the next one. So let's proceed.
Sir, you said earlier when we were talking about, when you were talking to Mr. Heslin about hospitals, that you could potentially develop a per-bed cost that you could use as a proxy for different hospitals. You recall that discussion?
Yes.
If you have a hospital that's located in Lower Manhattan, let's say the New York Downtown Hospital in a flood zone, and you have another hospital, let's say Cornell Medical Center, that's located at high elevation in the Upper East Side, would the per bed cost in the considerations for the hospital that's not in the flood zone be the same and equally applicable to the per bed cost for the hospital located in the middle of the flood zone?
No.
Given your testimony and your explanation of your cost-benefit analysis, if it's determined that there's an outage and your personal house has lost power, but based on the cost benefit analysis, the company shouldn't go to any extraordinary lengths to restore your service, and that you're therefore out of power for a month, because that's what the economics dictated. Would you accept that result?
I would imagine I'd be very unhappy about it.
But you would accept that result, correct?
I don't think I would have any real recourse. I could call the Public Service Commission and complain, I suppose. I could write a letter to the editor, but if for whatever reason I'm one of those customers that's offline for 4 weeks, I'm sure a devastating experience, and it destroys their lives for 4 weeks, but they really don't have any economic power to do much about it.
Well, it's not whether you have economic power. As an economist, if the company was to show you the cost-benefit analysis, and the cost-benefit analysis showed that it was too costly and the benefits were too low to restore your power any sooner, wouldn't you accept that, given everything that you've testified to today?
Well, I think what you're describing is what actually does happen, which is the company prioritizes. It's primarily based on the amount of power they can get back flowing quickly. There's been some discussion in the case about perhaps losing that traditional incentive due to the way the revenue coupling mechanism works, and some concerns about that. But the impression I have is the company is still, sort of on autopilot the way they traditionally think about this. They want to get as much power to as many customers as possible. So getting the large customers running quickly is important, and large groups of customers running quickly is important. I'm confident that safety concerns, things like wastewater plants, elevators, all of that would be part of what they would do, prioritizing which parts of the system get running. But there's also just the reality that some parts can be quickly fixed, and other parts it's just going to take time. So no matter how important that neighborhood might be, if it takes a long time to fix it, bring it to repair crews and so on, they get lower priority. The point of your question seemed to be, is someone going to be unhappy if they happen to be in that low priority area, or the area where it's just difficult to get it fixed? And I think the honest answer is yes, they're going to be very unhappy. If you could tell them with some confidence that there was an objective analysis and the reason they didn't get power for a long time was because other people were being helped, there were more people in other areas, it may not make them feel better, but I think they would feel better than if they said, well, you don't get it because your assembly person or your councilman didn't complain hard enough. I mean, they felt like it was a purely political process. They'd be even more unhappy than if they explained, look, it's based on trying to get the most power to most people as quickly as possible.
So if it was you, because that was my question was about you, not about other people, as long as there was an economic basis for it, you would not have a problem, given your economic background, of accepting that you would be out for that long.
To be very honest with you, I have unreliable power where I live, and I don't like it. But I've accepted the fact that I'm at the far edge of town, and until very recently, when the city of Tallahassee started bringing and upgrading the transmission, sub-transmission system out of town, I lose power at least once every 2 months, or at least an hour or two. And I lose power for a few minutes, at least once a month. But I don't like it. But I also recognize I'm at the edge of town, and I'm sort of an odd case, and I've accepted that. I haven't called and complained. I just sort of live with it. I said, well, there's a consequence of choosing to be in a very nice neighborhood at the edge of town, with trees around, and I'm paying that price.
So let's move back to New York City. Do you accept that the provision of electricity is a basic human need in New York City?
Absolutely.
Towards the end of the discussion you had with Mr. Heslin, you stated that some projects don't need a cost-benefit analysis. Yet, I read your testimony at pages 3 and 4. Well, strike that. Could you show me where in your testimony you state that there are some resiliency projects that do not need a cost-benefit analysis?
I haven't pointed to specific projects that said that. What I was trying to respond to is I accept and understand that there may be some projects that the company knows enough about to say we are absolutely confident that this project has benefits far exceeding its cost, and we're willing to go forward with this while we're still debating cost-benefit analysis. That's fine. And I'm basically saying, there's no doubt in my mind that the engineers up to a point can make some wise decisions to try to prioritize as best they can. But the more time we're spending, the more we're going out into 2014, a year from now, 2 years from now, the more I would say the standard gets rise, the bar rises. We really ought to have an analytical process to do more than just rely on engineering judgment.
And in your view, sir, where do we draw that line in terms of where the engineers can have flexibility and where they can't?
Ideally, there's a collaborative process that's already been started. Ideally, right here in 2013, through that process, the things I'm talking about will come to pass, just in case the commission agrees with you while you orders it. Because if they do order it, it'd be a whole lot better. A lot of work and a lot of time is gone into trying to figure out modeling out, trying to work out these factors, rather than suddenly rushing to do it and scrambling to do it, waiting for the last moment when the order comes out. So from a timeline point of view, I would hope that process would start right away.
Is there a reason, sir, why you believe the cost-benefit analysis associated with the automated meter reading program should be different than it is for the storm hardening projects?
The total dollars are smaller.
So we don't need to be as rigorous when well, strike that. Strike that. Didn't you also acknowledge, with respect to the automated meter reading program, that there could be benefits that are not economic?
I don't recall. Can you point me to some?
Sure. If you look at page 75 of your direct testimony, lines 6 through 10.
Give me a copy of mine. You're looking at page 75. That must be the.
I said of your direct testimony.
Give me a copy. I've got it in my briefcase.
Your Honor, the direct testimony is rate design, which we're going to be discussing later.
And in his direct testimony, he talks about cost-benefit analysis for AMR that are different from his testimony in rebuttal.
I have it now. Page 70.
75.
Somewhere on page 75,
I was referring specifically to lines 6 through 10.
You're suggesting that's not economic. I understand those are economic.
Automatic control of individual appliances. Right. Is that an economic issue in your view?
Again, I apologize if you see that as not, maybe economics, everything looks economic. Yeah, if someone, it's like the economics of when you go in the store and you're looking at two appliances and they've got that little label on it that explains how much money you'll save by buying the more energy efficient one. That's economics. The person making a little economic cost benefit analysis, can I afford to buy this better, more energy efficient refrigerator? And it's an extra $100 and they're looking at trying to figure out what the benefit's going to be. So they're savings. It's the same principle, just much more sophisticated, that with the better meter reading and potentially better pricing, we in turn can get a lot of benefits in terms instead of just build more power plants, with better, more efficient ways to handle people's needs. So to me, that's economic, not non-economic.
On page 74 of your direct, as long as you're there, you talk about the company performing an evaluation of the AMR program, yet in all of your rebuttal testimony, you talk about the evaluation being performed collectively by all of the parties. Is that correct?
I don't think there's as big a distinction as you're trying to draw. Even in the storm hardening area, I still believe the company has a lead role because of its responsibility to do the actual engineering. They have the resources, they have the lead anyway. They're going to be able to come forward with suggestions and ideas for projects in a way that the department staff isn't going to be able to do, or BYU isn't necessarily going to be able to do. So I think they have a lead role, but if it comes down to a debate about what discount factor to use, I think all the parties have input into that, and if they're unable to reach agreement on it, hopefully you could have an output where you can see the effects, and if the commission needs to resolve it, they will.
So is it your testimony that for the AMR program and the storm hardening program, the process for consideration of them should be exactly the same?
I had not thought through the issue as completely at the time I wrote this testimony about the AMR program as in my subsequent testimony on storm hardening. But I believe there's a lot of similarity in what I originally said, and I believe the process will be very similar. The main difference is the magnitudes are smaller, the AMR program is smaller, the stakes are not quite as high. I would expect the city, for example, may not be as interested in that and not put the energy and the effort into contributing to the process to the same degree. It's still basically the same, which is that we don't simply turn it over to the company and decide whether better meters are worth having. There may be some reluctance on their part, for example, at better meters because they feel like competitively that undermines their position in the marketplace. There might be other considerations that make them reluctant to invest in it. And just in case that's the case, having review and input from other parties and the commission being the final arbiter is a good way of handling it.
And so just to wrap up, just going back to the subjective versus objective analysis, are you aware, sir, of the extent of the analysis performed by the City of New York to determine what is needed to improve the resiliency of the utility systems?
My impression is that the city has put significant effort into this case, and they should be commended for that.
Do you know whether the city's analysis was objective or subjective?
I think it was hampered by a lack of information from the company.
Do you know whether it was objective or subjective?
I think it was both, but mostly subjective.
Your Honor, that's all I have.
Mr. Lang, your estimates for the testimony for the rest of today, are they going to be as long as you initially had?
Well, Your Honor,
I'm looking ahead to how long it's going to take to get to the rest of these witnesses.
With respect to the UAU rate panel, given what we just went through, sure, it's going to be a lot longer. If the witness could be directed to not go on for 5 to 10 minutes with every answer, it could be a lot shorter.
Okay, what about the staff panels that are coming up? Do you really need the full hour?
Between the gas infrastructure panel...
Well, you've got 30 minutes for the next 3 groups of witnesses, and you really need all that time?
I understand we could possibly go a little bit less for steam infrastructure. For gas safety, it's probably at least going to be 20 minutes or so.
Because we're going to have to pick up some time if we're going to get through this stuff today.
I mean, we could try to reduce it a little bit, but again, what would help is if the witness was able to give shorter answers. I understand what you said, Your Honor, but cross-examination is not the opportunity for witnesses to expound and expand. That's direct, and that's redirect.
Your Honor, I just
I already gave my
note our
lecture on that
objection
one.
that the questioner should also not be testifying and talking, and answering, asking a question.
All right, we're gonna take a. I'm sorry. Do you have any redirect? And I hope the answer is no.
We'll need some time, please. Sure, should we do that during lunch?
It's the sense of the judges, I think, that you don't need any redirect. But so let's take a minute for you to consult your witness.
So we appreciate your remarks.
So just take 1 minute to meet with your witness and decide.
As I do it, I'll my hands.
Your Honor,
Yes,
do you suggest that we break for lunch? We have no redirect.
thank you. We're going to break until, did I get that right, 3:15. And then we're going to recommence at 3:15. And then we're going to play with the schedule a little bit, and we're going to keep people to their time. I'm afraid that the only way we're going to get through it is everybody's just going to get allocated a period of time, and you're going to have to ask your most important questions.
Your Honor, I would note my objection to the record of we're being denied the opportunity to fully examine the issues in this case.
Well, Mr. Lang, you're the one who went way over your estimated time. So
Your Honor, and I
you're
asked
the one
that
who's
for
causing
assistance, and you refused to give it to us.
Well,
But there are hundreds of millions of dollars at issue, and if you're saying that we are denied the opportunity to participate in this hearing on an appropriate basis, then I want it noted because it's an issue that we're going to take up directly on an interlocutory appeal to the Commission.
Okay, it's noted.
You might want to let the Commission know that it's probably going to be coming.
We will reconvene at 3:15. All right. All right, let's go back on the record. Need staff to call next witness, please.
Sure, Your Honor. We'd like to call the stand, the staff, gas infrastructure, and investment.
Panel, can I have you stand and raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? And if you adopt the pre-filed testimony as your sworn testimony in these proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you.
And just to be clear, panel, we filed some corrections to your testimony recently.
That's correct.
And those corrections were then submitted formally through DMM. It's my understanding that all parties have been served with those corrections. And that being said, the panel is available for cross-examination.
Con Edison.
Your Honor, it was my understanding the defendant would like the city to go first. I understood that right from this morning.
Yeah, that's correct, Your Honor. That's acceptable.
It's fine with us when there's no objection.
Okay, go ahead.
Good afternoon, panel. My name is Kevin Lang. I'm a counsel for the City of New York. I have some questions for you today, and to try to expedite matters, if you could try to limit your responses to try to directly answer the questions, that would be greatly appreciated. I'd first like to take you to pages 28 and 29 of your testimony. On page 28, you note that Con Ed was underspending by 67% in 2010 and 2010 and 2011 and 47% in 2012. That's on lines 10 through 13 of page 28. You see that?
Yes.
And you don't need to turn there, but you also expressed concerns on page 8 of your testimony about the underspending. But what I want to take you to then is specifically on page 29, which in lines 16 through 18, the question was asked to you is, do you have concerns going forward about the possibility of the underspending? You see that question? What I'd direct your attention to is, instead of focusing on making the adjustment, does staff have concerns about what it means for the provision of safe and adequate service that Con Ed is so significantly underspending on its capital plans?
In our opinion, Con Ed is underspending certain categories of its capital budget.
Is it a matter that projects are coming in cheaper, or that they're not doing the projects altogether, if you know?
I don't know.
Was it part of staff's review in this rate case to look at the projects that Con Ed has undertaken to ensure that it's continuing to provide safe and adequate service?
Yes.
And did staff identify any concerns with projects that had been scheduled but were not actually constructed as planned by the company?
No, we do not.
I'm sorry?
No, we didn't.
Turning to your testimony on page 30. With respect to the downward-only reconciliation, would the panel agree that this could create a disincentive for the company to do more work? In other words, if it's limited by how much it can earn or how much it can collect in rates, is it the panel's view that there's no concern about the company doing more than what's set forth in rates?
Can you say the question?
Sure. Because of the historic underspending, this panel recommends that the commission significantly reduce the capital spending that's included in rates, correct? I think, I know I'm having trouble hearing. I don't know if the tape is, if you could just speak a little bit louder. Thank you. And would the panel agree that Con Edison is unlikely to spend more than what it is going to recover through rates?
We don't think so.
So would the panel then agree that by creating a downward-only reconciliation, that it could create a disincentive for Con Edison to spend all the way up to what it has budgeted?
Con Ed gonna, I don't know how much they're gonna spend. They can spend up to their budget, or they can spend less.
Well, but isn't this panel, I'm sorry,
Okay, go ahead.
isn't this panel recommending that the commission only allow a fraction of what they proposed in their budget for 2014?
We recommended slippage adjustment based on the past 3 years of spending.
But my point, if Con Edison actually spends its entire budget in the rate year, under your proposal, they wouldn't be able to recover that full amount, correct?
I'm sorry. Can I ask that question be repeated?
Sure.
Thanks.
Let me try it this way. In Con Edison's direct case, they proposed a number of projects and a total budget for capital expenditures for their gas system. Do you guys agree with that?
Yes.
And in your testimony, based on historical actuals, you recommended that the commission only allow a percentage of that budget to be recovered through rates. Do you agree? Did I say that correctly?
No.
No. Then you're not recommending any adjustments to their capital budget?
Kevin, I'm sorry, is this on the slippage?
Well, I guess, let me ask it that way. Is the only adjustment to the capital budget a slippage adjustment?
No.
So you've recommended other adjustments to reduce from what the company is looking for, correct?
That's correct.
So if the company were to spend what it had proposed in its budget, they wouldn't be able to recover all of that through rates, correct? Would it help if I used a numerical example?
I think if I understand the question, the company is basically asking for X amount. Staff in its position has a decrease from that level that we're recommending. So, to paraphrase the question, if the company did spend the original amount that we requested, right, you're asking would they be able to recover all of that amount?
Yes, that's my question.
I guess the response would be whether how the commission determines the outcome of this particular issue. If they agree that a reduction should take place, then the answer would be no.
Thank you. I wasn't trying, that's all I was trying to make sure that I understood where you guys were coming at. So my question is this then. Doesn't the fact that you have suggested your recommendation to the commission is to allow something less than what the company is proposing to do in 2014, would you agree that that creates a disincentive for the company to try to spend up to its entire budget?
I believe company can spend whatever they want to spend. They're just not going to recover this in rates.
And in your experience, has Con Edison ever spent more in a year than it was recovering in rates, other than things that were subject to some type of a true-up mechanism?
I don't know.
Turning to the capital investments related to the regulator stations, this is on page 20 and 21 of your testimony. You had just made an adjustment of $3.5 million.
Can you point the line and page?
Sure, it's pages 20 to 21. It starts on line 19 of page 20 and then carries over to the first Q&A on 21, at least on my version. I don't know if I have the same version.
We see that.
Okay. Did you see the company's explanation in its rebuttal testimony as to the basis of the $3.5 million?
Yes, we did.
Do you agree with the concerns that were stated on page 34 of the rebuttal testimony as to why that gas regulator station is needed?
Yes.
Are you willing to reverse your position on this adjustment and allow them to recover the carrying costs on this investment?
Yes, we would.
One other question. With respect to the capital investments, the projects that were set forth, I believe it was in GOP 2 of the company's testimony. I didn't see this in your testimony, but did you have any technical objections to the projects that were proposed by Con Edison, or was it simply the historical manner in which they were spending the capital investment dollars?
We just need clarification. When you're referring to GOP2, you are talking about the entire set of GOP2?
The list of capital projects that Con Edison laid out. I did not see in your testimony any objections to the projects themselves, saying they shouldn't be doing this project or they shouldn't be doing that. It seemed to me that it was simply you were looking at the dollars that were spent, and the company historically had not been spending its full capital budget. I just want to make sure that we're not missing something that staff has specific objections, or I should say objections to specific projects.
Right. Well, in reviewing the company's proposal, we looked at both the project and the cost, but ultimately we did not put in testimony to remove a particular project that the company has asked for.
And is it fair to interpret that staff does not have specific objections to those projects?
That's correct.
I'd like to move to the oil to gas program, turning to page 19 of your testimony. Is it correct that you've also suggested a downward-only adjustment to the expenditures related to oil to gas conversions?
Can you point specific part of that testimony that you're referring to?
Yeah, what is, I guess it's page 19 and 20 of the testimony. You talk about the adjustments that you've made to the oil to gas capital expenditures, and you provided your rationale for why you made those adjustments.
Right.
But I don't see anything in here that says that you would be willing to give full reconciliation if the company spends more than the amount that you have set forth here. And so my question is it staff's testimony that there should be downward-only reconciliation for oil to gas conversion investments?
Yes, that's correct.
I'd like to have Mark, Your Honor, the response to City of New York Interrogatory 109. It's a company response.
Okay, this two-page document, which appears to be a response to question G0109, will be marked Exhibit 811 for identification.
Has the panel seen this discovery response previous to today?
No, we're not familiar with this until now.
If I could make I mean, you're happy to read it, but since I'm given a time limit here, this is an interrogatory response where the city asked them what their expectations were for the number of conversions, both what they did in 2012 and then moving forward through 2019. Are you willing to accept that that's what this discovery response is all about?
That's what it appears to say. Yes.
Okay. Do you notice that in response letter B here, that the company shows, well, excuse me, let me change it, from A to B, that the number of conversions that they plan on undertaking has increased somewhat significantly?
I read this thing, in 2012, the company will convert 512 customers. And in the years from 13 to 19, the numbers start out as an increase and then decrease in the other.
Right. I'm just focusing on the earlier years.
Okay.
Would you accept subject to check, and I will tell you that it is specified at page 41, lines 10 to 11 of the Con Ed Gas Infrastructure Panel testimony, that they did 243 conversions in 2011?
Subject to check, yeah.
So in your adjustment for the oil to gas program, did you reflect the fact that the company plans on doing substantially more conversions in the rate year than they've done historically?
Yes, we did.
How is that reflected in these numbers that we see on pages 19 to 21 of your testimony?
I'm just looking for the reference in our testimony that explains that.
Sure.
I found it. On the same testimony on page 17, lines 20, starting there, we state that we agreed with the the amount of conversions because the company has projected, but we object to the cost to actually get gas to those customers.
So when you looked at those costs, and this wasn't clear in reading your testimony, did you multiply it by the historical numbers or by the future numbers of the number of conversions?
Can you repeat that again? I want to make sure I understand.
Sure. I understand what you just said about page 17, that you seem to have accepted that there are going to be more conversions, but the cost per conversion, you use a lower number. But then in doing the mathematical calculation of what the capital expenditure should be for the rate year, could you multiply it by the projection for the rate year or by the historical average?
We use the company's projected number of conversions and applied an historic level of costs.
If in fact the cost to do conversions is higher than what it costs for the ones that they've done historically, is it the panel's view that the company should not be entitled to recovery of what the actual conversion costs are in the rate year?
This is coming out of Mr. Lang's time, right?
I'm moving as fast as I can here.
I think the first part of the question was that the amount that we're saying the company should spend on these particular conversions. And while we used historic levels, we also accounted for annual inflation. So those numbers will go up.
Well, your annual inflation rate is 1.5%, correct?
That's correct.
Would you accept that if you just look at between 2012 and 2013, that's a 25% increase in the number of conversions? Would you accept that to check? And do the math. I mean, you can check. Is a 1.5% growth rate going to be sufficient to capture a 25% increase in the number of conversions?
Well, the company's model is a very complex model. And it's not just looking at the one conversion is equal to every other conversion. There's a complex amount of study that goes into this. And again, we reviewed this, so this is our assessment of the company's model. Right? So going forward, one project will have a certain amount of cost. Another area perhaps will have different amount of infrastructure required. So those costs are not actually compared after that.
Hold on one second. I didn't understand one thing. I thought you said you used the company's number of conversions. You did, right?
Yes, we did.
So the 1.5% gets applied to the cost of the conversion, not to the number of conversions. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay.
So when you refer to the company's model, I'm partially lost here as well. Are you saying that there was a model that they used to price out what these conversion costs are?
Yes, we included that in our exhibit, part of our testimony.
So going back to the question that I asked, if the actual cost that the company incurs in 2014 in the rate year are higher than what you projected because they do more conversions, for example, or the cost per conversion is higher than it was historically, is it this panel's view that the company should not get recovery of those actual costs they expended?
That's correct.
Is there a reason why the company, well, straight that. If more customers than the company anticipated would like to be converted to gas in 2014, would the panel agree that the effect of their position is that those customers would not be able to connect?
No, we would not say that.
Well, if 1,200 customers would like to connect in 2014, do you believe that the amount of money that you have put into the rate case, which doesn't allow for any outward reconciliation, would be sufficient to allow for that many connections?
No, the amount of expenditures that we have agreed to in this case is strictly related to the number of customers and where those customers are located.
So if there were more customers that wanted to connect, your numbers don't reflect anything higher than the company's projection of 643 customers, correct?
That's correct.
And since there's no downward reconciliation, if another 200 customers wanted to connect, there's no money in the budget to connect those customers, correct?
The company has the ability to recover additional costs at a future time.
But during the rate year, are you saying the company will be able to recover those costs for the additional 200 customers? Or they would just do it at some future time in a future rate case?
If those customers are connected in the rate year, the cost would be deferred for future consideration.
So they would get recovery of those costs incurred in the rate year, is that what you're saying?
It'll be analyzed and decided upon at a future time.
Well, I guess I didn't see anywhere in your testimony where this panel was recommending deferral accounting for expenditures above the level set in rates. Are you now saying that this panel is willing to accept deferral treatment for costs over and above what is included in rates?
No, we are not saying that. We did not testify to any outside the rate case deferral.
Well, but you just testified that if the company spends more, it would be deferred for later consideration. That's deferral accounting.
In response to your question, yes, that's how typically I believe these capital over expenditures and capital budgets are handled.
So, just so that I can clarify and then I will move on, is it your recommendation to the commission then that the company should be allowed deferral accounting for expenditures over what is included in rates?
I do believe that the company can connect as many customers as needed. And if they spend more costs, they can come in the next rate case and ask for the recovery of this cost.
That's in the next rate case, but I'm not talking about the next rate case. I'm talking about costs incurred during the rate year.
No, we do not allow upfront reconciliation.
to be marked because it's a commission logo. Show it to the panel. Is the panel familiar with Commission Case 12G0297, proceeding on motion of the Commission to examine policies regarding the expansion of natural gas service?
Yeah.
Does the panel, strike that, turning to page 2 of that order, could the panel read, do you see a sentence about halfway down the top paragraph that says, this potential to expand the natural gas system customer base? It's on page 2.
Yes.
Am I correct that the Commission's policies and practices are geared towards encouraging expansion and maintenance of the natural gas system in a way that maximizes the public benefit?
Yes, that's correct.
Would the panel agree that converting from high-emitting number 6 and number 4 fuel oil to natural gas is in the public interest?
Yes, I would agree.
Does the panel believe that its position that Con Edison should be denied recovery of the costs associated with customers converting in a manner that's consistent with the public interest is consistent with encouraging expansion of the natural gas system?
I would take exception to the our position on denying the company recovery of those costs. We did not say that.
Well, if the company can't recover the cost, does the panel believe that the company is going to do the work?
I can't speak for the company now.
I didn't ask what the company's position was. I said, does the panel believe that if the company is denied cost recovery, that it is going to go forward and do the work?
I do not know that.
Have you ever seen any instance of the company doing things without cost recovery? Doing capital projects without cost recovery?
I'm not aware.
Moving on. Given your explanation of the concerns that the panel has raised over the cost that the company included in the rate case for the charges to oil to gas conversions, is the panel aware that in many instances, or I should say many, in a number of instances, the customers are asked to pay the cost of the conversion?
And sometimes we understand that is what happened here.
Has the staff done any investigation of the cost that Con Edison is charging to the customers to ensure that they are not being overcharged?
Can you repeat that one more time?
Sure. I'll approach it this way. Based on the analysis that this panel has done and set forth in its testimony, what we've already talked about, you've determined that the cost on a unit cost basis is lower than what the company was seeking, and you therefore made a downward adjustment to the cost of conversion, correct?
That's correct.
And in instances where there's not a zero cost option to the customers, the company is charging the customers directly for those conversion costs.
I would say yes, when necessary.
Given the panel's findings or conclusions that the company's costs are overstated, have you investigated the cost that the company is charging to those customers to ensure that the company is not overcharging those customers?
Not as part of our review in this case.
Does the panel believe that it's important to look at the issue to ensure that Con Ed is not overcharging its customers?
We believe that the customer should be charged a fair amount for acquisition of the service. Yes.
Well, is the fair amount the amount the company is proposing or the amount that staff is proposing?
Staff is not proposing a individual customer by customer cost analysis. We're doing an overall analysis of the company's total conversions.
And based on staff's analysis, it determined that the company's figures were inflated, correct?
Based on the company's numbers they submitted in the case, we believe that the company's forecast for installing these services were higher, extremely higher than the historic levels have been.
Wait, their forecast of costs or their forecast of customers?
Of costs.
So you made an adjustment based on the historical costs that Con Ed actually incurred, correct?
Correct.
And is it the panel's testimony that it is acceptable for Con Edison to charge the higher costs to individual customers than what you've recommended to the commission in this rate case?
Your Honor, I have to say that I'm confused by the question myself in terms of whether the question goes to the costs incurred by the company to catch customers or the costs that individual customers incur, pursuant to commission regulations of the company's current tariff.
Either way, I don't think this panel has been involved in what the actual cost should be. They've only said that the costs going forward should reflect what they were historically. So I think you're getting beyond.
I'll move on, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Turning to the issue of resiliency, is it the panel's view that the panel's position that Con Edison should take steps to increase the resiliency of its gas system?
Can you help the panel with the page reference, please?
I'm asking a general question. I'm not yet. I will be on a specific page shortly. The company proposed a $100 million storm hardening package for the gas system, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And is it the panel's position that Con Edison should move forward with hardening its system? I'll use that word instead of resiliency. In other words, is the panel supportive of the company's proposal to harden its gas system?
Yes.
So turning now specifically to page 33 of your testimony on the head houses. As I read, and I'm looking specifically at lines 8 through 12 on page 33. Okay, you guys, I just want to make sure you're on that page.
Yes.
Your criticism of this project is because they did not provide detailed engineering work, correct?
At the time when we did our review of this project, the company couldn't provide us the scope and engineering analysis of this project.
Your Honor, I'd like to mark now, I'd like to mark Exhibit 12, a response by this panel to an interrogatory posed by the City of New York, number 25. That's dated June 12th, 2013.
This one-page response to request number 25 will be marked as Exhibit 811 for identification. I'm sorry, did I do that one wrong? I'm sorry, 812 for identification.
Does the panel recognize this discovery response?
Yes.
The panels, you state here in response that the company did not provide any white papers for this project, correct?
That's correct.
And this is dated June 12, 2013?
That's correct.
Does the panel Your Honor, I'd like to now mark some selected pages of the preliminary gas updated provided by the company on March 25th, 2013. Has the panel seen this preliminary update?
Yes.
Hold on one second. It'll be marked Exhibit 813 for identification.
At page 231 of this update, isn't it correct that the company provided a white paper for the storm hardening of the tunnel head houses?
In our opinion, the company provided high level for this project. The company didn't provide detailed explanation.
Well, but you said they didn't provide any white papers, but in fact they did. Isn't that correct?
I do consider this as a high level. I do not consider this as a detailed review for each of the projects.
But it is a white paper, correct?
That's correct.
And just to save time, would the panel also be willing to accept subject to check? And I can show you that they also provided the white paper in response to New York City Interrogatory 106 dated March 6, 2013.
Yes, I will check.
Is the panel familiar with Part 61 of the Commission's regulation regarding the requirements for rate cases? Is the panel aware of whether the Commission has any requirements in a rate case that a company is required to provide detailed engineering support for a project for which it seeks recovery through rates? Does the panel understand that the head house project is scheduled to take place over a number of years starting in 2014?
I believe this project is scheduled to start on December 15 and December 16.
In the panel's experience, is it common for projects to be completed years in advance, that the engineering would be provided years earlier?
It depends on the project, I believe.
Well, let's turn to a couple of them. If you look at the company's gas panel testimony, GOP2, page 32, perhaps your counsel can provide you a copy of that testimony. Unless, do you have the company's gas infrastructure testimony?
That was the initial or from the review?
The initial.
Is that it?
Testimony.
Which testimony do you need?
The gas infrastructure panel?
Company?
Yes.
Initial?
Initial.
Exhibit?
Exhibit GOP2, page 32.
What do you got in mind?
Mr. Lang, are you near wrapping up?
Yes, I am, Judge. I have about maybe 5 to 10 minutes.
Well, you're already 10 minutes over or more of your
Judge,
estimate.
I'm moving as quickly as I can. And I will truncate my examination of this issue. Does the panel have that testimony? Do you see page 32 of GOP2? It's a project entitled Hellgate Tunnel Ladder Egress Replacement.
Sorry, Kevin, can you repeat that?
Sure. GOP2, page 32. Hellgate Tunnel Ladder Egress Replacement dash Astoria Tunnel. Do you see that project?
What page?
32. Do you have that page?
Yes.
Do you see that it has an in-service date of December 2014?
Yes.
Did the panel have any objections to this project?
No.
Could you read what it says under technical evaluation?
To be designed and engineered by the external consultant.
So although there was no engineering for this project, you didn't have any objection to it, correct?
That's right.
Okay. Could you turn to page 47? Strike that. Could you turn, I'm sorry, to page 225? Do you see a project called Storm Hardening at First Avenue Tunnel?
Yes.
Isn't it correct that the panel expressly supported this project based on the detailed white papers provided by the company? And I'm referring specifically to the IR is City of New York 29. I can have it marked if you need it.
Yes, we support this project.
Okay. Did you look at the engineering for this project?
I believe we discussed this with the company.
But isn't it correct that there is no engineering for this project
We
at this time?
discussed all this project in Exhibit GLP2, project by project, during the meeting with the company.
So, moving on then. Is the panel familiar with the post-Sandy enhancement plan that was submitted by the company, or that was published by the company in June of this year?
I'm not familiar.
I'm sorry?
I'm not familiar with enough.
Has anyone on the panel seen it?
No.
Yeah, right, but I have this marked, and then this is my last issue. About 5 minutes or less.
Thank you.
This is not the complete document, right? Just excerpt pages?
It is, Your Honor. The complete document is substantially larger, and I was trying to save some trees.
Okay. It's entitled Post-Sandy Enhancement Plan dated June 20, 2013.
Is the panel aware that
Hold
Con
on,
Edison
hold on.
has continued to investigate what it should do to improve the resiliency of its gas system?
While they're thinking about that, it'll be marked as Exhibit 814 for an application.
I'm sorry.
Could you repeat the question?
Sure. The question was, is the panel aware that since the time it filed this rate case back in January of this year, the company has continued to evaluate what it should be doing to improve the resilience or to storm harden its gas system?
Yes,
And isn't it important in looking at the context of what the commission should be approving for 2014 that it should use the best available information
for 2014.
for the rate year?
2014, company didn't propose any projects for storm hardening the gas system.
Well, in fact, didn't the city propose some projects for 2014, particularly the leak prone pipe replacement?
We are not aware of.
That topic is covered by a different panel, which I believe will be hearing later today.
Okay, that's fine. I didn't know they were aware of it. And one last thing, and then I'm done. Could you please turn to page 56 of this document? Isn't it correct that this panel visited the Astoria Head House? You said so in response to DPS 28. I can mark that if you need me to.
Yes, we did.
Okay. Does the panel dispute that the head houses are made either out of sheet metal or masonry that are not designed to withstand coastal flooding?
We do not dispute.
I'm
We
sorry.
do not.
Your Honor, you know what? I think I'm just going to leave it at that.
Okay, thank you. Con Edison.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Your Honor. My name is Enver Acevedo, and I'm counsel for Con Edison. I'm going to be asking you a few questions specifically regarding the slippage adjustment on page 27, and I'm going to pass it over to my colleague, Anna Chappell, who will ask you some questions about liquid gas. Staff proposes to apply a slippage adjustment, which you spoke about a few minutes ago with Mr. Lyon, to the company's forecasted gas plant additions of certain categories of the company's gas capital expenditures in order to address what staff characterizes as underspending by the company, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
But isn't it true that the capital funds in question were not unspent? Rather, they were reallocated to priority projects, including public improvement work related to the city's water tunnel project and oil to gas conversions related to the city's clean heat regulations?
I believe this is correct.
Isn't it also true that the company's overall gas capital expenditures over the past few years have been in line with or slightly exceeded the company's capital budgets?
Overall, yes, but in certain categories, no.
But overall, they have exceeded or been in line with?
Yes.
Thank you. Staff is proposing that the slippage adjustment be applied to 4 categories of capital expenditures, correct?
That's correct.
And those categories are gas transmission and generation, distribution supply main, pressure control, and IT projects. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And this was touched upon earlier as well. Am I correct that based on your review of the projects included under each of these 4 categories, you have concluded that the projects are warranted and justified in order to continue providing safe and adequate service?
That's correct.
On page 29 of your testimony, you cite the Commission's decision in case 10-E-0362, an Orange and Rockland electric rate case, is adopting a similar adjustment. Is that correct?
Yes.
But unlike staff's proposal in this case, isn't it true that in case 10-E-0362, the Commission also included an upward net plant true-up that allowed O&R to spend up to its originally proposed budget?
Subject to check.
Thank you.
Your Honor, Anna Chaco for the company
conversions. I refer you to page 17, lines 10 to 15 of your testimony. Did you review the updated forecast of the oil to gas conversion unit costs provided in the response referred to in that part of your testimony?
Yes, we did.
And did you reflect the updated cost in that supplemental response in the forecast of cost per service and cost per foot of main for 2013 to 2016?
No, we did not.
Are you aware that the company addressed this in its rebuttal testimony?
Yes.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you. Staff?
A minute, Your Honor.
Half a minute.
We get a credit for it.
Okay, you ready to proceed?
Yes, we do have some redirects around. I believe Mr. Lang asked you a number of questions regarding whether or not the company would be able to recover its costs for adding additional oil to gas conversion customers. If the level was set in rates and the costs exceeded that level. So my question is, if the company spends amounts on capital expenditure above their budget, does the panel have an opinion on how the company will cover those additional costs due to the additional oil to gas conversion customers beyond the forecast level?
Yes, the company has in place revenue per customer mechanism, and revenue per customer provide the company recovery of costs for those additional customers. Also, if the cost is very material, the company can file a petition with the commission to recover of these costs.
Thank you. I believe there was some discussion about a downward-only reconciliation on the company's capital budgets as well, specifically with regard to oil to gas conversion customers. My question is, if the commission adopts a downward-only reconciliation mechanism on oil to gas conversions, doesn't the company still have an incentive to add new customers?
Yes. Yes, they have this incentive, and it's kind of related to the answer that they gave in the first answer, because the company can recover those costs of the revenue per customer.
Thank you, Paul. That's all I have.
I don't see anybody jumping up. Thank you for your testimony. You're excused. Let's get the next panel seated, please. Staff, if you could call the next witness.
See you guys tomorrow.
Gentlemen, if you could just remain standing, please. Sorry.
Great.
Yeah. your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? And do you adopt your pre-filed testimony as your sworn testimony in these proceedings? Thank you.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Do you have any additions or corrections to the testimony that's been filed? Or exhibits?
No, we don't.
Your Honor, the staff steam infrastructure panel is available for questions.
John Edison.
Move to cross.
Okay, New York City.
Good afternoon, panel. My name is Jay Goodman, Couch White. I'm here on behalf of the City of New York. I have a few questions regarding the panel's direct testimony on page 10 regarding the sluice gates purchase and installation. Initially, though, if I could, I just want to be clear, at least for my benefit, of what I'll be asking about. Could you just take a moment to explain what a sluice gate is, what the purpose and function of a sluice gate is?
It's a valve.
A valve?
Yes.
Can the panel describe how floodwaters associated with Superstorm Sandy penetrated the steam production facilities?
There were many entrance mats.
Can you elaborate?
Tunnels, penetrations, things like that. Any opening that the water could go through.
Okay, openings including tunnels, such as the tunnels. The panel testified that it believes the need for the sluice gates purchase installation was not fully justified by the company.
Sorry, Your Honor, I'm having difficulty hearing the gentleman from New York City.
Is that better?
Yes.
On page 10, the panel testified that it believed the company had not, sorry, rephrase that. The panel testified that the company had not justified the need for the sluice gates purchase and installation. Specifically, what information regarding the need did the company not provide?
We wanted to receive a cost-benefit analysis based on the cost of the sluice gate and the amount of damages that may have been prevented from the sluice gate compared to other proposed storm hardening requests by the company.
And can you tell me what other projects proposed by the company included that a cost-benefit analysis?
We didn't receive any on the storm hardening, and therefore we couldn't make a decision on how the sluice gates stacked up to other proposed storm hardening initiatives.
Can you clarify, do you mean other storm hardening initiatives to prevent water intrusion through the tunnels, or other initiatives generally?
Other initiatives in storm hardening in general. Moat walls, sub pumps.
So is the panel's position that unless the sluice gates installation is a sufficient priority, or you can take a step back? So you say that it wasn't fully justified because there's no cost-benefit analysis showing that the sluice gates would be higher priority than, say, a moat wall, correct?
Correct.
Do a moat wall and a sluice gate serve the same purpose?
Ultimately, yes, to prevent water from reaching the equipment.
They're installed in different locations, is that correct?
Yes.
Can a moat wall prevent water intrusion through a tunnel?
No.
can a moat wall substitute for a sluice escape in terms of preventing water entry?
No, it cannot.
Then why was it necessary to have a cost-benefit analysis showing the relative priorities of the two?
Because nothing between the entrance water from the tunnel to the moat walls will damage any vital equipment.
Is the panel aware of how much flooding was actually observed during Sandy at the production facility?
Not extensively, not comprehensively, but theoretically we have some information in that regard.
Is the panel's position that if another storm were to hit the city, that there would not be potentially a larger level of flooding at the facility?
There could potentially, but what's the probability? That's what we have to look at.
Did you look at that?
Yes.
Is that analysis included in your testimony?
No.
Is that analysis included in the record in some place?
No.
Did the panel either reject or have any other concerns with any other project proposed by, any other project because there's no cost-benefit analysis?
Not regarding the steam infrastructure operations plan.
Did the panel do any independent analysis to look at the relative merits or function of the moat wall and sluice gate to reach a determination of whether a moat wall actually could substitute for a sluice gate?
We want to receive more information through the collaborative before we make a decision on redundancy between the moat walls and the sluice gates.
Does the panel expect that to happen in time for the issue decided during the hearing?
It all depends on what we received by the company.
Okay, well, I have just one point of clarification on a different part of this. In Exhibit SSIP2, panel indicates that it compared Con Edison's historic emergent programs budget to proposed program budgets for the period 2014-2017. Page 5 of the panel's direct testimony, however, includes a discussion of historic actual historic expenditures. Can the panel just clarify what exactly the analysis was, what the comparison was that it made in order to reach its recommendation as reflected in SSIP2?
There were no historic actual expenditures. The company couldn't provide it. We used budgets. We used 3 years from 2010, 11, and 12.
One further point of clarification. On page 8, when we say that we subtracted the average capital expenditure level for the years 2010 through 2012 for each emergent program from the company's proposed budget. And I just want to make sure I understand what that statement. Did you just a moment ago say that you did not receive the actual historic expenditures on emergent work program?
Yes.
And here on page 8, you say that those actual expenditures were subtracted.
Where did you see actual?
We subtracted the average capital expenditure level for the years 2010 through 2012. I interpreted that as meaning that the amount actually spent. Is that incorrect?
That's incorrect. It's budget. The whole thing is budget.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Thank you. Any redirect?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Thank you. The witnesses are excused. Staff, please call the next panel.
I got it. That was in my document.
Your Honor?
Did Edie have to read that too?
Yes.
Are you ready? You're on.
Your Honor, I'd like to call to the stand the staff gas safety panel.
You stand, please, raise your right hand. Is the testimony you're about to give, or do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
And do you adopt your pre-filed testimony as your sworn testimony in these proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you.
Panel. Before we begin, I'd like to ask if you have any corrections to your pre-filed testimony or exhibits.
Yes, there is one correction. Page 15 of our direct testimony, line number 11. Approximately 425 feet, that should be corrected to approximately 4,125 feet.
Your Honor, that correction has not been filed along with other corrections, so we'll have that correction filed with the
It's on the record. If that's the only other correction, don't refile another stack.
Thank you, Your Honor. With that, the panel is available for cross-examination.
Brian, I'm sorry, can you just repeat that first?
Sure. Page 50, line 11, instead of 425, should be 4,100.
4,100.
It's out of Edison's IR.
Thank you. Okay, I understand that New York City is going to go first.
Thank you. Good afternoon, panel. My name is Kevin Langen. I'm an attorney for the City of New York. I have a few questions for you today. And if you don't understand the question, please let me know. Turning generally first to the company's leak replacement program, is it correct that the company is in compliance with all applicable codes and requirements in terms of its replacement program? To your knowledge.
Are you referring to the rate case targets?
In terms of the manner in which it deals with replacement of leak-prone pipe. I believe it was in your testimony you cited to the federal, is it the pipeline? I can't remember the name of the entity that's in charge.
PHMSA, Pipeline and Hazardous Materials Safety Administration. They have met the leak-prone pipe replacement targets in the rate cases. I can't answer as far as any violations related to pipeline safety regulations when it comes to replacing cast iron pipe and encroachment and whatnot.
To your knowledge, is there a higher standard besides what that organization you just mentioned puts out? In other words, is there a more rigid standard that the company could be meeting other than what is put out by the regulatory agency?
A higher standard?
Sure, let me not beat around the bush. EDF in its testimony has suggested that the new infrastructure be constructed to the highest standards available. And based on your expert opinion, your knowledge as experts on gas safety, is there such a higher standard out there?
They are using pipe and material that meets the specs of the regulations. It's not above or below what those specs are as far as pipe and material.
Is the company's leak detection and repair program effective in your view?
The company uses approved equipment as defined under our pipeline safety regulations to do leak surveys as well as the frequency in which to do them.
Does that make the program effective in your view? Is it appropriately designed? Is another way of saying it. Should they be doing more?
They are in compliance with the pipeline safety regulations, and as far as we're concerned, that is okay.
Are they acting timely to fix leaks when they are identified, in your view?
Can you ask that again?
Sure. Is the company timely fixing leaks that it identifies?
I don't know offhand all the findings without referring to our record and field audits, but we do a sampling audit at a 95% confidence interval, and we do every year look at leak classification in areas we consider to be high risk. And so any findings that we have would be in those record audits.
Would the panel agree that leakage is more of an issue from leak-prone pipe than it is from new either plastic or coated steel pipe?
As long as new pipe is installed properly.
Turning to leak-prone pipe specifically, would the panel agree that there are economic benefits of replacing leak-prone pipe with pipe that is not prone to leaks, such as plastic or coated steel? For example, O&M costs would be lower, correct?
We do state in our testimony that long-term expenses should decline as companies have fewer leaks on the system.
The panel also agree that there are safety benefits from replacing leak-prone pipe?
Yes.
Would the panel further agree that there are resiliency benefits? In other words, it makes the system more robust to remove leak-prone pipe?
If by resilience you mean it should leak less and therefore equate to a lower safety risk to the public, yes.
Well, I'm not referring to, say, when you have incidents of flooding, isn't it correct that there is a greater potential for water infiltration from cast iron and bare steel pipe than there is from plastic and coated steel pipe?
The fewer number of leaks and the lower pressure of the pipe, the less water infiltration you should have under flooding conditions.
I'm not sure that I understand that answer. If you compare bare steel and cast iron pipe to plastic and coated steel, isn't the potential for water infiltration greater in the cast iron and bare steel pipe than it is in the plastic and coated steel pipe?
There's two issues in play here, so we're clear. If there are active leaks or essentially holes in a pipe, then there's more of a chance for water infiltration. However, it depends on the pressure in the pipe. If it's low pressure and you have enough head pressure from floodwaters or water above the pipe, you will get water infills. If it's high pressure piping, you would need a very high level of water to get into it.
Is there any portion of the high pressure system that is comprised of cast iron and bare steel?
I don't know the exact quantity. To our knowledge, Con Edison does still have some cast iron that is considered high pressure, meaning it's pounds rather than inches of water column. And as far as bare steel, there could be a mix of both low pressure and high pressure. Again, high pressure in our definition is anything above 2 pounds of pressure. Not a loosely termed medium pressure as some of the companies use. It's either low or high.
Okay, so with a low pressure system, would the panel agree that the plastic and coated steel is less likely to suffer from water intrusion than the cast iron and bare steel means?
Yes.
Now, on page 8 of your testimony, you define leak-prone pipe. So for purposes of the next questions, I'm going to use the definition as you have it, okay? Does the panel agree that all leak-prone pipe should be replaced?
Yes.
Does the panel also agree that there is 44 miles of bare steel pipe located in the flood zones? If you want, I can have an IR mark for that information. It's IR 143.
I have it. Hold on. According to Con Ed's response to IR 143, there is 44 miles of bare steel pipe.
And would the panel agree that bare steel is the most susceptible type of pipe to corrosion?
Yes.
Wouldn't it therefore be advantageous to eliminate as much of the bare steel as possible, as quickly as possible? Actually, let me rephrase that one. Bare steel is affected by corrosion from a number of sources, correct? I didn't think that was a hard question.
Well, they can't do it.
Is salt one of the sources of corrosion?
Salt can accelerate corrosion.
And isn't salt from salt water from flooding one of the factors that can accelerate corrosion of bare steel, particularly the bare steel in flood zones?
It is one of the factors, yes.
Now, the panel claims that Con Ed did not justify its proposal to replace the bare steel and cast iron mains within the flood zones. But isn't it correct that the panel itself proposes to increase the replacements from 50 to 60 miles in 2014 and then up to 70 miles by 2016?
Yes.
And your justification is set forth in your testimony is that Con Ed's time frame is too long, other utilities are doing it, and the federal regulators, the PMHSA, recommended, correct?
Those were all reasons we identified.
Where is your analysis that shows that increasing by 10 miles is the appropriate amount? Is it fair to say, panel, that there is nothing in your testimony that explains why 10 miles?
Your Honor, I would ask that counsel let the panel answer the question.
We based our recommendation on our experience with the company and other companies on being able to ramp up pipe replacement levels. It requires time to identify segments, ramp up resources and engineering for those segments of pipe to be able to carry out the work.
On page 17 of your testimony, you criticized Con Ed's proposal as being too costly, that they did not justify it on the basis of cost. What is the cost of your proposal? Because I don't see it in your testimony.
It's because our race panel handled the dollars associated with this program.
Well, you were critical of Con Edison's proposal based on cost.
Yes.
But you don't know what the cost of your proposal is.
The average cost, our understanding is that the average cost to replace a mile of pipe across Con Edison's distribution system is approximately $2.5 million a mile. This proposal was $10 million a mile. Our proposal was to incorporate flooding as a risk factor, with the company being the expert of its own system and its risk model. Increase the leak-prone pipe replacement targets. And the ending cost equivalent would be 4 miles to 1 across the board.
Maybe you could explain that, because if it includes flood-prone pipe, isn't that cost potentially going to be higher?
We don't know if flood-prone pipe would be identified in the next year, but it would be a consideration in the next year. where Con Ed's proposal wasn't to include any pipe in this program until 2015 and 2016. We actually accelerated a review of this pipe a year ahead.
Was cost the basis that you rejected the Con Ed proposal?
We had a list of reasons why we rejected it, and I'll explain in our testimony.
And in fact, in response, well, let me just mark this. Your Honor, I'd like to mark a response to New York to hire 23 proposed by this, a response of the department staff to number 23 proposed by the city.
It's a one-page document which appears to be the response of the gas safety panel to a request by the city of New York, number 23. Will be marked Exhibit 815 for identification.
Is the panel familiar with this response?
Yes.
Isn't it correct that the panel said cost was not the basis on which it rejected the company's proposal?
It was not the only basis.
Well, it says the panel evaluated, that's right. Under the city's, is the panel familiar with the city's proposal for replacement of leak-prone pipe?
Yes.
Is it the panel's view that replacing the leak-prone pipe in flood-prone areas within 20 years is too expeditious of a replacement?
The safety panel would prefer that leak-prone pipe that's a high risk to the public be replaced first, regardless of where it's located.
Is that based solely on safety considerations?
Yes.
Is there a reason why we cannot also take a look at resilience or storm hardening considerations in determining which pipe should be replaced?
You can, but being the safety panel, that's beyond our realm.
Well, is there any other staff panel that is testifying on the replacement of this pipe? In other words, if it's not you, who is it we should be posing these questions to?
But Your Honor, all our testimony has been pre-filed. Mr. Lang has that at his disposal. I think that's a question you can answer himself.
And the only staff testimony that relates to this issue has been provided by this panel.
Well, let me ask the panel. I thought you said that you were proposing that location in a floodplain should be added as one of the criteria for choosing which pipe gets replaced, along with the other safety considerations.
Correct.
So you've already incorporated, at least in your way, the way that flood areas should be considered.
Yes.
So it's not, you're not relying on some other panel. That was your proposal.
Correct.
And under the panel's proposal, how many miles of leak-prone pipe in flood-prone areas are likely to be replaced on an annual basis?
I believe, subject to check and an IR response to New York City, we answered that question.
If you did, I'm not aware of that one. If you could enlighten me.
Request number 21, New York City Gas Safety Panel. Date of response was June 12, 2013.
And the panel's response in 21 said that you don't have an answer, correct?
We don't have the information yet to be able to answer that question.
Is it possible that the number could be 0?
Yes.
If in Hurricane Sandy, instead of 4,000 customers, it was 40,000 customers that lost gas service, would that be of concern to this panel?
you say flooding from Sandy, in your hypothetical question, how would that flooding have impacted customers?
Well, does the panel dispute that 4,000 Con Ed gas customers lost service because of Hurricane Sandy?
No.
Does the panel dispute that 80,000 National Grid customers lost service because of Hurricane Sandy?
Subject to check? No.
If a large number of gas customers lose service because of flooding, because of a hurricane, a nor'easter, or some other storm, does this panel believe that some type of proactive measure should be taken to prevent future similar outages?
There are several parts to be able to answer that question. The locations of the water infiltration need to be identified, many of which, as identified by, I believe, Con Edison, could be the customers themselves, meaning flooded basements, the water getting into their gas system and then back inside. During Hurricane Sandy, I believe they pumped out roughly 1,500 gallons of water in the low pressure system.
I don't know, is there more? I don't want to interrupt if there's still more to you.
Well, over the past 2 years, there have been flood type events that have had a greater impact on leak-prone, low-pressure leak-prone pipe outside of flood areas. In July of 2011, there was a water main break that caused water infiltration, and they pumped out roughly 30,250 gallons. And in August of 11, there was a water main break, and they pumped out approximately 27,000 gallons of water from the system.
So wouldn't it be good?
During April of 2012, there was a water main break in Brooklyn, where National Grid pumped out almost 46,000 gallons of water from their low-pressure distribution system. So while there is a perceived flooding impact from major storms, history has shown us otherwise, that there are actually bigger threats to these areas.
But wouldn't one answer to those threats be to eliminate as quickly as possible this type of pipe?
Leak-prone pipe, yes.
The panel has suggested that there's a number of risk factors that should be considered for leak-prone pipe in flood-prone areas, correct?
Can you repeat that, please?
Sure. You've already made reference, I won't beat around the bush, to IR 21. And we should probably just get this marked so it's clear in the record. Just about that. Your Honor, I would submit, it was a request by the City of New York to the Department of Public Service, number 21, responded by gas safety staff on June 12, 2013.
Okay, this one-page document, which appears to be a response to request number 21 from the City of New York, responded to by the Gas Safety Panel, being marked as Exhibit 816 for identification.
Panel, you're familiar with this response, correct?
Correct.
On letter E, the panel states there are potential risk factors that should be considered. Do you see that? Is susceptibility to flooding one of those factors?
Susceptibility to water infiltration, yes.
How about the number of customers that would be potentially affected?
I think your question is crossing over from safety into reliability.
Well, but doesn't your response cross over from safety into reliability as well? Or is your testimony limited solely to safety factors?
Our panel's primary focus is pipeline safety.
So do you give any consideration to factors other than safety?
You're talking about the model or our testimony?
I'm asking, you just said that your focus is on safety.
Yes.
And so my question is this panel focused solely on safety, or are you willing to consider other factors such as resiliency?
Well, let me try to answer your question this way. Our primary focus is on safety, but there are safety considerations that can improve reliability.
But they're still, those are safety related. I'm asking separate from safety. Is the panel willing to consider non-safety related factors?
It's outside the scope of our testimony.
And I would add, I think this question's been asked about.
So I'm moving on. Panel, your counsel has what's been marked as Exhibit 814, if you could provide that to them, Brian.
It's been provided.
Okay. Is this panel ever seen the post-Sandy enhancement plan, which is marked as 814?
I have now.
Before today, have you ever seen it?
No.
Okay. Your Honor, at that point, then I'm not going to ask any questions about it since they're not familiar with it. But the only other thing I'd like to do, Your Honor, is have one more exhibit marked. I'd like to have marked 105, which is a New York City request on Edison. It's marked 3 pages, but the third page is a blank. So it's only 2 pages.
Turn up the top of the microphone.
Did you say it was a New York City request to Con Edison this morning?
I did.
Your Honor.
I'm asking you to see.
I'll raise an objection on this, considering the gas infrastructure panel scheduled to go on for tomorrow, I believe. Perhaps this is best moved with their testimony.
Got to do better than that.
They did not prepare these responses, Your Honor.
I'm going to ask them if they're familiar with this response.
Clearly, they did not prepare these responses. This is a 2-page exhibit, even though it says page 103 on the first page. And it appears to be a response of the, let's see. A response of the Con Edison Gas Infrastructure Panel to a question posed by the city. Is that right? And it's designated G0105. That'll be exhibit 817 for identification.
I'll raise my objection. just one
What
last
is
time.
your objection?
I have an objection on the basis of the fact that I don't see how this panel can provide a foundation for a document that they have not prepared.
They're not trying to provide a foundation for the document. Mr. Lang is trying to provide a foundation for the document.
Has the panel seen this discovery response prior to preparing its testimony?
No.
Okay.
The
Your Honor-
objection is renewed, Your Honor?
Well, Your Honor, I would just say that when I go to the gas infrastructure panel, I'll set my foundation through them. I thought they might have seen it.
Mr. Lang, do you have any questions on this?
Considering that they never looked at it, I was going to, they said they had seen it. Specifically letter F, which is where the company talks about the risk factors. But since this panel just said they haven't seen it, I can withdraw it and resubmit it tomorrow if you like, or we can just keep it marked as this number.
Well, we haven't admitted it to evidence, so I have no problem with leaving it marked. So it's marked. And if you want to object to it, if nothing else happens and you want to object to it, at the time we take objections, you can make your objection.
No, I certainly haven't, I mean, as I understand it, these have been pre-marked and we'll have an opportunity to object.
Okay.
That's fine.
Does that end your cross?
1 second, Your Honor, I believe it does. Your Honor, it does have my cross.
Thank you. Is it Con Ed or EDF that's not against?
I think we've been selected to precede Con Ed.
Okay, EDF is going to proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. My name is James Tripp. I'm a lawyer for the Environmental Defense Fund. I just have a few questions. As I understand it, you said it in response to one of Mr. Lang's questions that you would like to see all the cast iron and bare steel pipe replaced.
Yes.
In view of that, is there justification in your view for accelerating the replacement program and going beyond even 65 or 70 miles of replacement per year?
In our testimony, we did propose to go beyond 60. The issue at hand is developing a reasonable recommendation that the company is able to do. It is a matter of resources, and there is a cost factor that we're aware of, although we typically try not to get involved with resources of dollars. Try to focus on safety.
On page 13 of your testimony, you recommend a negative revenue adjustment in the event that the company replaces less pipe than it's supposed to. Is that right? My question is...
Sorry, which page is that?
Top of page 13.
Yes.
Bottom of page 12, top of page 13. And conversely, in your view, would you support a positive revenue adjustment if the company placed more than what it's supposed to?
As far as the safety performance measure goes, I cannot recall any performance measure where we have offered an incentive to the company to do better than the proposed package.
Does the fact that you've never done it in the past mean that you'll never do it in the future? Is that supposed to be the answer to my question?
In our opinion, it's a policy question that goes beyond our panel.
You state on, you may make a reference in page 14 of your testimony, specifically line 14, to harm to the environment that can come from methane leaks. Do you see that?
I see that.
Yeah. And to what are you referring? More specifically, are you referring to methane as a greenhouse gas that can harm the environment?
Yes.
And is that the potential harm to the environment of methane leaks, particularly from these older cast iron pipes, is that in any way reflected in your safety regulations?
No.
Should it be?
No.
Because it's not a safety factor?
Correct. It's not a pipeline safety factor.
In terms of do you have any thoughts as to what kind of field monitoring could or should be done by Con Edison in order to detect actual leaks of methane?
The company performs a leakage survey in their compliance with our regulations. That's our expectation. They use, as I mentioned earlier, approved detection devices under our regulations.
Thank you. Con Edison?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, panel. My name is Enver Acevedo, counsel for Con Edison. On page 26 of your direct testimony, asked to explain how staff derives its recommended performance targets. Staff states as follows, quote, Con Edison is performing worse than the statewide level. We recommend the commission adopt the statewide level as the target the company needs to improve towards. If Con Edison is performing better than the statewide level, we recommend targets that we feel will prevent significant deterioration in performance. Do you see that language?
Yes.
First of all, to your knowledge, has the company met its existing performance standards under the current rate plan?
Yes.
Okay. Is staff's recommendation on page 19 of your testimony to lower the company's year-end lease backlog target from the current level of 1,350 to 900 an example of applying a statewide standard or preventing significant deterioration?
Neither. You're in a different section of our testimony. The damage performance targets are normalized across the state on a number of one-call tickets. It's a normalized performance measure across the state. Leak backlog, you have to look at an individual company's composition of pipe and history.
So you apply a different standard when deriving the target for leak backlog?
Yes.
Okay. And can you explain how you derive that target? For the leak backlog.
similar to the recommendation for the pipe replacement measure. If you look at the company's history, our knowledge of the company and what we feel is capable of doing. Over the past 5 years, I'll give you 3 years and 5 years averages for leak repairs. Con Edison has repaired a total of 6,949 leaks on 3-year average. For the past 5 years, they've averaged 7,280 leaks per year. We're recommending a decrease of 50 extra leak repairs a year. In our opinion, that is very reasonable for companies to be able to do that.
Are you aware of what Keyspan New York's leak backlog target is?
Yes.
Is it approximately 4,000 per year?
That is one of the targets. Okay. I don't know which year it is, but that is.
Okay, fair enough. Do you know the annual leak backlog performance that the company has achieved in the 3 years prior to 2012? And by the way, I'm sorry, I should have mentioned that. Let me back up. Let me withdraw. Isn't it correct that the company achieved a leak backlog performance level of 997 in 2012?
Yes.
Okay. And that was the company's best performance?
Yes.
And do you know what the annual leak backlog performance the company achieved in the 3 years prior to 2012?
Yes.
Okay. And are those levels 1207 in 2011, 1122 in 2010, and 1380 in 2009? Is that consistent with your understanding?
It's close to what we got.
Okay. And based on these figures that I've just provided, would you agree that that there's been ups and downs within the threshold that the company is required to comply with? That there hasn't been a consistent downward trend, that the performance has gone up and down, but at all times within the targeted threshold?
The answer to your first question is that the company's leaks backlog target has not gone up and down. The answer to your second question is yes, there was in 2011, it went up slightly in 2010.
I apologize if I wasn't clear. When I was talking about up and down, I wasn't talking about the target. I was talking about the actual achieved performance. The target remained at 1350 throughout that period of time, correct?
I believe so.
Okay. Did staff examine whether there were any particular or unique circumstances that allowed the company to achieve a leak backlog level of 997 in 2012?
We did not ask the company for a reason for the increase.
Thank you. Did staff perform any study or analysis in order to determine whether the company would incur any additional costs related to lowering the leak backlog threshold to 900?
No.
Thank you. No further questions, Your Honor.
Is there any redirect?
Submitted for you. No redirect, Your Honor.
Thank you. The witnesses are excused. Thank you for your testimony. UIU, if you could call the next witness, please. This will be the
facility. Utility intervention rate panel. It's called the Your Honor.
Your Honor, just one, just a moment. Staff counsel just raised an issue that he thought might be worthwhile me clarifying for the record. I asked questions in the previous panel. There was one question that I asked relating to Keyspan, New York, and then there were subsequent questions that I asked where I referred to the company. He just wanted me to clarify that when I was referring to the company, I was referring to Con Edison and not to Keyspan, New York.
Okay, that was my understanding.
Stand, please. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And do you adopt your pre-filed testimony as your sworn testimony in these proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
The panel's available for cross-examination.
NIPA?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Hello, panel. Welcome back, Dr. Johnson. Ms. Panko, is that right? Panko. I'm Gary Levinson, attorney with the New York Power Authority. Any questions for you?
Okay.
Turn to page 10 of your rebuttal testimony. On lines 11 through 17, you state that increasing the tolerance span in ECOS is not an ideal solution to deal with the flaws in ECOS. You also state that it's a bit ad hoc to change the tolerance span to benefit one particular customer class. You see that?
Yes.
Can you point to where in Mr. Liberty's testimony where he would apply a larger tolerance band to benefit only NIPA?
That wasn't my understanding.
So you agree that...
Speak into the microphone, please.
What the panel is saying is that changing the 10% to a larger number because it has an adverse impact on NIPA isn't a very good reason for changing the tolerance band. Presumably this tolerance band has been adopted by the Commission in other cases and has generally worked well. So it didn't strike me as a good solution to NIPA's problem. A better solution is to find out why they keep falling short in the cost of service study, why they keep showing a low return.
Would you agree that...
Hold on 1 second. Could you make sure the microphone is closer and that it's working at the moment? Thank you.
Would you agree that widening the tolerance band to 20%, which is Mr. Liberty's recommendation, would actually assist, it would actually help several customer classes? You would concede that, correct?
Yes, but again, there's a trade-off that the wider the band, the less emphasis you're putting on the cost result. If you get a wide enough band, the cost results are basically irrelevant.
On the same page, you express a concern about the revenue deficiency from the ECOS. You note that it's shown up here as well as previous cases. And in your review of the past cases, are you referring to the last three Con Edison rate cases?
I think so, yes. I don't recall. Where did you refer me to? Make sure.
Lines 1 through 10, you say there's a pattern that's continuing in the current case, repeated pattern. That line starts.
What page are you on?
Which page?
Oh, page 10.
I don't see it, so.
Yeah, if you look at basically lines 1 through 4.
1 through 4, yes. Okay, yes, now I'm with you.
Okay, so you're referring to something you've observed before and you're seeing again, and so you're talking about having looked at the last three Con Edison rate cases?
The actual reference is a pattern that Mr. Liberty observed, and I was trying to say that the BYU panel is sympathetic to the concern. We don't want you to get the impression that we're dismissing the concern as unimportant.
Is it your understanding that the ECO studies presented by the company in those previous three rate cases all utilize a 10% tolerance band?
I think that may be the case, but I'm not certain.
Would you accept that, Jack?
Sure.
Okay. Do you know that
you know what the deficiencies in the last three rate cases would have been? The company had used a 20% tolerance band?
No.
Would you accept, subject to check, that the deficiencies would all have been 0 in each of those last 3 rate cases, including this one?
I don't know.
Now, because you reject Mr. Liberty's proposed change to the ethos, you believe the full deficiency should be assigned to the ninth class in this case, right?
I think the deficiency as calculated, preferably using the UIU recommended approach, is relevant and should be used. And on the basis of that study, some additional rate increase should be borne by NICO, or if it's a decrease, that the amount of the decrease should be significantly less or no decrease for NICO, given the results of the prospects.
But given the company's proposed revenue requirements, you would be okay with the full deficiency being assigned to NICO?
I'm not sure what you mean by assigned to NICO. Our actual recommendation is that there is room, even if a class exceeds the tolerance band, there's room to ameliorate the impact on that class by simply giving them the greater increase than they otherwise would get, but not necessarily the full amount required to get them to an average rate of return. I think that there's more room for fine-tuning the rate process than simply an all or nothing. If you're outside the band, you suddenly get slammed. If you're inside the band, you don't. I don't think it has to be that simplistic.
Well, I believe you have a 2 times the average rate increase limitation for classes that are below the tolerance band.
Yes.
And NICO is, I think, 1.88, so I guess you would accept the full deficiency being assigned to NICO. I meant their deficiency being assigned to NICO.
Is that a question?
I guess you would accept it.
Yeah, the principle is that I believe the cost results are relevant and should be considered, but we're not necessarily saying that, come what may, you have to immediately go all the way to the average rate of return in one rate case. That just is not a principle. I don't think we're suggesting that.
Would you agree that the revenue deficiency a utility assigns to a customer with a below average rate of return is a function of the tolerance band selected?
It can be, yes.
And choosing a tolerance band is a matter of judgment, correct?
Yes.
Also indicate on page 10 that you have concerns about the company's revenue allocation, and you get into discussing. You say you have sympathy for Mr. Liberty's position. You also talk about additional things that Con Ed could do, but I want to just go back. Actually, you have this general theme that, and I'm referring to your direct testimony, but I have no specific page reference. You have this general theme. You indicate for several instances that you distrust the company's ecos for various reasons. You say that there's inherent problems in the cost studies. You recall that testimony?
I recall the testimony.
Yeah. And do you take the position that the 10% tolerance band is immune to criticism?
Not at all. The key thing you're overlooking is at line 16 and 17.
There's no question pending. Yeah, I want to also go to some other things you talk about on page 10 of your rebuttal testimony. You state that one way to address the revenue deficiency is to require the company to provide more detailed information in future proceedings. Say that starting on line 21. In particular, you say that the company should provide more detailed information in future proceedings concerning the assumptions, load studies, and other data that is being used to allocate costs to NIPO, correct?
Yes.
So you obviously believe it's in the public interest for the commission to gain a deeper insight into the usage of the NIPO class. So what I'm going to get a better idea as to what you had in mind. What sort of more detailed information would you like Con Ed, would you recommend for Con Ed load studies?
Well, there's very little information provided currently. And I haven't thought in great depth about an optimal list of what additional information ought to be provided. But what I'm trying to say is that we're sympathetic to Micah's concerns, but we think at least part of the solution is better information. Now, better information could consist of better sampling of the NIPO class to make sure that you've actually got representative information about their load characteristics. It could include simply a better communication of the information that already exists. NIPO itself presumably has some information about the usage characteristics of various office buildings, the various meters that are running at various locations and how much are being billed at each location, but that's not something that's shared with other parties in the proceeding. To the extent Con Ed would provide that in work papers or other information, and then flow that up into the cost study to show why they believe they're realistically modeling the cost of serving this class, that would provide other parties with an opportunity to better understand what's going on and perhaps be able to identify if there are flaws in the cost study that might be causing discrepancies, or at least changes over time. There might be changes in usage characteristics that could explain why it appears to be that you're chasing a rabbit and the rabbit's always in front of you. Why is that? Well, maybe there's usage characteristics that have been changing within the class over time as more information is available that might become apparent to NIPO or other parties.
So I guess you're not aware of it, but you would not quibble with the notion that NIPO has its own load research program with respect to its electric sales to governmental customers, right?
I would assume you have at least some, because you have to decide how much of your cost to allocate to different agencies and the extent you're trying to make buying decisions and determine the best, most cost-effective sources of energy. Some sort of internal research would be a wise thing to do, but I really don't know how much we've done of that sort of thing, or how readily you could compare it to the sort of data that Con Ed could provide you to help you better understand what you might be able to do to ameliorate your impact on the distribution system.
Do you think the ethos could be improved by finding a way to appropriately merge, say, the NIPO load research program with the balance of the Con Ed system? Is that something that might fit your budget?
It might be feasible.
So I'm asking some other things about tolerance expansion in general. Would you agree that a tolerance band should be constructed so that relatively few rate classes fall outside it?
I don't offhand see that, no. I mean, the idea of a tolerance band is an attempt to recognize that these studies are not perfect. So it's a little bit analogous, to use the example we use in our testimony, to when reporting polling results, you've got plus or minus factors so people don't get all excited and think the election's just swung from one extreme to the other just because of slight movement in data, when maybe that movement was merely just a very slightly different mixture of the people responding to the phone calls and the like. It's a little bit analogous, and then there's the idea of this tolerance or zone of reasonableness around the results. I do believe it's a very good idea.
What's a good idea?
Having some sort of a tolerance band rather than just arguing over whether this result, this study or that study is the better study, which is part of what tends to happen in these proceedings. But to also recognize none of these studies are necessarily perfectly accurate, and that because they all rely upon assumptions, they rely upon sample data, they rely upon various simplifying calculations. None of them are as reliable or as precise as they might appear at first glance.
I mean, a little while ago, we were talking about tolerance bands. We agreed that selecting the tolerance band is a matter of judgment.
Yes.
And I just want to ask again, is a proper tolerance band where most rate classes fall outside it, or should they be inside your judgment?
I don't think you can judge the reasonableness of a tolerance band based on that. There may be good historical reasons why all these classes are well outside the tolerance band. So you could have a situation in which every single class is either below or above the tolerance band. And in and of itself, that wouldn't necessarily tell you that the tolerance band is the problem. It could be that historically the commission had relied on other factors, the company relied on other factors to set rates besides cost, and we're slowly moving towards cost-based rates. Or
Thank you.
there could be other reasons.
Matter, I have no further questions.
EDF?
Good afternoon. My name is Elizabeth Stein. I'm an attorney for the Environmental Defense Fund. Good afternoon. And my questions relate to your direct testimony. I'd like to turn your attention to page 45, please. And on this page, you make reference to the public policy goal of encouraging energy conservation. And so based on your testimony, I take it that you believe that encouraging energy conservation is a public policy goal that ought to inform rate structures. Is that correct?
Yes, it's something I would recommend the public policy goal, but more importantly, I believe it is the policy of the state of New York.
Thank you. In the case of electricity, are there times when it is especially important and valuable to encourage conservation, such as during the highest peaks in the summer?
I don't know that the state of New York has articulated that nuance. From an economic point of view, the main advantage of paying attention to the differences peak and off-peak is because of the greater savings that can be achieved in terms of the economic costs of building the system to be strong enough to handle the peak or the added generating units. But in terms of things like dependence on foreign sources of energy, one of the reasons why this country is, for years, has advocated more efficiency and environmental impacts, pollution. I mean, every source of energy we have has some pollution impacts. It's unavoidable. I don't know that there's a great difference in the amount of pollution that's produced on peak versus off. States where you rely heavily on coal, for example, and maybe the off-peak is when the greatest pollution is occurring. On-peak relying on natural gas, which tends to be less polluted. So I don't know that anybody's really gone that far and says, okay, that the goal of energy conservation is especially important on peak.
Assuming, and I believe this to be the case, that at the hottest peak times, there are peaker plants and backup diesel distributed generators in use, would that affect your answer?
Well, obviously diesel is of some concern, but in general, natural gas, which is often used to fire peakers, is not necessarily the most intensely polluting source of energy or electricity. So again, in and of itself, I wouldn't necessarily say there's a one-to-one relationship between concerns about peak pricing, which I think is a good idea, and concerns about energy conservation.
Okay. Moving on to page 54 of your testimony. Here you describe how well-designed time-of-use rates are both more efficient and more equitable than flat rates.
Yes.
And then on page 61, you describe how, given the current state of technology, it should be feasible to go further in the direction of accurate price signals, which give a strong incentive to minimize usage during specific times when supply costs are highest, e.g. unusually hot summer afternoons. And so my question is, assuming that that enabling technology can be in place, and given that VTOU is more efficient and more equitable than flat pricing, are you of the view that these even more accurate price signals are still more efficient and still more equitable than flat price or than conventional VTOU?
Sorry, I lost you at the end. I heard the reference. The distinction you're trying to make is between what?
Is there a further improvement on efficiency and equity when you go not just from flat to VTOU, but from VTOU to even more nuanced price signals? Later on, you go on to describe critical peak, for example.
Exactly. The key difference is when you go to a more precise method of pricing, a particular method of pricing that is sensitive to the reality of when it is hot versus when it is normal temperature, and when there's units down or other reasons why costs are running very high on the system, as contrasted with some model that says, well, typically on a Sunday, summer afternoon, it tends to be costly. You go that extra step and say, well, this is an actual summer afternoon when it is actually costly. That obviously creates greater equity, fairness, and efficiency benefits, because if you're charging someone a super high price, just because some average says, well, typically on a July afternoon in New York City, it's supposed to be hot. I was here this morning, it wasn't that hot. So I suspect it's not that hot right now. It wasn't a couple hours ago, but just a week ago, it was very hot. So that specificity allows the whole thing to be a lot fairer and a lot more efficient. 5 or 10 years ago, when this kind of idea would be talked about, people would just say, well, this isn't practical. But it is now practical. We have automated systems that allow you to call phones for lots of reasons, and this can be one of them. We have emails, we have texting, we have lots of ways to communicate to customers. That was the missing piece that was missing until recently, where now it's just commonplace for customers to have a smartphone or to have the ability to check their emails or whatever. So telling them about it is no longer a big problem. The other part that was difficult was keeping track of what they actually used during that particular time, that hot afternoon. And that's no longer difficult. It's just a little microchip with some programming, and all of a sudden you can do it. So,
well, let me ask one question along this line. The peak hour is something like between 3 and 5 o'clock when most people are at work. What good is it going to be to send me a text message on the phone that I don't own to tell me that the peak hour pricing is about to take effect when I'm 20 miles away from my house and I can't do anything about it?
So if you're not at your house, hopefully you already, if you're on this plan, hopefully you would be paying attention a little bit to the weather and realizing it's going to be a hot summer day or not, if you care about it, and adjust your thermostat before you leave in the morning.
But wouldn't I have done that under Con Ed's program, the way they have it?
Yes. But you're asking me about the person who's sort of the exception. They signed up for this even though they don't have an immediate ability to react to the text message. But
well, I would think, I'm talking purely residential. I would think most residential customers are not home during the peak period.
There's a couple of key things. One is they can have a smart thermostat that they can talk to remotely from work and say, set that thermostat up, shoot it up to 84. I don't want to be paying that high bill that I'm going to get. When I come home at a couple of hours, it may be a little warmer than normal, but I'd rather have that discomfort than the high bill. And they have that incentive to do it because there's only a certain number of days a year they're having to suffer that discomfort when they come home from work. And that's the key difference. So the traditional time of use pricing, every summer day they have to come home and have an uncomfortable apartment until it cools back down. Whereas with this kind of targeted pricing, they are willing to suffer that. And that's why you're seeing, for example, in Oklahoma, where they have a program like this, they've got a very high participation rate. I think the figure I saw was in the Wall Street Journal somewhere, is about 10% of their residential customers are now using the kind of pricing we're talking about. So So it's got an appeal that other types of pricing didn't have, because the trade-off of the discomfort versus the savings is more narrowly targeted to fewer hours of the year, fewer days of the year.
And your proposal requires that I have a smartphone and a smart thermostat. All these things cost money. Isn't it better to just have a normal set-back thermostat that will turn on the air conditioning half an hour before I get home, and then all day long it'll be down and not using a lot of energy? Wouldn't society be better off, rather than if I was trying to play the game every day? And in addition to that, what about all the man hours people have to spend thinking about this stuff? I mean, at what point does it become kind of impractical to really expect people every afternoon to check their phone to see whether they have to turn down the thermostat or not?
I understand. That's one reason why another alternative for them is to simply program the thermostat to adjust if a notice is received. The Oklahoma program, as I understand it, the smart thermostats are basically directly programmable and reacting to the fact there's about to be a peak event. So that's exactly why what will really work and what's appealing to customers is a moving target that's becoming more and more feasible as technology is available. The obstacles that used to be there are going away. But I don't think there's directly a trade-off. In other words, ideally, if you're not in your house, you would be sensitive to the price and the energy efficiency benefits of adjusting thermostat during the day and readjusting it close to when you come home. Everyone sort of agrees that ideally you should be doing that, and many people are, but they don't have a lot of incentive to economically. The price they pay is the same in the middle of the night as the price they pay on a hot summer afternoon, and that's our problem.
Well, I agree with the concept of time use rates. From the residential side, I want to be convinced that it makes sense to do something different than just say, every afternoon the price is going to be high, so every afternoon you're going to turn down your thermostat. It's set it and forget it. I mean, I've got a thermostat. I can set the weekdays and the weekends differently, and I don't have to think about it. Right now, I don't get rewarded for that, but if I had time use rates, I would.
And it has a traditional type, and it's very unpopular. And I don't know if that's because they priced it wrong, they didn't market it right, or if it's just the practical reality that given the correct pricing, it's just an unattractive rate. Nobody wants to be on it. We're not saying that you have to get rid of that option. It just isn't doing much. It's not accomplishing much since so few people are on it. What we are saying is that why not go a step further, add as a pilot basis a program with this other approach. And the key difference, what I'm hoping to take away from this, is what's attractive about it is you can tell the customer, you can just do what you want, live your life the way you've always lived it for most of the year. But there's going to be a few hours of the year when you better respond, you're going to end up paying more. But if you are willing to react to those particular hours when the system is really needing that power and they need you to cut back, costs are very high, if you're willing to react during those particular afternoon hours, you're going to save money on your bill, and it's enough to make it worth your while. And apparently, at least in this Oklahoma example, a lot of folks are finding that appealing. So I can live with that. That's only a few hours. There's some hours where I simply, my apartment's going to be hot, or I'm going to make sure the water heater's off. There's other things they could do and pre-plan and say, okay, I'm going to do that. And again, some people are at home during the day. They're able to react more robustly than people who aren't. You've got to remember there's a wide variety of people.
Okay. Did you look at whether you thought the rate structure is appropriate under the company proposal?
Yes, there's some aspects of it we think are maybe moving in the right direction, this new proposal, but there's some other things that I think are not quite on target. The starting time for the deep discount late at night seems a bit extreme. They wait until, I think it's until 1 a.m. rather than midnight, which means you've got a very tight window in the middle of the night to try to catch up and do all the things if you want to do, in particular to charge a car if you had a car. But why not do it at midnight when it's a little bit easier for people to visualize? Yeah, I could live with that. I'm in bed by that time. It's fine, and you have plenty of time for things to happen overnight. It's a minor quibble, but I think it's worth improving that part of their plan.
I guess I meant more, did you look at like what the service charge is if you're a time use customer, what is it if you're not, to see whether the rate even works?
Yes, to a degree. their whole approach, I think, is flawed in terms of how they're analyzing it. They don't have enough load data to really know the nature of these customers and what their engagement patterns are. And yet they're taking what limited data they have and they're saying, well, we have to price it as if every customer were going to voluntarily jump on this plan. And I just think that's a flawed basis for deciding how much revenue to get from this group of customers.
Thank you. Sorry for interrupting.
Sorry, I turned that off. That was helpful, thank you. I just wanted to return for a moment to the technology that's available now that wasn't available 5 or 10 years ago that enables more effective response to critical peak pricing. Are you familiar or are you able to discuss some of the other options for automating one's response to a critical peak pricing in a way that would in fact reach your water heater and possibly even other uses in your home? If, for example, one had a home area network that was receiving a useful signal and one could set tolerances that, well, I'm okay with paying X for my peak price, but, when it hits such and such, turn everything off. Can you discuss a little of what's out there?
Well, it's a little bit of a chicken and the egg problem in that there's not a mass market for these technologies yet. So we're largely dealing with sort of early adopters, people who are intrigued by this and are willing to adopt it. But some of the ideas are sound enough that if a utility the size of Con Edison gets behind it and promotes it effectively, you could in fact get enough volume to where things like water heating that's basically controlled by the utility, or water heating that is reacting to a price signal sent by the utility over the internet or over some other electronic means, is perfectly viable now. And that's no longer some sort of high-tech thing we visualize someday in the future. That's very viable right now. Whether or not there's enough volume out there to make it inexpensive, I don't know. But what I do suggest is that if they studied it, looked and said, we think we can get behind this, or we think, given our service territory, there's hundreds of thousands of customers who would buy into this, and it would save us enough money to be worth our while, and to place that order and make it available to their customers inexpensively, where it's an easy thing to do. Say, get this little thing, put it on your water heater, and we're going to give you a discount. And if you use it the way it's intended, it's going to save you a lot of money. Those kinds of things, I think, are very viable right now.
Thank you. And you speak about the power that adoption in such a large service territory could have, but you also reference in your testimony that it would be very useful to just be trying it out on a pilot basis with a small number of customers on a voluntary basis. Are you aware of any efforts in the service territory to experiment with more advanced pricing models, such as critical peak pricing?
In this service territory in Con Edison?
Yes.
I'm not. No.
So returning for a moment to the voluntary time of use tariff itself and the proposal, and to the fact that we were talking earlier about the improvements on efficiency and equity, if people are moving to that. You described that the company is proposing to increase, this is on page 56, that they're proposing to increase BTOU kilowatt-hour rates by a higher percentage than regular residential rates. So given that such pricing is inherently more efficient and equitable than flat pricing, do you think the company should be encouraging customers to migrate toward the time variant proposal or some time variant proposal?
Within reason, yes. I mean, that it's not such an unmitigated good that they want to pressure everybody onto this plan. I don't want my words to be construed that way, but certainly when we're dealing with very, very small percentage of customers right now, you could safely offer a deeper discount and try to see if you could get 1%, 2% of customers to use it, and therefore get a lot more information about how they react. You can call them up and ask what you like, not like. Learn a lot for relatively little cost, even if, as the company apparently believes, that lower price may cost them a little bit of money, and that in effect, I wouldn't necessarily use the term, but in effect, these customers are allegedly subsidized. What I would try to argue is that even if they were a little bit subsidized, if you think of it as sort of a pilot project or early adopter phenomena, it's just normal in competitive markets to be willing to make less than the normal profit margin on your early products in order to learn, in order to be able to adapt, and then hope that it becomes a big hit later on to the mass market. But the perfectly normal process, and I don't see any reason why this commission should reject an effort to encourage more people to try time-of-use pricing.
Do you see the current proposal with respect to time-of-use pricing as providing that encouragement?
Not really. There's some improvements in the new design, I think arguably, that make it a little bit more appealing than the current one. But again, I don't think they go far enough in terms of the attractiveness of the design. And I did not see anything in the cost buildup or the analysis supporting the specific rates that suggested there was any attempt to discount the rate or to try to price it as attractively as the company could have.
Thanks. So you discuss a little further on the bottom of page 57 and going into 58 that the calculations that appear to have gone into this didn't consider changes to usage that would occur if other customers were billing on a time-of-use basis. Just so I understand, the changes in usage, I assume you're referring to reductions in peak load in response to the incentives? Or something
Not really. What we're dealing with is deep in their work papers where they put forward, there's really very little, if any, testimony explaining the pricing of these rates. If you go into their work papers, there's some key steps that are somewhat odd in the way they were done. And to the extent I could understand it and looked at the discovery responses and understand what the company was saying, as best I understand it, the rationale behind the entire section of the work paper is flawed because it's based on a hypothetical assumption of what they call revenue neutral. And basically what they mean by that is they want to make sure these rates were absolutely high enough that if, heaven forbid, every customer suddenly switched to voluntary time-use rates, they'd be whole. They would still make just as much money as before. And that isn't, I don't think, a very logical basis for building up a rate like this. For example, to the extent the kinds of customers who would volunteer for this are the type of customers who would shift some usage away from on-peak to off-peak, or who perhaps perceive that because they're not at home during the afternoons on the summer, that they might benefit from the plan. To the extent those customers are already having certain characteristics that are abnormal, assuming a normal cross-section of the customers, i.e. all customers, is illogical. It would be much more logical to say, well, let's assume that this adopters, these volunteers, tend to have somewhat less peak usage than average. And as such, through, if you think about their costs are a little below average, therefore the revenue could be a little bit less than average. They fail to think of it that way. Their whole approach was based on what they call revenue neutral. I just think it was a mistake.
Well, is that true, though, for delivery rates or for commodity rates?
Well, this is in the context of delivery, but some of the same principles, I assume, would hold in the sense that they're concerned about usage of the delivery system, transmission and distribution system. The same principles are holding. But yeah, you're right. The rate itself is built up based on a delivery rate.
Okay, but the company needs to collect enough money to perform the delivery function.
Yes.
And I'm not sure that function is so much less expensive during peak hours if you shift your usage. And that's really where, I understood the part on the commodity.
Yes.
So if they're only setting it for delivery side of the bill, what should they be doing? Because if they don't set it so that it all adds up so that they get all their delivery revenue, obviously in the long run it's not going to work.
Well, right now what we have is we have a mixture. We have customers who are less than average cost to serve and above average cost to serve. Same principle that you can kind of visualize with the energy side. We all get the same price, but some are actually more costly than others because they're home with the TV running and the air conditioning blasting in the afternoon, some are at work. The same principle applies to the delivery, but it's just subtly different in that it's not as easy to visualize because we're not talking about running generating units. We're talking about the planned sizing of the equipment at various points of the system. So it is a step removed, but the principles are similar. But ultimately, the primary benefits in terms of total magnitude, I would agree with you, I don't want you to get the wrong impression, are on the energy side, where we have entire transmission systems that may not be needed, entire generating units that may not be needed. We could get residential class of customers to flatten their load by shifting things like water heating to the night, et cetera, have more storage capacity. There's very practical things that could happen. If we could get that societal shift, the majority of the benefit will be at the generation and transmission line, but there are some benefits as well in sub-transmission and distribution. Again, the key thing here in part is a question of to what extent are you trying to encourage the shift by sort of demanding from day one, every one of these customers has to pay their own way, versus are you willing to experiment and, given the scale that we're talking about, saying, let's set the price a little bit lower and see whether it makes any difference in how popular it is.
I'm glad you went into the revenue neutrality thinking a little further, because I was hoping to hear a little, I was having a, not quite clear on what was going on there. So does that effectively mean that in the world as we find it, where only a tiny percentage of customers are taking advantage of VTOU, that effectively they are being relied upon to make up the difference in revenue to the extent that they would appear to be saving money, or they would have an opportunity to save money by load shifting? The rate is designed so that they still pay just as much for electricity or for their electric service as they otherwise would have.
Certainly get the impression that that could happen over time if this approach used in the work papers were repeatedly used in future years. You are running the risk of it sort of being circular. That the savings that are achieved to the company are not passed through to the customers, that their total bill goes up to compensate for the savings that were achieved by the company in order to keep them revenue neutral, rather than saying, well, revenue minus cost neutral. You know, we have some cost savings. There's no step in their work papers to explicitly say, oh, we've got some cost savings. And I think part of the problem is they don't have enough data. They really don't have a solid handle on what a typical residential customer's usage pattern is hour by hour over the day. Therefore, it's hard to compare it to this group of customers. Yeah, I'm speculating a little bit. I'm not quite sure why the information was so weak. But
well, Arthur, would there be any delivery cost savings until they've reached a critical mass of customers doing this? I mean, if you only got 1,000 customers on common use rates, I don't see a lot of cost savings.
I understand, and that's a valid point. Again, to the extent you encourage, let's take the example of their new rate that they're proposing to encourage electric vehicle users. I think it's realistic that the bulk of the benefit of that would be the savings in not having the energy demand during the middle of the day. When they come home at 5 o'clock and just plug it in. That is not the optimal way for society to shift from gasoline power to electric powered vehicles. It's clear that unless we give that customer an incentive to wait until midnight or 1 a.m., preferably midnight, they may not do it. And so that is all true, but it is also true that at midnight the odds are that they're also not putting any demand on the distribution system at a time from a design point of view it's a concern. So some of the same concerns do carry over the distribution system. But if you're asking me that, well, will there be any immediate, measurable short-term benefits, I would say no, probably not, because that system was already built and is expected to last 30 or 40 more years. And so the benefits are more in anticipation of what we can put in, replacements for components of the system, or as we expand where growth is occurring. If there's a change in usage characteristics of residential customers, we will have very real savings, but they'll be down the road.
This is a really interesting direction, so I just want to ask one more question, which is obviously VTOU as proposed and as it exists is a delivery chart, but time variant rates or time sensitive rates of some sort on the energy side would be very interesting as well. What kind of metering infrastructure would be needed for customers to be able to have an option of choosing time variant or time sensitive energy supply? And do we have that infrastructure here?
Well, if you're an energy service provider, you're potentially facing prices that are varying hour by hour on your buying side. Your problem is that on the selling side, customers are not used to thinking in those terms, number one. And number two, they don't have the metering technology in place to deal with it, even if they understood it and were willing to react to it. So Con Ed is sort of critical in this. It's kind of like the weak link in the whole chain. Is if Con Ed owns the meter and the meter's a dumb meter, it's pretty hard for an energy service company to solve the puzzle. Even if they had a smart meter, is still a challenge for an energy service company, because they basically want to convince someone to use their service, and trying to educate them in something complicated and different may be difficult as well. But the more the meter's in place, the more the opportunity is there for someone to get ingenious about this and say, oh, I've got an idea. And maybe that idea is I'm going to give them the little technology that they install in their house. You just plug this into your water heater, plug this into here, plug this into here, and I'm going to decide, you've agreed to this, and then in return for that, I'm going to give you a bill that's significantly lower than my competition. If they market it the right way with the right packaging, in essence, it may take off and be very successful. But again, the point I'm trying to make is that opportunity for creativity on the energy service company is missing if the key point of the metering technology is missing.
Thank you. No further questions.
Okay, New York City.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, early evening panel. My name is Kevin Lang, as some of you know earlier. I have a few questions for you, and again, if you guys could keep your responses short, I would appreciate it. First, I'd just like to follow up with one of the colloquies that you had with Judge Agresta. When you were talking about the time of use rates, and you would get the price signals, and this is for the residential customers, that at certain times it would be either very costly if you didn't conserve or reduce your usage. Do you recall that discussion?
I think so, yes.
For certain customers, such as the elderly and the infirm, who tend to be home during the day, particularly during heat wave type periods, wouldn't those customers be adversely affected and basically have minimal to no ability to reduce their usage?
I think it depends on what their existing usage is, how much ability they would have. Just to follow up on the last example, something like a water heater, they don't necessarily need a water heater running during those peak hours. They don't necessarily need to be doing their laundry during those peak hours, but they may be in the habit of doing it every afternoon. That's when they, certain shows on TV, and that's when they do their laundry.
That's more of
the right incentive, they might be able to change those two loads pretty easily.
What about air conditioning?
They potentially can or cannot adjust the air conditioner. Let's start with it. If they're on a fixed income and they've already got the thermostat as high as they can handle for their health, then no, they may not have any room to further adjust it. Other people, they may be running the air conditioner at 74, and if it's only a few hours at a time and only a few days a year, running at 84 may be doable for a few hours when they go visit with a friend. And knowing that it's coming up, saying, yeah, it's an afternoon, let's all go to Mary's apartment, and we'll leave our apartment as hot as can be, run them at 88. So I don't think we should assume, just because they're senior citizens, that they have no ability to adapt. But I'll also be willing to concede that they may not be your ideal target group, the most eager to be early adopters or something like that.
But shouldn't we also be concerned about the potential for inappropriate price impacts, particularly if we're going to go to any type of mandatory time of use rate for residential?
I would not recommend going to mandatory time of day pricing.
Can't anyway, the statute prohibits it.
I'm sorry?
The statute prohibits mandatory anyway, and most people I know have it 85. Second green.
In a number of places in your testimony panel, you make reference to competitive markets. Is it your testimony that the provision of utility delivery service should be considered akin to a competitive service?
No, but I believe that many aspects of utility regulation work better when the regulators look to competitive market outcomes and sort of optimal outcomes as a guideline for their decision making. It's not to say that they should always follow the competitive outcome, but I believe it's a very useful benchmark. In some cases, if you fail to consider it, then there are problems. Rate of return would be a classic example of that the U.S. Supreme Court basically stepped in and says you need to consider what the competitive market would allow these companies to earn as your primary benchmark in deciding what's a fair rate of return. The same principles, I believe, apply to many other things, that looking to the optimal outcome of an effectively performing market is a very useful benchmark. That's not the same thing as looking at a monopolistic market and seeing what happens there, how much can they gouge customers, or an oligopoly where you get these results that aren't necessarily optimal. We're talking about the kind of results that everyone would agree are very attractive in terms of very efficient, putting capital where it needs to be deployed, helping consumers make wise decisions because they have good, solid price signals to react to. Under good, ideal conditions, that's what happens in competitive markets.
For a competitive business, wouldn't you agree that if an individual fails to pay, that the business would likely stop serving that individual?
Yes.
Do the utilities, to your knowledge, have the ability to stop serving individuals because they cannot pay?
To some degree, they have obviously a controlled process of they have to go through, but eventually they can shut someone's service down if they continually don't pay. The rules obviously are very specific to each state and the specifics of how much notice is needed, et cetera. But in general, most utilities around the country, if you refuse to pay your bill long enough, eventually you will stop receiving service.
Do you know what the rules are, particularly in New York?
No.
Is it, if I understand your testimony, you say that the system is designed primarily based on miles of streets and not on customers, and that cost should be allocated on a similar basis, correct? Well, strike that. Let me step back. You made reference in your testimony in a couple of areas about the utility system being based upon the number of miles of streets of their service territory rather than based on their customers. Is that correct?
Yes, that's a bit of an oversimplification, but the key point is there are a lot of fixed costs, and those fixed costs are not a simple function of the number of customers. To the extent you're wondering what they're a function of, that the data that they're going to be most correlated with is the pattern of the street grid. You have to provide service to all locations in a particular borough. And so to the extent you're providing that, locations are basically places that people can put a building on, and that tends to be controlled by the street grid. But the point is that it's not a function of the number of customers. So if you have a particular mile in which nobody is using gas heat, and another mile of very similar characteristics, but everybody happens to be signed up for gas heat, and be selling a lot more gas on one than the other, but back at the time you put in the gas system, you don't necessarily know how popular gas heat is going to be to the people who move into that street or that area. So over time, these patterns emerge, and over time you can respond and start beefing up and expanding the system in the places where it's very popular, and that you just live with the original size system in areas where it's less popular. But again, the key point is if customers choose to join the system or leave the system, it really has no impact on these fixed costs.
Are you familiar with the network system that kind of Edison has in Manhattan and other parts of the borough, some of the other boroughs?
Only in general terms, not in great detail.
Is it your view that the network system is not designed based on serving customers?
I think it's designed to provide energy service to customers.
Does the fact that the network system is designed to an N-2 contingency have any bearing on your position?
It might, but offhand I don't know exactly how it would.
Do you know what N-2 contingency is, just to make sure?
No, I'm not familiar with that terminology, so I'm not sure exactly how it relates.
The Con Ed substations, is it your position as well that those were designed not based on serving customer load, but based on the size of the system?
Well, obviously, and I tried to make that clear in my testimony, in designing a substation, the purpose of the substation would be for reliability, or because that's the most efficient way to deliver energy to a section of the city, one or the other or both. And when designing that substation, the maximum load would certainly be considered, and potentially you would also be considering maximum load under extreme circumstances in which another substation is out, and so more energy has having to flow through. There's all those considerations, but the count of the number of customer accounts or the number of meters that will be hooked into the substation is pretty far down the list to the point where it's virtually irrelevant. Again, if you've got a certain amount of load running through a substation, the design engineers don't even necessarily need to know whether that's 5 big box stores that are right down the street, or whether that's an apartment building filled with separate individually metered apartments. What they need is to make sure there's enough ability to get power to that part of the city.
And you know this because you've designed substations?
Now, I know this because I've worked in this industry long enough to have a basic understanding of what they're looking at, and read enough discovery responses and listened to enough engineering witnesses that I have a pretty good feel for what they look at. And again, it's basic common sense. They're looking at kilowatts of demand. They're looking at things like the amount of energy loss, which is heavily a function of how much energy is going to run through that system, which will determine the voltage levels that you're designing to try to minimize voltage loss if there's a lot of energy flowing through it. Again, the count of the number of individually metered customers or the number of the customer count is pretty far down the list or irrelevant. You have a deposition of a typical Con Ed engineer who's designing substations and started listing things. Well, what do you think is important? What does your boss give you when you start designing it? I'm pretty confident that he would not find the count of the number of residential and small commercial customers versus the count of industrial customers to be very important. What's important is the anticipated load characteristics of that neighborhood, the total energy usage, and the degree to which it swings between peaks and valleys.
Are you familiar with the Long Island City outage in, I believe it was 2006?
Not in any depth, no.
So you're not aware of the fact that it was different types of customers, residential customers, that were one of the key issues in that case?
No, I'm not familiar with the specifics.
If I understand your testimony, are you saying in the way that you're proposing to do the allocation, is it that residential customers receive lesser benefits than larger customers, and therefore they should have a smaller contribution?
In terms of what's actually in dispute in this case, our study versus the companies, that's really not the key issue. The key issue is, and I'll use a simple example, the company's methodology takes the cost of the minimum system, takes certain parts of that cost and divvies it up in effect on a per customer basis within a class. So a small commercial customer would pay just as much towards the minimum system as a much larger commercial customer. One who's using a bill that is 10, 50 times bigger, that they're paying a similar amount rather than 50 times more. So within the classes is the main concern. The same thing would hold true for residential. The large residential customer who uses a lot of energy is paying a very similar amount towards this minimum system as the small residential customer. That's really where the primary action is. The key issue in dispute is, again, within the classes. It does have some implications for across classes, but it's particularly significant within classes.
Could you turn to page 29 of your testimony? Particularly lines 1 through 6. Are you there? Just want to make sure.
Now I am.
Okay. Your testimony is that SC1 has 85% of the accounts, but just 25% of the electricity. Did you consider the residential customers that are in SC8 in your analysis?
Considered them, but not in this section of my testimony.
Well, when you talk about strike that. Isn't the point of your testimony on page 29 that there's a disproportionate allocation to the residential customers?
Is it the point where? Which part of my testimony?
What we're just talking about, page 29. The issue that you're raising there is that there's a disproportionate allocation when you look at how much electricity the residential customers are using, correct?
I think I was trying to convey the fact that not all these statistics are created equal, that it doesn't matter what allocation method you use. I was trying to set up the fact that there's some significance here. This isn't just an arcane theoretical issue.
So, I'm sorry.
Okay.
So when you talk about residential customers, do you understand that not all residential customers in counted service territory are SC1 customers?
Yes, I do understand that.
Where is your analysis that captures all of the residential customers and looks at their total load as compared to the other classes as opposed to just the SC1 customers?
Well, for example, if you go to URP-4, page 1.
Okay.
This is our recommended distribution under the assumptions that are explained in my testimony. And you can see that multi-dwelling redistribution class is considered. And I don't think I'm, incapable of understanding that the word dwelling implies a residential in a sense, but it's a separate class from SC1.
Did you also consider the NYCHA customers in your analysis?
Which customers?
The NYCHA customers.
I'm sorry, I'm not sure what acronym you're using. So
The New York City Housing Authority, the low-income customers that live in those buildings?
I would assume they're in the NYPA category, but I'm not certain where they are. Daniel, I don't know offhand which category they're in. But again, we looked at all classes, and the principles are the same, whether we're talking about a small residential versus a large residential, or we're talking about a multi-metered apartment building versus a master metered apartment building. All these principles are the same. Why should the multi-metered apartment building pay so much more towards the distribution system, the minimum system, than an equal equivalent apartment building that happens to have a single meter and is a single customer? It's really not logical. The principle should recognize that there are certain fixed costs, and it's more equitable to cover those costs, at least in part, based on the value received in the system, or what I would say is energy.
So isn't it possible if you have a very large public housing building that has a substantially greater load than the NSC1 customer, that they could end up paying more under your allocation approach?
Absolutely. That's certainly possible. There's nothing about this allocation approach that's simply designed to say, well, let's see if we can get the residential customers to pay the lowest rates. Or that was simply not the philosophy. The philosophy was, we've got fixed costs, and what is the logical way to recover those? And I don't believe the company's approach is the optimal or logical way to do it.
It just seems odd to me, sir, that you're here on behalf of the consumer advocate of the state, who you have acknowledged previously looks out for low-income customers, and you seem okay with the possibility that low-income customers could end up paying more. It just seems an odd position for you to be taking.
It's not odd to me, okay? From my point of view, I'm a consultant. I come in, I explain what I'm proposing. They say, yeah, that sounds good. We're happy to hire you. We're happy to have you do this. And I said, no, the chips are going to fall where they may. There may be some classes that are currently getting a benefit of this system, but I don't think it's a logical system. And that by moving gradually towards a more logical system, ultimately it will be fair to everyone involved. So it is possible that there are some low-income customers in some situations who are not benefiting from this, but I don't think that is a reason to reject the approach, nor would the reverse of that be the case, that the fact that some particular set of customers might benefit from it in and of itself is not a basis for changing the approach I'm talking about. I believe the approach is a more logical one. It's most easily seen when you visualize similarly situated customers, such as small residential and large residential, or small commercial and large commercial, and where the only difference is because of an anomaly of this method of recovering fixed costs, one is being burdened a lot more than the other.
I'd like to move to another topic, which is the bill processing issues that you discussed in your testimony. You noted that there is extensive access to the internet now. Do you know, particularly among the low-income populations in New York City, what their access to the internet is?
I would assume, as with many things, it's less than the middle class and higher income groups.
Are you aware of whether or not, particularly the low-income population, uses online bill payment as a payment option?
I would assume they use it less because many of them don't have checking accounts.
What about credit and debit cards? Would they use it the same as others or less?
I would hope they would use it less since it's very costly. Unfortunately, some of them may in fact be using it despite the very high cost because they really want the power to keep coming in. So they put it on a credit card if they have one and they're going up very high credit card bills.
Do you know how many of them have credit cards?
I would hope and expect that it be, I would expect that it would be fewer just due to the realities that they have weaker credit. It would be harder for them to get a credit card.
Have you ever done a study of that, of low-income customers and these issues?
Not a study per se, no.
Do you know how many of these customers pay by phone?
I don't know.
Do you know how many of them have phones?
I would expect many of them do. Historically, low-income groups have lower participation in the phone network than others. It's typically been around 80 to 90% instead of 95 to 97%. But specifically what it is in Con Ed service territory, I'm not sure.
On page 69 of your testimony, you make reference to an incentive for paying by email. Do you see that?
I haven't found it, but
I'm sorry.
69 and I
It's 69 at the very top of the page. I guess it actually starts at the very bottom of 68 and carries over to 69.
receive their bill on email, yes.
Who pays for that incentive?
I'm not sure what you mean by who pays for
Well,
it.
if these customers paying by email are going to receive an incentive for doing so, where does the money come for that, the payment of that incentive?
There's negative money that they would save the cost of the envelope. They will save the cost of stuffing the envelope. They will save the cost of the bill itself, and they will save the cost of the postage. If you add all that up, it's going to add up to more than the 40 cents discount we're proposing.
But
So on balance, there isn't any burden on anybody else by offering this. For every customer you could encourage to take the 40-cent discount, Con Ed will save something like 43 cents or 45 cents, whatever it is, 50 cents. And so the other customer will get a 10-cent benefit, and the more you get to sign up, the more all the folks who don't want to sign up are benefited.
But the more that you get to sign up, that's actually larger savings that are being foregone by those customers, correct? Because now they're subsidizing the payment of an incentive that if there was no incentive, they might be getting a 20% discount, 20 cents discount instead of a 10-cent discount, correct?
I'm really not following your question, but it sounds to me like you misunderstand the proposal. We are proposing to pass through some, but not all of the cost savings to these customers to encourage them to sign up for this.
You, on page 7, talk about investing in smart metering.
Yes.
Who do you suggest pay for smart metering?
Smart metering is being paid for by the general body of customers, which is
Yeah.
one reason why we think we ought to take a closer look at it.
And under your view, should the general body of customers pay for smart metering?
Well, under this commission's view, they are paying for it. And this is not something we're disputing. What we're disputing is why are we 5 years into this experiment without checking and seeing how's it going? It's about time, I think, to study how well it's going and whether we ought to do more of it or do less of it or change course.
Well, but under your proposal that the beneficiaries should be paying more of the costs, why should large customers be subsidizing the cost of smart metering for residential customers who are the ones that are going to receive the benefits of those smart meters?
Again, I'm lost.
Well, you said you don't dispute that the general body of ratepayers should pay for smart metering.
I don't dispute that it's this commission's policy that smart meters are put into the rate base and are recovered at the general cost of operation.
But you also take issue with the way the commission does cost allocation and cost recovery, correct?
I'm recommending there be a change, yes.
So under your proposal, not the commission's policy today, under your proposal, who should be paying for smart metering?
We don't have a specific recommendation as to whether there should be a change in the recovery of smart meter costs. So we don't have a proposal per se. What we are saying is we have a concern that we're not studying it. We seem to be on autopilot, spending quite a bit of money investing in this. It seems to be timely to say, is it working? Should we stop? Should we redirect resources and put more energy and more of the investment into the strategic metering? Or should we perhaps change the type of meters, perhaps get better use out of the meters by adding and investing in technology to create real-time information? I think that's a very reasonable recommendation, and it's one I hope the Commission will take seriously. But that is separate from the question of, well, who should pay for all of this?
It lines, I believe it starts at line 18, going down through such a sentence. Actually, the sentence goes all the way to the bottom of that paragraph. Are you suggesting here that it would be appropriate to invest in additional hardware and software? This is, I'm looking at line 19 specifically.
Page 18, line what?
Page 7.
Oh, page 7.
Page 7. It's, actually, it looks like it's lines 18 through 22.
That paragraph is talking about encouraging them not only to take a fresh look at this, but to consider the value of information. Don't look at it too narrowly and only think in terms of the savings from fewer meter readers. That there are other factors that were considered by the company in its original analysis years ago as to why they thought this might be worthwhile. And even if they're not taking advantage of those factors and haven't rolled out that part of the program, it needs to be considered, because it may be that these smart meters are not cost effective if the only benefit is to reduce meter reading costs, but they may be cost effective and beneficial if you consider load research benefits or load management benefits, or for that matter resiliency benefits, the ability to know as the parts of the system are going down, that system is going down. Those kinds of benefits may actually be pretty significant.
So you're not recommending that the company move to AMR, you're just saying this is an issue to be studied?
That's correct. I think that's very clear in my testimony.
It wasn't to me, but thank you for clarification. On page 72 of your testimony, aren't you saying in lines 15 to 17 that perhaps the metering program should be accelerated?
Yes, perhaps.
Where is your detailed cost-benefit analysis supporting that recommendation?
Hopefully it will come out in about a year or 6 months. The point of this testimony is precisely that a detailed cost-benefit analysis needs to be performed to determine whether the best answer is to stop the program entirely, to modify it, or to accelerate it. We're neutral as to what the right answer is. We don't know, but we're concerned we're spending enough money on this, and it's been done for long enough that it's time to take another look at it and study it carefully.
Just a couple other issues. On page 23 of your testimony, you make a reference to switching from individual meters to master metering. This is on lines 6 through 12. You see that testimony?
Yes.
Do you know what's involved to switch a large building in New York City from master metering to individual metering, or vice versa?
I would imagine it would differ depending on the direction, but I don't know all of the different regulatory requirements or other requirements that might be involved.
Well, aside from regulatory requirements, are you at all familiar with the wiring or plumbing requirements that would be involved? If you have, for example, a 50-story building that's presently master metered.
Well, that's why I said it would depend on the direction. It would be relatively easier to take a apartment building that already has the necessary piping to provide individual meters and convert that all to one big meter. To go in the other direction would potentially be more difficult. But if you're in the midst of retrofitting a building, maybe converting it to a co-op or condominium from a rental apartment, during the midst of that project when the building is being gutted and redone, the cost will be relatively more feasible because you're already turning over walls and doing a lot of other things.
What if you're not doing
It could vary depending on particular circumstance. Even if it's not practical to do it in a typical circumstance, it doesn't change the point of this, which is simply that as a thought experiment, it helps you visualize flaws in terms of the fixed cost.
Just taking a minute to talk about your minimum charge proposals. You suggest, and I'm looking at page 44 right now.
Page 44?
44, yes, page 44. I'm down at the bottom of the page, your last field on that page. You note that these fixed charges could have undesirable effects at line 24. And starting at line 25 to 27, you say it could discourage customers from upgrading to more energy efficient appliances.
Yes.
Are you aware that for gas, the minimum is 3 therms?
I don't understand.
The minimum charge for gas is for 3 therms. Are you aware of that?
Yes.
So if a customer is only using 3 or 4 therms, would it be economical for that customer to switch out his appliances? In other words, would the savings, if he's such a low volume user, justify moving to those more expensive, more energy efficient appliances?
Yeah, the problem is the price signal he's seeing, he pays the same amount whether he uses 3 therms or 2 therms or half a therm. He's not seeing the societal cost of the difference between a half a therm and 3 therms. So it's true that from his point of view, the gas bill seems to be the same every month, and there may not be any real benefit of upgrading to an energy efficient appliance. If we had a better price signal, he might impact his. The principle is the same. As we get away from the 3 therm example and start getting a 4, 5, 10, 12 therms, that principle is still there, which is that we're sending an inaccurate price signal to the customer, and they're not seeing the full benefit that society would gain if he switches to an energy efficient appliance.
We're not looking at society's benefits. We're talking about these customers because they're paying the bills.
Exactly.
If they saw, could I finish my question, please? If they were such a low volume user and they had an appliance that was working just fine, do you believe that it would be cost effective when they're such a low volume user to switch that out to more energy efficient appliances? Not societal benefit, but for that customer.
The primary relevance would be if they're a small enough user, the primary relevance is when they want to switch for some other reason. If the appliance is getting so old, they want to replace it with something that's more contemporary, or let's say it's a water heater and they feel like it is not working as well, or they want a larger capacity, it gives them more water. Whatever their reason to go to the store, at that point, ideally they would have a price signal that helps them make a good choice between the different choices that are sold in the store. If you're asking me whether someone who's using that little would likely find it efficient to take perfectly good appliances that are only 5 or 10 years old and go and replace them all in order to save a little bit on the gas bill, of course not.
Are you suggesting that Con Edison's minimum charges are causing customers not to purchase, for example, compact fluorescents or LED light bulbs?
I would suggest that the current rate design doesn't provide as strong an incentive to purchase those light bulbs as a better rate design.
Do you have any evidence that the rate design is inhibiting sales of CFLs and LEDs in New York City?
Depends on what you mean by inhibiting. A rate design that was a little better and had a little higher KWH rates and a little lower monthly fee would send a better, more accurate price signal to customers and would encourage more purchases of those items. But I don't know if I would call it inhibiting currently. I would say that we would get a better result, better pricing.
Well, your word is to discourage customers. So using your word, do you have any evidence that the minimum charges are discouraging customers from purchasing energy efficient light bulbs?
I guess it depends on what you mean by evidence. I haven't done a quantitative study. I haven't gone out and interviewed people in stores if that's what you're asking me. But I've looked at the little labels of federal government mandates, and it makes it pretty clear that it'll vary depending on your price per KWH. And so they're given an opportunity to understand that concept. And the higher the price per KWH, the more they're going to notice their bills fluctuating during the year. If they experiment and put in the compact fluorescent bulb and then report to their friends whether they saw any savings or not, that reality will be different if we had a better rate design. And so that bill would go down more than it does currently.
What is your position? What is your position on how uncollectible expenses should be recovered under your approach, where it's all based on your usage as opposed to traditional principles of cost allocation? How should something like uncollectible expense be recovered? Should it be done on a volumetric basis, the way that you're suggesting everything else be charged, like the cost of facilities? Should it be done on a different approach?
First, I don't agree with some of the premises of your original part of your question. You want me to ignore that and just focus on the tail end of it?
Well, let me rephrase the question then.
Ignoring it sounded like a good approach.
I'm willing to. I just want to make sure the record's clear.
Let me rephrase the question. Isn't it correct that you're proposing an allocation methodology that's based on usage?
Greater reliance on usage and a less reliance on a divvying up of fixed minimum system costs on a per customer basis or on an allocation factor that's heavily influenced by the count of customers.
So under your approach, how are uncollectible expenses allocated amongst customers?
I don't believe there was any change in our approach. I'm not sure. I do not recall for sure. I'd have to go back and check, but I know there's major sections of the company study that we accepted, and I suspect uncollectibles is one of those.
Does it make any difference, though, under your approach, that more uncollectibles come from residential customers than large customers?
Again, I did not offer an opinion as to the best method of allocating uncollectible costs. I believe we simply followed what the company was doing, and I do not recall specifically how they handled that cost. There were several items that I did not dispute, and that was one, at least in my own mental sense. I did not think about it in depth and say, well, what should I recommend here? It's not something I focused on in depth.
One second, I think that might be done. I'm also here.
Can you redirect?
I think so, yeah.
Your Honor, we have just a limited kind of redirect.
Okay, we're back on the record. I'm sorry, could you say that again?
Yes, Your Honor, we have a limited amount of redirect.
Okay.
Panel, you were asked a series of questions regarding incentives for online payments. Is this a radical proposal, or can you point out an example of where such a program exists?
Yes, you can point out an example. In the most recent Niagara Mohawk ranking, the commission approved the joint proposal, where the company will offer customers incentives to participate in electronic billing. Pretty much, customers who choose to receive an electronic bill in lieu of paper bills will receive a monthly paper credit. So this is not anything new.
Okay, thank you. And Kyle, you were also asked a series of questions regarding your proposal regarding minimum charges. And then I have the same question. Would you characterize this as a radical proposal, or is such a proposal in existence elsewhere?
I don't think it's at all radical or unconventional. This has always been an area of discretion for commissions, and you see a wide range of treatments around the country, even within New York State. And we're proposing a reduction in the rate to $14.25. While that would be, and I'll concede this, lower than some of the other companies for electric, for residential, if you turn over and look at commercial, the comparisons show some other companies that this commission has approved rates, for example, of $18 for Orange and Rockland compared to the $22 that we're proposing even within electric. And if you go look at gas, you see even a wider range of decisions by this commission, including several examples of gas minimum charges that are less than what we're recommending. And if you go beyond this commission and consider other companies around the country, you'll find plenty of examples of widely ranging minimum charges and customer charges. So our proposals aren't in any way radical or out of the ordinary.
Thank you. That's all we have, Your Honor.
Anybody else? Thank you. These witnesses are excused, and that's closest to hearing today. Is there any other procedural matters anybody wants to raise at this time?
Your Honor, we have no cross for the New York City panel tomorrow, though I don't think it makes much of a difference because I think there's an hour anyway from other parties, but maybe it's at the end of the day, so maybe we'll get out of here 10 minutes earlier. It is for earlier.
Okay.
That New York City infrastructure panel at the end of the day, we had 10 minutes down.
10 minutes.
Yeah, we have 0.
Thank you.
Your Honor, do you know what a case is made for that tomorrow, or are they still planning on crossing?
Pace is been crossed off the list. The only cross left is UIU and EES. Any comment?
No, yeah, Con Edison too, because it's in both.
Yeah, so there's still almost an hour of cross.
Okay.
Okay, we'll reconvene tomorrow at 9:30. We're on the record.